The world ended? We are looking at a world very similar to Earth. In the year 21XX, humanity realized that they were done for. They had missed the mark and were facing inevitable climate change. More and more natural disasters plagued humanity. Storms raged, cities were flooded, and the people became desperate. Projects were rushed, solutions were searched. Catastrophes brought things to light that should have better stayed in the dark. But it was no movie and no novel. There was no way for them to stop it. Everything kept spiraling out of control, escalating up to the breaking point. Smack. Drowsily he lifted his head after smacking his alarm clock to the other side of the room, where it was still ringing. God damn it. Squinting at the clock, he rolled off the bed and crawled over to turn it off. Seth had been burning the midnight fuel playing games the night before and forgot to turn off his alarm. Bright light fell in through half-closed shutters of the window and burned on his pale skin. Since when was the light in the city so bright? Seth lived in a city, a medium-sized city at the southeastern corner of the continent. On a normal day, the light should be a refreshing yellowish gray, thanks to the invigorating smoke of civilization. So what was up with these disgustingly bright rays of sunlight? Shielding his bluish-gray eyes with his hands, the youth picked himself up and went towards the window. Brushing his dark hair out of his eyes, he blinked. Then he blinked again. Well, that's weird. He grabbed his phone. Yep, only slept for a few hours. Then why the flip was the city overgrown like a forest? The panorama of the city he had seen and known for almost all his life was tinted with overwhelming green. Streets were covered in tall grass like a savanna. Trees had broken through the constraints of concrete and structures. Houses and buildings had been pierced. Some actually collapsed because of trees that had skewered them, and almost every vertical surface seemed to have been covered in vines. His phone had no reception, and his internet connection was cut off. Seth pursed the lips. Something was going on. Well, anyone who wasn't blind could see that. At this moment, a voice rang in his head, and scenes started to play before his eyes like a cinematic trailer. Ding! Welcome to the post-apocalypse player. Your world, as you knew it, came to an end. Tragedies and calamities have hit Earth and changed the face of the planet forever. You are now responsible for your survival. You are the master of your fate. Whether you die in this foreign world or become the master of your own fate is all up to you. He actually knew many of the scenes that were shown on the news, natural disasters that had been hitting the continent the last few years. But there were some he didn't know. Scenes of a destroyed laboratory. Weird lines of code reminding him of a famous science fiction movie. Dark fiery holes opening in midair, and glimpses of caves and ever-growing darkness. Would you like to start the tutorial? Y/N. This sentence was energetically floating in front of him like an early text animation. The letters were thick, golden, and kept spinning in order. Seth was reminded of old flashy retro games. They kept spinning in the center of his view, no matter where he looked. Sure, why not? He said to himself and clicked Y. Seth had no idea what exactly was going on, but a tutorial sounded like a good start to find out. Good choice. Only 12% of all players have made the same choice. His vision became blurry, and his surroundings changed into a dark void. Like the copy of a game tutorial, the system started to explain how to use things like quest dash, status dash, skill, and inventory window, which could be opened by thinking or reciting the names. It also mentioned that most skills he could obtain would be self-explanatory when he concentrated on them. His status looked something like this. Name, Seth Smith. Level, 1. EXP, 0%. Race, Orihuma. Sex, male. Age, 23. Class, none. Affiliation, none. Health, 1000. Mana, 100. Strength, 9. Dexterity, 12. Agility, 12. Intelligence, 10. Willpower, 10. Endurance, 11. Personality, 7. Luck, 14. Free AP, attribute points 10. He had no skills or quests yet, so the skill window was empty. Similarly, the inventory window only showed what he was currently wearing and a field of 3 by 3, so 9 item slots to store his items in. As Seth had expected, he could collect experience to level up. Each level up would grant 5 to 10 free AP. And about gathering experience. There are a great many ways to collect experience on your journey. Whether it's quests or achievements and, of course, by killing, the system said ominously, and a sword appeared in front of him. It was a plain arming sword with some rust and a scratched-up blade. Take hold of this weapon and make your first step of many in this new world. Take your life in your own hands, or die. With this, a small ugly humanoid appeared in the void in front of him. Is that a goblin? Seriously? What a cliché. Seth grasped the sword and noticed surprised that even so it looked beat up and plain, the sword seemed well balanced and felt good in his hand. The moment he gripped the sword in his hand, the green creature charged at him with an unnerving screech. It rang in his tired head and really annoyed him. His body moved, using the sword like a club, trying to direct the sharp side towards the creature and hack down in its shoulder. The sword went halfway through its rib cage, almost splitting it in two. Ding! Skill, Basic Swordsmanship, Beginner, LV1 has been learned. Ding! Title, Faster than the thought. Acquired. Your body moved before your brain reacted. Ding! Passive skill, Calm Reaction LV1 acquired, thanks to title, Faster than the thought. Seth felt everything traveling up the hilt of the sword, cutting its meager wiry frame and tough flesh, the edge crushing and splitting apart its bones under his hand. It was all real. He was looking on in shock as its dark, smelly blood splashed everywhere, and the goblin collapsed at his feet. Until now, he was half convinced that it was some weird, but really cool dream. He scratched his scraggly beard, trying to think of what to do now, but his thoughts were interrupted by the system. Ding! You have killed Goblin LV1. You have earned experience. Ding! Congratulations on your first kill. You mercilessly struck down the hideous creature in a single cold-blooded strike. Only 0.5% of other players have made this choice. Special reward, Silver Class Wheel. 2. Spirit Blacksmith. What's a Silver Class Wheel? He asked subconsciously. Good question, player. Great transition. Let's go ahead and continue with the last lesson, your class choice. Each player can choose a basic class from this list. A golden scroll appeared with a number of classes like Swordsman, Warrior, Fighter, Healer, Pharmacist, Mage, things like that. A class offers you the set of skills connected to it, and a boost in learning them. But do not worry. It does not limit the skills you can learn. Any skill can be learned with effort, no matter what class you choose. Just how you acquired swordsmanship by swinging a sword. A white wheel filled with question marks appeared beside the scroll. Now you could choose one of these basic classes, but you could also spin the class wheel and get a random class that could be anything between basic and outright mythical. But you will have to take that class no matter what. Seth could hear a sneer in the system's voice. There were probably a lot of people who did this and got something like cook or baker. Nothing against those classes, but crafting wasn't really the first choice in a survival situation. He definitely wouldn't take the chance and risk a silver wheel appeared beside the white one. In your case, you can also spin the silver wheel. Only classes above advanced are on this wheel. You could be a legendary dragon knight, a hero, maybe a demon lord, a necromancer who raises the dead to fight for him, or a sage with unimaginable destructive magic. Seth sighed and rubbed his eyes. I'm really too tired for this SH*T. We both know where this is going. Just spin the silver thing already. At this point, he just wanted this to end, so he could sort his thoughts. Seth didn't know the situation outside. He had no idea what class was good. But it wasn't necessarily important, since any skill could be learned, no matter the class. An advanced or above class should be an advantage, no matter what things turn out to be. He watched the wheel spin slowly, losing speed. Yeah, he just thought that it didn't matter as much what class he got, but his face still fell when the wheel stopped and revealed the symbol of an anvil and hammer burning with an eerie blue flame. Congratulations! Unique class, Spirit Blacksmith, has been chosen. Was this system messing with him? Was it really random, or did it just give him a class fitting his name? Ding! 5+ new skills have been learned. Please check your skill window. Ding! You are the second person to acquire a unique or above class from a job wheel. Title, Lucky Bastard, has been acquired. Title effect, Luck +1. The black void started to blur, and his room came back into view. You have successfully completed the tutorial. With this, you are ready to grasp your fate. Good luck. You have been granted experience for finishing the tutorial. Seth took a deep breath and fell on his bed. He savored the quiet and thought. It slowly started settling in that the life he knew was over. But it didn't hit him as hard as he thought. Was it because there wasn't really anyone he cared about anymore? Or maybe, skill window? The window opened in front of his eyes. The formerly empty list was filled with a whole slew of new skills. Calm reaction, passive, LV1. Strong mental shocks or surprises are mitigated, and the emotional processing is later spread over a span of time to help deal with unexpected situations. That's about what I thought. Okay, it actually seems quite handy. Then his eyes fell on the list of other skills he got from his class. There were obviously skills associated with a blacksmith like smelting, beginner, LV1, extraction of pure metals from raw materials, and creation of alloys in a furnace. Blacksmith SI's LV1. Appraisal of gear and materials up to uncommon. Creates a catalog of all discovered materials and saves their properties. Blueprint, beginner, LV1. Create and save blueprints and material lists in the system overlay. Blacksmith, beginner, LV1. Forge and shape metal in the smithy with the help of your forge, tools, and an anvil. Create armor and weapons from crafting materials. He noticed that his swordsmanship had vanished. Instead, had gotten weapon mastery. Weapon mastery, beginner, LV1. You are a natural in handling weapons and can deliver a good fight no matter what weapon you use. A slight increase in damage when using a weapon. Except for this one, they seemed quite common for what a blacksmith should have. On the other hand, it was understandable that a blacksmith should know how to handle his products. But a lot more interesting were the class-specific skills. Spirit Smithy LV1. You can summon the Spirit Smithy. The smithy encompasses advanced crafting stations and increases the crafting speed corresponding to the user's blacksmith skill. Spirit Capture LV1. You are able to see and capture souls of recently deceased beings to use as crafting materials. The second one would need him to kill something or find a fresh corpse. It seemed a little dangerous to test, but Spirit Smithy. He jumped off his bed and went to his small living room. Everything still seemed normal. He looked out the window and spotted others doing the same from the buildings near his apartment and across the street. He closed the shutters and invoked the skill. Summoning failed. Not enough space to invoke skill. First time someone called my living room small. Seth actually lived in a quite big masonette apartment that was left behind by his parents. Was his furniture in the way? He rubbed his hands and started to push the couch, the table, and other things that were probably blocking the skill away. Sometime later, he had cleared his living room which left him with almost 15 square meters of empty space, 2 stories in height. When his stomach started rumbling, he remembered that he hadn't eaten anything yet. He went to scavenge the kitchen for edibles. Seth hadn't really expected the world to end, so his food storage looked quite meager. But hey, at least water and power were still working, so the grid had not broken down yet. Bread, some fruits, meat, really old canned food, a frozen pizza, a few bottles of water and soda, and packs of noodles. This reminded Seth that preparation can hurt. Looking around his apartment, filled with empty plastic bottles he had no chance to bring away yet, he went ahead and filled them all up with water. Who knew when it would stop working? Seth realized that he had to leave the apartment eventually to get food, but he definitely wouldn't just leave his home without more preparations. He could definitely stay holed up for a few days with this if he rationed it well. The meticulous rationing started by throwing the pizza in the oven for breakfast and gobbling up the whole thing. A productive day started with a greasy breakfast. After filling his stomach, he first went and made sure that his door was locked and checked the situation in the hallway using the peephole. No blood smeared across the walls. No mangled corpses covering the floor. Just a clean, normal hallway. He didn't know whether he should feel reassured or disappointed. Novels with these kinds of scenarios suggested that there were bloodbaths everywhere, but it didn't seem like marauding monsters had started slaughtering innocent people yet, so he probably still had some time before he would have to join the mob and be part of the mandatory pillaging for food and resources. If he was to leave his apartment, he had to familiarize himself with the system and his class first. This unique class was his only advantage, so he had to use it well. Ding! You have been given the quest. The next level. 3. The Spirit Smithy. After making sure that he didn't have to expect to be raided any time soon, he returned to the kitchen. His fingers were itching to retry summoning the smithy, but he got the idea to test out the system, which seemed more important for now. Seth wanted to test the inventory. He took what little food reserves he had and tried putting them into the inventory slots, starting with the refilled water bottles. He remembered the instructions from the tutorial and concentrated on storing the bottle he held in his hand. It vanished and instead the icon of a generic water bottle appeared in his inventory. When he looked at it, a little window opened stating, "Bottle of clean water," similar to when you hovered the mouse of an item in a video game. Next, he tried the same with an empty bottle, which was fittingly labeled as empty bottle. He thought about taking it out, and the empty bottle appeared back in his hand. But it wasn't actually the bottle he had. It was an empty plastic bottle that fit the generic icon that was shown in the item slot, not the soda bottle he had stored. He took out the refilled water bottle. It had also changed. It was exactly the same as the empty bottle, just filled with water. He took one of the regular water bottles and did the same, and the same happened. It changed into the same featureless plastic bottle that fit the generic icon in the inventory. Just as he expected, when he stored those filled bottles that had changed again, they stacked in the same slot. Seth conjectured that the inventory would generalize all items he stored, so they could be stacked if they had no defining features. He tested it with the noodles and canned food, and they all lost their label and specific packaging. The system only divided by content. The packaging became the same. Seth wanted to try other things next. When he grabbed a knife to see whether it would appear in the weapon slot, it actually did, and it stated, "Knife LV1 can be appraised with Blacksmith's eyes." A chance to test the skill. Looking at a kitchen knife, he concentrated on the skill. He felt a cool sensation entering his eyes, and it gave him a small window. Knife. Common. Damage 1-3. Durability 10 out of 10. A mass-produced sharp knife for cooking purposes. Has a low chance to cause bleeding. This was the same for most knives he found, except for the damage being even lower. He tried the skill on other kitchen utensils, which declared them as crafting materials for smelting. Most of his kitchenware was declared as made of low-quality iron. Materials for smelting. Should he try to summon the smithy now and see what he could get from smelting his cutlery, pans, and pots? Seth decided it was time. His handy itched to try more skills and start grinding his class. He stood in his empty living room and concentrated on the Spirit Smithy skill. Spirit Smithy LV1 summoned. What filled his living room now was a basic blacksmith shop. The knowledge of what he was looking at and how it was supposed to be used was floating into Seth's mind. It was part of the different skills, like Spirit Smithy and Blacksmith. Everything looked incorporeal and transparent, shining in a pale blue. A ghostly white flame was burning in a stereotypic-looking coal forge that stood in the very center, and a medium-sized dark blue anvil beside it. He tried using Blacksmith as eyes on it. Spirit Forge, crafting station. Burning with soul fire, the Spirit Forge can be used to work all common materials used for forging. Increases crafting speed by 50%. He looked to the right where a work table and a grinding wheel stood. A few tools like hammers and tongs were lying on the table, and it had a vise. They were labeled as common and increased the success rate of forging by 5 to 10%. The wheel looked ordinary, but a window opened. Sisyphus grinding wheel, crafting station. Part of the boulder Sisyphus is pushing. It will never stop turning while in use. Grind, sharpen, and shape any common crafting materials. Increases crafting speed by 50%. Soul fire in the forge and a grinding wheel named after Sisyphus? This forge seemed very underworld themed, but the barrel of water to quench the blade had no funny descriptions like water of the Styx at all. He looked to the left of the forge and saw a cylindrical furnace made of dark, thick bricks. It was burning with the same ghostly flame, and an assortment of crucibles and casting molds for crude metal bars lay beside it. Spirit furnace, crafting station. Burning with soul fire, the spirit furnace can be used to melt down and refine common materials used for forging. Increases crafting speed by 50%. Reading the descriptions, Seth realized that they were restricted to common materials. Was it because it was still level 1? Well, it wasn't like he had a lot of uncommon materials to work with. At least Seth guessed that iron wouldn't count as uncommon. He ran his hands over the rows of tools on the work table. When he grasped a hammer, a window with 3 options opened. Crafting. Choose a blueprint. Create a blueprint. Free creation. He could guess what they were. When he clicked them one after the other, he was proven correct. Choose a blueprint was a list of blueprints for weapons and armors, which consisted of instructions and receipts. When he clicked the blueprint of a small dagger, he could actually feel minimal guidance. He was sure that if he now started forging, the system would guide him to increase the chances of successfully making the weapon. Create a blueprint. Activated blueprinting, which was similar to a guided 3D modeling program where he could design a weapon. Free creation. Just closed the window and left him to his own devices. His conviction grew. He could summon a forge wherever he was and make weapons and armor whenever he wanted. This class would be the edge he had in this world, and he knew exactly what he had to do to succeed in it. Grinding. 4. Grinding. Seth knew that he would have to leave to get more food and stuff at some point, but right now he had food for a few days, so he planned to raise his skills for as long as possible and then try to make a weapon and some armor before leaving his secure home. Using Blacksmith's eyes, he combed through his home to find any and everything he could throw in the furnace and collected them on a pile in the living room. Cutlery, pots, pans, except for some necessities, his kitchen was emptied. A wall hanger sword, stainless steel lamps. His toolbox was plundered, too. Seth even found some packets of screws. When he was done, it looked like a dragon had built a nest in his living room, made from almost anything shiny he owned. Anything he could throw into the furnace. On the other side was a heap of other crafting materials he had found while looking around. Leather and wood from furniture, clothes, buckles, belts, and straps. From the blueprints, he knew that these things were mostly needed for armors or as a handle material. He rubbed his hand as he stepped towards the furnace. The inside was smooth like porcelain, and its bottom, where the ghostly flame would be burning, was bowl-shaped with a small drain. With that, he could drain the molten metal into a crucible or directly into the mold for ingots. Before he started smelting, he tried to use an exploit. Seth put all the cutlery into his inventory to turn them into uniform knives. He hoped to maybe gain some material from putting in the smaller things. Unfortunately, the system only changed their shape to make them look the same from a two-dimensional view. They still had the same mass as before. On the other hand, some of the uniform cutlery were thicker or thinner. He was a little disappointed, but it couldn't be helped. Seth continued to throw a handful into the furnace. Next smelting, beginner, LV.1 opened as a window with something similar to a control panel for the furnace. It had a list of options to choose what should be refined from the material. Right now, there was only one entry. Well, he hoped there would be more options in the future. At the moment, it was only low-quality iron, and it even had a success rate of just 75% stated beside it. What would happen if he failed? Would everything be gone? It was not really of any use to guess. He went ahead and confirmed. He confirmed his choice, and a kind of mini-game started on the control panel. Seth had to manually adjust the parameters, like the strength of the flames and their distribution, to change and stabilize the temperature in the furnace according to the system's indications. One thing to note was that the soul fire needed no fuel and created no smoke. The white flames flared up and easily melted down the cutlery in less than a minute. Seth lost focus for a moment and smelting failed. Proficiency gained. His first try was a fail. Seth watched as the flames burned up about 1/4 of the molten metal. Well, at least the system didn't destroy all of it. Seth used the drain to harvest the leftover metal. It was the first time he felt the immense heat the metal gave off. It didn't affect him as much as he would have expected, probably thanks to the 50% fire resistance that was granted by his class. Using a crucible, he caught the liquid metal and poured it into a casting mold. Seth fetched some water from the barrel to help cool it off. The resulting ingot was a cuboid chunk of metal that lay good in his hand and were a little longer than the width of his palm. He felt a little down because of the failed attempt, but soon a smile appeared on his face. When Seth checked the skill window, he saw that the proficiency of smelting actually went up despite failing. He now had smelting, beginner, LV.1 for %. He still had a lot of stuff to melt down. At this pace, he would be able to level the skill quite a bit. Another happy surprise struck him when he continued. The success rate had increased to 76%. The next smelting succeeded and actually gave him 9%. If it kept going like this, he would be the master of low-quality iron before lunchtime. But he had crowed too early. By the time smelting reached level 3, the success rate had stopped at 99%, so he still had a chance to fail. Level 3 also unlocked the option to refine mediocre iron. He had not expected this. Seth's original plan was to smelt down everything to level smelting, then forge stuff from it to level blacksmith and smelt them down again. He wanted to repeat that circle a few times, but now a new question came up. Did the material influence the proficiency he would gain for blacksmith? On one hand, mediocre iron started with only a success rate of 60%, but it gave almost 3 times the experience for smelting. On the other hand, he would probably lose a lot more material he could use to level up blacksmith, so all he could do now was trying out the materials. He took an ingot of low-quality iron. Holding the small bar of metal in his hands made him realize once again how real this was. Seth went to the forge. As a blueprint, he chose a small throwing dagger, because the only material it needed was metal of any kind. After confirming the blueprint, he could feel the guidance from the system as impulses, and knowledge to do specific things flooded his head. He took tongs and a hammer, put the iron into the eerie flame of the forge, and waited. When the iron was glowing in a kinda cherry red, he picked it up with the tongs and started shaping it on the anvil with the hammer. Feeling the heat in the smithy, the impact of the hammer, the hot metal giving under his power, his muscles being strained. The situation felt so unreal, but it also felt good. After some time of clumsily following the guidance and quenching the blade, he finished it off by grinding it, and a message popped up. Ding! You finished your first work as a blacksmith. Strength +1. Dexterity +1. Seth appraised his first work. Misshapen throwing knife. Common. Damage 1 to 2. Durability 2 of 2. The first work of an aspiring blacksmith. This piece has the barely discernible shape of a throwing knife. It may hurt a little if you manage to hit someone with it. Seth knew that it didn't look very good. Okay. No need to be this harsh. It was definitely fit to be melted down again. But that wasn't the point. He had gained 15% proficiency in blacksmith. Now he went ahead and tried again with the mediocre iron. The result was the same. It had a little more durability and damage, but he still only gained 15%, bringing him to blacksmith. Beginner, LV1, 30%. To make sure, he tried some other small blueprints. Forging took a lot longer than smelting, so it took until noon to make sure. It was still a lot faster than forging without his class and smithy. Seth fathomed it would take a lot longer without it. He had gained some more proficiency, bringing his skill to LV2, 45%, when he finished. The experience he gained in blacksmith mostly came from the difficulty of the product, not the material used. At least not in this case. There was also another thing Seth found out. The amount of experience gained also depended on the finished product. A fail would give him very little progress, while a good result could significantly increase the proficiency. He didn't know by how much, since all his stuff was still no better than scrap. Smelting was actually similar, but different. A fail gave him less than half the proficiency than a success. It was only those two. It didn't have a gradation like blacksmith. Now he had to decide which to level first, blacksmith or smelting? If he went for mediocre iron to level smelting, he might lose a lot of material he could use to level blacksmith. He valued the latter more, so he decided to turn all the stuff left into low-quality iron and go for mediocre iron when resmelting. But first came lunch. Rationing, with an iron fist, he decided to fill his belly with noodles. After this little pause, Seth continued to melt down everything he had into metal ingots, still bringing his skill to smelting. Beginner, LV4, 30%. The day was peaceful, and he was completely focused on bringing up his blacksmith proficiency. Forging, quenching, grinding, forging, quenching, grinding, over and over. Before Seth realized it, the sun was already about to set. Sweaty and tired, he looked out the window and the scenery in the fading daylight. Beside him was a pile of finished throwing knives. He had actually managed to process all the low-quality iron he had into knives in the last several hours. He had managed to raise his skill to blacksmith, beginner, LV5, 7%, and while the knives were still garbage, they looked a lot better. Even so, the experience gain fell with a level up. He also became faster in making the items. Looking at the setting sun, he finally registered how tired he actually was. Still, he collected all the metal dust he ground off the knives, the broken parts of failed knives, and the pile of finished knives towards the furnace, and spent another hour turning it all into mediocre iron, leveling his smelting up to LV6 and close to LV7. It was dark outside, and he could barely keep his eyes open. Seth wobbled toward his room and fell on his bed. Maybe I should have checked. He thought but fell asleep. 5. A long night. Seth woke up with his body aching all over. He had been too focused on leveling his skills that he hadn't noticed his body's pains. Status? Name: Seth Smith. Title: Faster Than a Thought. Level 1. EXP 60%. Race: Orihuma. Sex: Male. Age: 23. Class: Spirit Blacksmith Unique. Affiliation: None. Health: 975/1000. Mana: 100, INTX 10. Strength: 11. Dexterity: 15. Agility: 12. Intelligence: 10. Willpower: 10. Endurance: 13. Personality: 7. Luck: 15. Free AP, attribute points 10. Defense: Physical: 89, ENDX 3 plus 50 class bonus. Magical: 45, 2XWIL plus 25 class bonus. Fire resistance: 50%. Skill window: Calm reaction, passive, LV1. Blacksmith, beginner, LV5, 8%. Blacksmith SI's LV1. Smelting, beginner, LV6, 75%. Blueprint, beginner, LV2. Weapon mastery, beginner, LV1. Spirit smithy LV1. Spirit capture LV1. Had some of his attributes increased? Oh yeah. Some memories floated up. He had ignored the notifications at that time. Something about attribute +1 thanks to intense training. Wait, why had his HP decreased? His sore muscles screamed as he got off his bed. Oh, maybe that's why. His slow thought remembered the tutorial. It explained that the HP showed the whole health, not just obvious injuries. That's why there are a lot from the start. Why was he even awake? It was still dark outside. As tired as he was, he should have slept until noon. Seth squinted into the direction of his alarm clock, but it lay dead in the corner of the room. My first victim of the apocalypse. A gruesome murder scene of broken parts and limp hands. His wandering thoughts were interrupted by noises outside on the street. He had been too occupied yesterday, and the outside was very quiet. Seth had forgotten to check whether other people had the guts to leave their homes and run around outside. Maybe he should at least check his neighbors? He looked around for his smartphone, which told him that it was 4 a.m. Who would be so crazy to go out at this time? Seth tottered to his bedroom window and looked outside. He could barely see the contours of the same scene from yesterday, a city widely overgrown by nature. A shiver ran down his spine as he looked at the unfamiliar scenery. He listened attentively. He heard grunts and growling calls of deep voices speaking in a foreign language. Concentrating on where the sounds came from, he could make out the shapes of creatures walking through the high grass. He estimated the high grass to be about 1.5 m tall, and it barely reached the giant's hips. They would easily tower above 3 m in height, and they looked almost as wide. Earlier they sounded aggressive and motivated. It reminded him of a band of brothers in war movies. But something had changed. They suddenly became hectic, and their calls sounded more anxious and hurried. They made a beeline towards a building as it happened. Seth saw as they started vanishing. The first was silent, and then started the screams when they realized what was happening to them. Now he was wide awake, and his heart turned cold. Rumbling and hysteric screams echoed between the canyons of concrete and steel. A shiver ran down his spine. He watched as all the leftover figures started running, but it didn't save them. They, too, vanished into the high grass as if the earth itself had swallowed them. What could make something of that size disappear in a moment? Seth retreated from the window and sat on the ground holding his head. The system had shown him pictures of portals, so he had expected foreign creatures to appear. But what kind of creature came through that could just hunt things like these ogre-sized creatures? He took a few deep breaths to calm down. Whatever it was outside. He was safe for now, as long as he didn't leave, maybe. It's not like he could do anything about it for now. He cast a last glance outside the window where everything was quiet again and went into the kitchen after calming down. A productive day starts with a greasy meal. He fried the meat he had left with some noodles left from yesterday and filled his stomach to the brim. Living the rationing life. It seemed that the system really boosted the recovery of fatigue, since he felt quite refreshed after just a few hours of sleep and a hearty meal. This felt almost like a healing factor. Seth laughed to himself. He checked, and it was still dark outside. Should he start forging? Or should he check on his neighbors? It wouldn't hurt. Maybe they even knew something important? It was just going down the hallway, but he decided not to leave his home unprepared. Who knew what could happen? He stuffed all the iron he had made yesterday into his inventory, together with his water and food. Seth equipped himself with the best gear he had found so far. A thick leather jacket that increased his defense by a little, sturdy leather boots, and the cane of his grandfather. Seth hadn't really expected this, but do not underestimate a walking stick. Blacksmith's eyes told him it was his best weapon. Old cane. Common. Damage, 10 to 17. Durability, 22 of 25. An old strolling stick made of a sturdy piece of oak fitted with a heavy brass knob. Can cause stagger and knockout with a critical hit. All geared up, he first probed the situation in the hallways with the peephole. Still, no blood and gore covering the white walls of the hallway or the tiles of the floor. As he opened the door and wanted to step out, a message popped up in front of him. You are about to leave the safe zone. Once you have left the safe zone, it will dissolve and you cannot return. Are you sure you wish to leave the safe zone? Y/N. Seth hesitated. Nope. He chose in and stepped back into his apartment. It wasn't really that important to check on his neighbors now, right? Yeah. He was still good on food and water anyway. Seth totally lacked the preparation he wanted. Before he left, guaranteed safety behind once and for all. He put the jacket and the cane beside the door and went back to the living room where he summoned the spirit smithy. Grinding it was. Time to turn this mediocre iron into knives. He would use the arduous work to push those unsettling thoughts aside. After making dozens of knives and small stuff like arrowheads yesterday, Seth felt ready to try the free creation. He wanted to see the difference and how far he could go without the direct help of the system. He followed the same steps and movements that were already ingrained into him yesterday. He started with making a throwing knife. It was harder to estimate the temperature, and he often missed the right spots when forging the iron. But this actually felt better. It was him, Seth, creating something without outside help. He also got a much better feeling of where to hit and how strong. Working like this for the first time ignited a flame in his heart. He had still felt a little conflicted about getting a crafting class until now, but now Seth felt a passion growing within him. He really wanted to grow his class and skills, not just for survival. After managing to forge the rough shape and quenching it successfully in the barrel, Seth ground it into a sharp knife barely resembling the throwing knife from the blueprint. Ding! You have successfully created an item without guidance. Dex +1. Surprised by the announcement, he checked the knife with his blacksmith's eyes, but it was nothing out of the ordinary. It was a little worse than the last ones he did with the system's help. Low-quality throwing knife. Common. Damage, 2 to 4. Durability, 5 out of 5. A recognizable throwing knife by an aspiring blacksmith. When you throw it, you might even hurt someone else but yourself. Still, a lot better than his first try with the system. And he did it all alone. The real surprise hit Seth when he checked his skills. He had actually gained a lot more proficiency for this throwing knife. It was almost double as much as for the ones he made with blueprints. Time went by as he tried doing the other weapons he had tried, like arrowheads and daggers. No matter what he made, free creation gave him double the points on average. This was great, considering that the skill needed more and more experience to level up. Seth decided to choose a more complex blueprint now. He would use the blueprint to get a feeling for the process, and then try doing it in free creation. Seth chose a long hunting knife. It had a long blade and looked similar to a Bowie knife. It was more complicated and had more parts he needed to make. The blade, a handguard, a pommel, and a wooden handle. It was a lot more exhausting than the simple thing he did before, even with the guidance. In the end, after several hours of work, he failed twice out of 3 attempts. But Seth still gained huge amounts of proficiency. He had leveled straight up to LV6 in one go. Plopping down on a chair that had survived his material gathering, Seth took out a water bottle from the inventory and started drinking in big gulps. He choked when he looked out the window. The outside was still immersed in the twilight. He looked at his phone, 12 p.m. What was going on? 6. Preparations. It was already noon and still dark outside. Was this also an apocalyptic scenario? Did the sun go on a strike and didn't wish to work today? Looking out the windows, he saw the city submerged in the twilight. He opened the window and leaned outside to look at the sky. What the? He muttered when he saw why there was no light. It wasn't the sun unwilling to work, it was the canopy of a gargantuan tree that was covering the sky above the city and blocking out the light. The tree even outclassed the skyscrapers in the city center. It looked like an oak with half a dozen thick main branches reaching across the city's sky and almost touching the ground some kilometers away. It was like a dome encompassing almost half the city. When did this even grow? Looking up to the branch that kept splitting off the main one, Seth saw something dangling. Oh fuck! His eyes widened and his heart sunk. He had found the giant creature from last night. The oak's branches were covered in vines, and on the vines, hung like criminals on the gallows, were desiccated corpses. Not just the hulking creatures, but also corpses from other humanoids, like the goblin he had seen and humans. How did those end up there? Seth pulled out the binoculars of his father he had found yesterday among his stuff. As if covered in fairy lights, the branches of the tree were filled with vines holding dried-up bodies in colorful casual clothes. Some of them wore jackets and backpacks. Had they left the safe zones and tried to get out? Looking with the binoculars, he saw that they were not actually hanging like hanged, but the vines were penetrating and growing through the bodies. He could also see small glowing orbs beside the dead. Soul, tiny crafting material. Common. It was Spirit Capture LV.1 jumping into action. But wait! Didn't it say he could only see the souls of recently deceased bodies? Did this mean that these bodies up there were only recently turned into these mummies? His blood turned cold. Had so many things happened while he tried to grind out an advantage? Ding! You have witnessed the terror of Field Boss. The Hanging Tree. Experience gained. The world was really moving fast now. A field boss had spawned? Seth felt like he had to act, so he wasn't left behind. Looking between the forge and the window, he hesitated. He had wanted to take the safe route and grind as much as he could without leaving safety. But judging from the corpses on the tree, he might not be safe if he stayed for much longer. Didn't have the time. Instead of following his original plan and grinding the hunting knife, he decided to shoot for gear to go outside. Sounds from outside interrupted his thinking. Looks like I wasn't the only one who noticed the changes. He leaned out the window again. Looking down at the street, he saw a group of 3 waiting through the high grass on the street below. They also wore backpacks, and in their hands they actually held weapons. The guys in the front had a sword and a mace, and the girl behind them had a staff. Did they get starter gear for their classes? When he looked with the binoculars, they looked very young, maybe a group of schoolmates. They had started shouting. Seth knew this scene, but he could actually see more in the current twilight than during the night. The big guy with the mace had his mouth suddenly covered by an agile vine that shot up from the high grass around them. It pulled him down to the ground without him being able to make a sound. His teammates turned around, but there was only a trail in the grass where he was pulled away along the ground. They couldn't, but Seth could see what happened then. The trail vanished in a narrow alley, but looking up, Seth saw the silhouette of the body rising towards the branches above, to find its place among the others up there. The vine had actually entered his mouth, penetrated his head, and exited from his eye. Seth could see the soul appearing. Isekai was already dead. When Seth finally managed to avert his eyes, the other two had also vanished. Sword Boy and Staff Girl were nowhere to be seen. A shiver went down his spine. Seth realized that the outside would only become more dangerous. He needed to get away from this tree as far as possible. But what could he do against those vines? It was so dark and quiet, and this time he could actually feel calm reaction suppressing his panic. He had to think. What could he do? How could he get away? They were silent, so he first needed to see them. He already had an idea concerning that. But he also needed a way to fight them if they came for him. He was a blacksmith. Seth stood up and came before the forge. Looking through the catalog of basic blueprints, he looked for something he might be able to make to help him. The first thing he came across was an axe. Lumberjack's axe. Common. Damage, 8 to 30. Durability, 50. A lumberjack's axe, perfect to cut down trees all day long. Grants 2x damage against plants. This could have worked, but the axe needed wood for a shaft, and he didn't have something in a fitting size. But this gave him another idea. He couldn't find it in the catalog, so he decided to try to make the blueprint himself. It was the first time he opened the blueprinting interface for real. It was easier than he had expected. Since he didn't create something completely new, but recreated something from his knowledge, the system actually assisted in creating the model and augmented parameters. He chose mediocre iron as the material. What the blueprint showed, in the end, was a hybrid between a machete and a scythe, a billhook. Common. Damage, 5 to 25. Durability, 30. This sharp tool for cutting down branches and shrubbery can also act as a versatile weapon. Grants 2.5x damage against small and mid-sized plant-based enemies. Grants 1.5x damage against big plant-based enemies. Can cause bleeding. This was the best weapon he could think of to fend off those creepy vines. He had elongated it a bit for more range and slimmed it down a little to lower the weight and save material. Now he only had to succeed in making it, and he had no idea how often he would have to try. The billhook wasn't as complex as the hunting knife, but it had a lot more material he had to move and a more difficult shape. Seth grabbed a whole bar of mediocre iron and started the blueprint for the billhook. It took him 2 hours for his first attempt, which ended in a failure when the metal broke during the quenching. His second attempt succeeded, but it was an ugly and heavy result that was barely usable. The third was also a failure. He had burned the metal in the forge. The evening was approaching. The twilight would soon start to darken. Seth was exhausted and decided to take a break and eat something. When he opened the fridge to get some cheese, he found out that the grid had finally broken down. The electricity was gone. Water was still working, though. Making a hard decision, he just ate everything that was still in the fridge. Seth felt a lot better after eating something. The system was really awesome. He looked out into the darkness. In case this attempt succeeded, he would still have some twilight to get away from the tree. If not, he would keep working and travel during the night. It wasn't that much brighter anyway. Seth wouldn't wait any longer once his preparations were finished. The next attempt was actually another failure. The blade had looked very promising, but it developed a lot of cracks when he quenched it. It still actually gave him more than the crappy one he successfully finished, pushing his skill to Blacksmith. Beginner, LV8, 11%. It was night again outside. At this point, he was actually worried. What could possibly change tonight? Following a deep breath, he started his 5th attempt. He actually had a good feeling after the last one. Forging the blade, Seth's strikes hit accurate most of the time. The quenching went well. Grinding was hard but succeeded. Once he fitted the handle, he finally heard the announcement. Ding! You have created a billhook. Blacksmith proficiency gained. 7. Leaving home. Seth had finally succeeded. The billhook looked good and felt good in his hands. He knew without using the blacksmith's eyes that it was a good weapon. Still, he appraised it. Billhook. Common. Damage, 10 to 20. Durability, 25. This sharp tool for cutting down branches and shrubbery can also act as a versatile weapon. It was made by an aspiring blacksmith and has some defects. Grants 2.3x damage against small and mid-sized plant-based enemies. Grants 1.3x damage against big plant-based enemies. Can cause bleeding. It fell short of the optimal parameters, but it was definitely the best weapon he could get in his situation. Seth was finally armed and ready. Well, no, he was armed, however there were still things he needed to do. First, he smelted the failed scrap metal, and then everything that wasn't iron and was spared before, like brass and copper from decorations. This unexpectedly brought his smelting to LV7. Seth went to the forge and entered the free creation. He hammered a few ingots into thin iron plates and punched holes along the rim. Seth wanted to augment the sturdy leather jacket with metal plates and planned to make rivets from the brass and copper, which meant that he had to forge them into rods before cutting them to size. He only made it roughly, so it didn't take too long. Seth affixed plates along the arms like vambraces, 2 rows of 7 on his back, and he put a wider one on the left side of the jacket, above his heart. Ding! You have created your first piece of armor. N+1. Reinforced jacket. Common. Phys. Def, 25. Durability, 45 of 50. A leather jacket reinforced with iron plates by an aspiring blacksmith. It's not much, but better than nothing. He was quite satisfied with the outcome, even when it wasn't as cool as he hoped. Together with his sturdy boots, his defense has increased by 1/3. Sturdy leather boots. Common. Phys.def, 5. Durability, 18 of 20. A normal pair of good leather boots. Seth put the remaining iron ingots and brass rods into his inventory. He had thought about making a shield, but he didn't have enough wood to make a wooden one, and he didn't have the time or skills to make something that big from iron. Now was the time to finish preparations. The inventory held the things he definitely didn't want to lose. A stack of about 30 mediocre iron bars, a stack of 10 brass rods, leather, a stack of 35 water bottles, 1.5L each. One slot was his grandfather's cane, and he also put his father's binoculars in there, so they wouldn't break if he fell or something. The rest of the slots were filled with the food he had left, like canned soup, packets of noodles, and a pot to cook. Seth went to the room that had belonged to his parents before. From a drawer, he took a small pendant and wore it. It was small and round, made from gold. It felt smooth in his hand, and when he opened it, there was actually a picture of his parents inside. Memories started to surface, but Seth pushed those to the back of his mind and put the pendant under his shirt. He needed to concentrate now. He packed his backpack with some of the food he couldn't put in the inventory, clothes, and a pan. Also, the buckles and straps he had scavenged from other clothing. Looking around his apartment, he tried to think whether he had forgotten anything. Maybe a compass would be good? And his smartphone was also leaving with him, as long as it had power. Remembering Isekai, he thought of his motorcycle helmet he had lying around from when actually still had a bike, but he already had so little vision at night. Seth didn't think it would help a lot. Before he left, he checked his status, just to make sure. Name, Seth Smith. Title, faster than a thought. Level, 1. EXP, 80%. Race, Orihuma. Sex, male. Age, 23. Class, Spirit Blacksmith unique. Affiliation, none. Health, 1000 of 1000. Mana, 100, INTX 10. Strength, 13. Dexterity, 17. Agility, 12. Intelligence, 10. Willpower, 10. Endurance, 14. Personality, 7. Luck, 15. Free AP, attribute points 10. Defense. Physical, 122, 42 plus 50 plus 25 plus 5. Magical, 45, 20 plus 25. Fire resistance, 50%. Skill window. Calm reaction, passive, LV1. Blacksmith, beginner, LV8, 51%. Blacksmith SI's LV1. Smelting, beginner, LV7, 11%. Blueprint, beginner, LV2. Weapon mastery, beginner, LV1. Spirit smithy LV1. Spirit capture LV1. Everything seemed fine. He was in top form. This has to do for now, he said to himself as he went to the door. You are about to leave the safe zone. Once you have left the safe zone, it will dissolve and you cannot return. Are you sure you wish to leave the safe zone? Y/N. Seth chose Y and stepped outside into the dark hallway. Ding! Welcome, adventurer. You are the 344th to leave the safety zone willingly in this region. Ding! Title, Explorer, gained. You are among the first 1,000 of your region to leave the safety zone. Ding! Active skill, Map LV1 acquired, thanks to title, Explorer. You have entered Field Boss. The Hanging Tree, Sphere of Influence. An ominous fear is entering you from the twilight. Seth felt an irrational fear spreading in him. His heart raced, and he started sweating. As he was about to fall into panic, calm reaction kicked in. Ding! Title, Bold, gained. Entering the sphere of a field boss as a level 1 is truly bold. Ding! Passive skill, Fear resistance acquired, thanks to title, Bold. As he was calming down, he looked through the messages and checked his status. He just went outside and gained 2 titles and 2 skills. Map actually opened a map window, but only places he had visited were shown. He looked down the hallway, but could only see ink-black darkness. He pulled his phone from his pocket and used the flashlight to illuminate the hallway. Ding! Passive skill. Fear resistance LV1 has become LV2. He regretted lighting up the hallway. The walls were covered in roots that were growing from the walls. He really would have preferred the gore to this. At least the floor has withstood the attempts of nature to penetrate it. He walked down the hallway towards the staircase and came by his neighbor's door. The door was actually left ajar. Seth pushed the door open only to find his neighbor's home being also overgrown with roots. A dried-up corpse was actually sitting in his recliner. It was totally covered in spindly thin roots, like a doll made of twigs. It looked totally macabre and disturbing. "Don't mind me, old friend," Seth told him, shrugged his shoulders, and looked for the kitchen. His neighbor wouldn't miss the food anymore. What could be stacked went into the inventory, What couldn't was rationed on the spot. What couldn't be rationed went into the backpack. Not that there was much left. Seth left his neighbor's place with a few more days' worth of food and actually quite a lot of canned stuff. His neighbor seemed better prepared than him. Too bad he had died early. He didn't take any crafting material. There was neither the space nor time for it. Stepping back into the dark hallway, Seth made his way to the staircase. It was completely overgrown. Vines and roots were embracing the handrails and hanging down from the stairs above. However, they didn't seem to belong to the skull penetration kind. They just hung there and did nothing. Still, Seth was walking around with the billhook in hand, in case some naughty vine was just playing dead. When he came to the lobby, Seth finally got his gore. The front door had been broken open, and there were the mangled corpses of some humans and goblins. The humans had actually been armed. Did everyone but him get starter weapons? He picked up a sword from the ground. Sword. Basic. Damage, 3 to 7. Durability, 4 out of 8. A simple mass-produced sword. Wow, this was almost worse than his trashy throwing knives. Seth put the sword back, no time, no space. He finally closed in on the gaping hole, where the front door once was, and stepped outside into the night. 8. Burning the midnight fuel. Stepping out of the door, he stood at the top of a staircase that led down to the boardwalk. Well, now it was a meadow of high grass. Seth walked down the staircase until he stood on level ground. Summon Spirit Smithy! The skill worked, despite the grass, and the Spirit Smithy appeared before him, flattening the grass it stood on. Seth pulled out a table leg he had gotten from his neighbor's place. It was a lot better for this. That was what he had prepared. Determined, he held it into the eerie white flames of the Spirit Smithy. The soul fire easily turned the wood into a torch. Seth threw the torch into the sea of grass. Let's see you hide now. He would burn the grass around him so he could see the vines. But even Seth was surprised at the result. The soul fire jumped into the grass and spread like a wildfire. With an insane speed, it shot along the overgrown streets, devouring all the vegetation it came in contact with. And it wasn't just this street. Moments later, he could see the cold white light of his soul fire shining from everywhere in the city, licking about between the rows of houses and illuminating the hanging tree from below. Seth's jaw fell open, watching the calamity unfold. A sea of flames filled his vision, and then a smile crept up his face. He knew that feeling from clips of natural disasters, if you saw something so big and fascinating happen, that you could not help but smile and laugh. Ding! Title: Arsonist gained. You have set a city aflame and are fascinated by your own deed. Ding! Passive skill: Fire Affinity LV1 acquired, thanks to title, Arsonist, and skills, Blacksmith, Smelting, Spirit Smithy. Hey! Wait! That's not cool. This is a legitimate tactic, okay? I'm not doing this for fun, he argued, but really couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Ding! You have killed Hanging Trees Vine LD3 experience gained. Ding! You have killed Hanging Trees Vine LD2 experience gained. Ding! You have leveled up. You are now LD.2. Ding! You have killed Hanging Trees Vine LD3 experience gained. A whole bunch of messages dinged through. Seth was really startled this time. He was afraid the system had suddenly decided to answer him when he argued back. Listening to the notification, Seth noticed that it didn't mention anything other than vines. Had everything that entered the sea of grass died? And level up? When he looked at his status, he was already LV3, and it was fast approaching LV4. The fire really did a great work in collecting him experience. The grass around was already burned down, and the vicinity turned dark again. He would better hurry to get away. Who knew what would happen if someone found out that he had burned down the boss's home field? He fell into a moderate running, using his phone to light up the path. The streets were still filled with burning hot air, even after the flames left, but Seth could handle it with his resistance. The newly gained affinity made him actually feel quite cozy in this kind of environment. His ears were ringing when the kill messages had finally slowed down a little. When he checked his status again, he was already LV4, close to LV5, and had gained another 26 free AP. There was actually a new entry SP, skill points. He had 3 now, could he? As he was focused on his status, he saw something moving in the corner of his eyes. He jumped away and fell to the ground before he could even register what exactly it was. Turning back, he saw a half-burned vine. The skull penetration kind. It was lit up by the phone he had lost during the landing. Seth whipped around with the billhook and managed to cleanly cut the vine before it could launch at him again. Ding! You have killed Hanging Tree's Vine. LV4 experience gained. Ding! Skill, Weapon Mastery, Beginner, LV1 has become LV2. Ding! Passive skill, Calm Reaction. LV1 has become LV2. He looked at the cut-off part of the vine, and Blacksmith's eyes actually told him that it could be a crafting material, but all he could see was, in its description, was the skill level too low? Anyway, he had to get out of there, so he stuffed the vine in his backpack and kept running towards the outskirts of the city, where the tree's canopy didn't reach. Ding! You have leveled up. You are now LV5. Ding! Inventory has been extended. Ding! New class skill has been unlocked. Check your skill window. Huh? There were more. Seth didn't stop to check, he kept going without looking back. At least the headache-inducing kill messages had stopped soon after he reached LV5. He met a few more vines on his way to the rim, but they were no problem. They actually helped leveling his weapon mastery to LV3. But he didn't get cocky this time. The early levels were always easy. At dawn, when the sky slowly became brighter and the sun peeked over the horizon, Seth had finally reached the edge of the tree crown. There was only one problem. From the lowest branches hang a curtain of vines. The fire wasn't able to destroy those vines above LV4, even though they were steaming. Looking for a solution, his eyes fell on the manhole covers. He sighed. Whatever. He summoned the spirit smithy and forged a hook to open the manhole covers with. Surprisingly, there was no stench when he entered the sewer. Oh! He muttered when he saw the reason why. The whole underground was filled with roots. He should have known it. Of course, this place would be full of this stuff too. Seth squinted, annoyed. You know, what worked once? He mumbled, resigned. Ding! Passive skill Fire Affinity. LV1 has become LV2. Soon the sewers were filled with white flames. The place was instantly filled with dark, stinking smoke, and Seth fled back to the surface. Smoke was also rising from the manhole covers in close vicinity, but it didn't really spread like last time. On the other hand, that didn't mean it was useless. Although the roots didn't burn away, the crown actually seemed to shake in pain, making the vines at the edge sway. It swayed just enough. Seth took this chance, ran up and dove through the gap below the vines, without being noticed. You have left field, boss. The Hanging Tree. Sphere of influence. He could physically feel the pressure of constant fear that had burdened him since leaving home fall off his shoulders. Hopefully this meant that he wouldn't encounter any more of those vines. Seth didn't look back and started to sprint. Burning trees and broken ruins lined the roads. Gradually he saw more buildings and ruins overgrown with vegetation. A few minutes later, he finally came to stop at a place the fire had not reached. Here the broken streets were still covered in grass, but it wasn't as high. A lot more buildings had been destroyed by the growing forest. They were higher, and the whole area resembled the picture Seth had seen of old temples that had been reclaimed by jungle. The undergrowth started affecting his field of view, so Seth slowed down and finally came to stand still. He tried to catch his breath As he scanned his surroundings, anything could be lurking to jump him in this kind of environment. Of all the things I imagined, this wasn't it when I heard Apocalypse. 9. First quest? He looked at the map, which showed a several kilometer long, more or less straight stretch from his home to here. This place was even marked on the map as jungle biome. Why is there a tropical jungle, in the outskirts? He complained, panting. The humid air made his clothes stick to his skin, and it didn't really help that he wore a thick leather jacket. Seth had actually hoped to get somewhere with less green. You can say whatever you want about a wasteland, but at least it's a lot harder for things to hide. Gi. Seth faintly heard noises not too far away. He had jinxed it. It sounded similar to the goblin he had killed in the tutorial. Seeing a more or less intact building, he slowly sneaked over and entered the dark gaping hole left by the broken down door. The inside wasn't pretty. Smashed furniture, broken glass from the windows, dirt and roots covered the floor. He walked down a short hallway and to the right. It was the living room. On the sofa were some mangled corpses. They looked as if wild beasts and gnawed on them. The stench was unbearable, but at least they were no sucked dry mummies. He hoped that this meant that he really wouldn't meet any more vines. Seth could hear the noises outside getting louder, so he anticipated that he wouldn't leave the house anytime soon. Since he was here anyways, he could look for something usable. Other than the living room, he found a dining room, a small bathroom, and the kitchen on the ground level. The fridge had been ripped open, with the door lying on the ground. Its contents were spread all over the floor, with some squished and other having bite marks. The rest of the kitchen looked similar, with nothing left he could take with him. The squeaking and snarling noises were now really close. When he looked down the hallway, he could see a group of goblins outside on the street. He decided to go up the stairs to avoid being seen. Looking around the upper floor, he found a bigger bathroom and a children's room and the bedroom. Seth rushed back out, about to puke. It was calm reaction that forced the urge back down. Leaning against the wall outside the door, he slid down to the ground. What the F? He mumbled when he remembered the pictures of what he just saw. On the wide bed, in the middle of the room, lay the corpse of a woman. If only it was just that. She had been strapped to the bed with crude ropes. Her whole body, and especially her privates, were horribly mutilated. She was covered in bite wounds, cuts, blood, and more. Something had fun doing its worst to make her death a long and painful procedure. And to top it off, the body wasn't nearly as old as the two below. Seth had even caught a glimpse at the soul hovering above it. This woman had survived. He even believed to have seen a starter weapon lying on the floor. She had survived the apocalypse to find this kind of tragic end. A noise from downstairs alarmed him. Did it come back? Maybe it were the goblins? Did they do this and came back to check? He swallowed hard and entered the bedroom, closing the door behind him. This was the only door that wasn't broken up here, and he definitely wanted to have a door between him and what was down there. Even if he had to go back in there, he entered and locked the door behind himself. When he turned around, he was a lot calmer. It was even worse than before. She had chunks of meat bitten out of her arms and legs, while she was still alive. The wound had bled. She must have had fought a lot. The ropes at her wrists and ankles had dug deep in her flesh. Seth wasn't an emotional person, but rage was growing in his chest. As if it had felt his feelings, the soul had started floating towards him. It had a tinge of red, and was a little bigger than the pure white ones he had seen on the hanging tree. Vengeful soul, small, crafting material, uncommon. A soul filled with rage and wishes to take revenge on its enemies. Seth didn't do anything. The soul was just gently floating up and down in front of him. Ding! A quest has been triggered. Quest: Revenge of the Fallen. Difficulty C. You have encountered the horrifying murder scene of one of your fellow players. Despite the desperate situation she had not given up. Even after death, her soul still wishes for revenge. Will you help her with her revenge? Requirement: kill goblins 0/10, kill orc 0 out of 1. Rewards: vengeful soul, small, 3000 EXP. Do you accept the quest? He didn't know how much 3000 EXP actually was, but Seth gladly accepted the quest. It even confirmed that the culprit had been goblins. What a cliché, Seth mumbled. But was it really a cliché when it truly happened? The soul had vanished after he had confirmed his decision. It was probably stored in a special space for pending quest rewards or something. Now what? Seth had a quest. He needed to kill 10 goblins and an orc. He was pretty sure that some of his quest targets were downstairs. Maybe they would come up to look for there. He grimaced. He would mess those little up. He opened the door and used the billhook's handle to smack the hallway's wall to lure them up. He also took out the cane. It had more reach and was better than an empty hand. The woman's weapon had been a staff, but it was broken, so he couldn't use that. The sounds of steps on the stairs announced the arrival of his opponents. It sounded like 3 or 4. Seth wasn't dumb. He wouldn't fight an open battle. He would ambush them the moment they opened the door. Not long later, the door swung open, and a goblin jumped in, just to be greeted by a massive brass knob smashing its face. The goblin crumbled on the floor and didn't get up anymore. Such an enthusiastic hello had shocked his little companions, which resulted with a billhook piercing one of their heads and popping out an eyeball on the way back out. Seth kicked the goblin on the ground away, jumped back, and slammed the door shut again. One of the pair that was left had reacted a little faster than his friend and jumped forward, which rewarded him a broken nose as the door hit him in the face, with one only reacting now, and the other falling back after being hit by the door. The door opened again, and the billhook saved him the worries about his broken nose. Now Seth stood face to face with the last goblin. Its eyes ripped wide open as it screamed, faltered, and fled. Well, an attempt was made. Seth rushed after it and smashed its skull from behind with a swing of his cane. Ding! Skill Weapon Mastery, Beginner, LV2 had become LV3. Ding! Skill Weapon Mastery, Beginner, LV3 had become LV4. Seth went back to the room and finished off the first goblin, who was only unconscious. He knew, because had not gotten a kill notification for this one. They had all been LV3 and brought him a few % experience and 3 soul tiny. They were the first thing he killed that dropped souls. This strategy had actually worked quite well, but Seth doubted that it would work a second time. If more goblins came, then to look for their lost companions, they would be alarmed and hard to ambush. Once the adrenaline rush had died down and his hands stopped shaking, he went downstairs. Leaving the house via the back door led him to a small yard, or what was left of it after Mother Nature went berserk. But he found enough space to summon the spirit smithy. Good, he mumbled and went back upstairs to get the goblin bodies. Seth had come up with a good use for these guys. There would be a great surprise waiting for their friends. 10. What worked twice. It took longer than Seth had expected, but after some time, there appeared a group of goblins. It were 8 goblins led by a creature about the size of a human. This was probably the orc. It wasn't the weird pig-like kind that some northeastern novels featured, but the green-skinned kind he knew from games. A rough description would be a skin with a moss-green tint, long pointy ears like an elf, a body full of muscles, and a lower jaw featuring a pair of big tusks. When one of the goblins came close to the house, it spotted the corpses of their companions Seth had placed there. The goblins found one of their own on the front lawn. Another was draped over the sofa Seth had placed to block the front door. Big Guy, as Seth named the orc, shouted something at the goblins in a guttural language. 2 of them split off and stayed in front of the house, while the rest climbed over the sofa into the house. Big piles of rubbish, broken furniture and branches were piled up at the front door and along the hallway. Here they found another body, and the last one on the stairs. Big Guy also entered the house after listening to their hectic squeaking to see for himself. It was time. Seth returned to the yard unnoticed, through the small hole in the thicket he had made with the billhook. Big Guy made his way upstairs, following the trail of blood. He knew that up there was one of his toys the goblins had captured for him. But why had they been up there? It had already died yesterday. Maybe he could find a clue up there. The gobs didn't have the brain to do much more than eat, F***ck and kill. What works twice also works a third time, Seth stated with conviction, as he set fire to the heap of rubbish he had piled up at the back door. Like before in the grass, the fire traveled along a trail of frying oil with tremendous speed. Almost instantly it lit up all the trash piles across the house and set it aflame. Burn, he said with a glimmer in his eyes. Ding! Passive skill. Fire affinity LV2 had become LV3. Big Guy was halfway up the stairs, when suddenly a pale white flame passed him, traveling up the handrails. Shocked, he looked back down only to see a sea of flames. When had this happened? The goblins behind were already rushing towards the front door only to see that it was blocked by a wall of flames created by the burning sofa and trash piles. Turning around again, Big Guy ran up the stairs as fast as he could, but the flames were already licking towards him from the top of the stairs. He could hear the agonizing cries of the goblins in front. He saw their burning silhouettes rolling on the floor and writhing in pain. And he himself was cornered on the stairs. Flames from above, flames from below, and the fire from the handrails had already jumped onto his rough clothes, burning his skin. Seth could also hear the tragic howls of the screaming goblins within the burning house. But contrary to Big Guy's panic, Seth felt quite satisfied as he also heard the ding of kill notifications. He was waiting on the front lawn. The 2 goblin guards had already been cleaned up by him. He stood in the front yard enjoying the show. Seth had come up with this idea because he felt the urge to give that woman a dignified burial. That whole scene up there should really just vanish from this world. And what would be better than fire? Now even her murderers were burning to death with her. If this could not satisfy a vengeful ghost, then nothing would. Just as Seth started wondering why he had not gotten a notification about the orc, a loud bang could be heard from the house's wall. With a rain of bricks and debris, a charred orc charged a hole into the house's wall and flopped down on the front lawn. Ha ha! He had survived. Big Guy had collected all the strength he had left and managed to break the wall at the corner he was trapped in. Air! Oh, fresh air! His skin was burned black and terrifying pain surged when he moved, but he was alive. He was overwhelmed by the euphoria of having survived. He laughed and took deep breath as he laid there in the grass, until a shadow fell on him. It was a tall, lanky human with sickly pale skin. His cold eyes looked down on Big Guy as he brushed back his untamed mane of hair and sighed. Really? Why couldn't you be obedient and die up there, huh? Big Guy's happiness was cut short. Literally. By a billhook. Ding! You have killed juvenile orc LV7 experience gained. Ding! You have completed the quest Revenge of the Fallen. You have earned 3000 EXP and Vengeful Soul, small dot. Ding! Title, Overachiever gained. You completed a quest with over 100% completion. Purse +1 and +1. Yet another title. It didn't seem very hard to gain titles from the system. The 3000 EXP were about a tenth of his experience bar, and about as much as he got for all the goblins together. Seth looked on as the orc soul left its body. It was a little bigger than the souls he had seen before. Soul, medium, crafting material, uncommon. The joy of finding another uncommon souls was dampened by the fact that he couldn't collect it with his skill. Seth had to wait for the house to burn down anyways, so he chose to take a look at his status. He had a hunch about those SPs. Name: Seth Smith. Title: Faster Than a Thought. Level: 5. EXP: 28%. Race: Orihuma. Sex: male. Age: 23. Class: Spirit Blacksmith Unique. Affiliation: none. Health: 1000 of 1000. Mana: 110, INTX 10. Strength: 13. Dexterity: 17. Agility: 12. Intelligence: 11. Willpower: 10. Endurance: 14. Personality: 8. Luck: 15. Free AP, Attribute Points 45. Free SP, Skill Points 4. Defense: Physical, 122, 42 plus 50 plus 25 plus 5. Magical, 45, 20 plus 25. Fire Resistance, 80%, 50% plus 30%. Skill Window: Calm Reaction Passive, LV2. Blacksmith, Beginner, LV8, 51%. Blacksmith's Eyes, LV1. Smelting, Beginner, LV7, 11%. Blueprint, Beginner, LV2. Weapon Mastery, Beginner, LV4, 45%. Spirit Smithy, LV1. Spirit Capture, LV1. Map, LV1. Fear Resistance, LV2. Fire Affinity, LV3. Soul Infusion, LV1. When Seth concentrated on SP, he actually got an explanation. There were different kinds of skills, those based on proficiency like Blacksmith, which he could grind, and those he couldn't, like Spirit Forge. They were based on enlightenment or achievements. Those skills could also be raised with SPs. When he chose SP, he got a similar menu to when he chose AP. It showed a list of skills he could add points to. He was already sold on leveling up Spirit Smithy and Soul Capture. He wanted to see how Spirit Smithy would change. While pondering about what other skills he should raise, if any at all, he noticed Soul Infusion. Was this the new class skill? Soul Infusion. Requirements: Spirit Blacksmith LV5. Grants the Spirit Blacksmith the ability to infuse souls into his works during the forging process. This grants the material higher durability/damage/defense and magic conductivity. A primitive form of enchantment. So there were more class skills unlocked when he reached a specific level? Maybe there were other requirements too. It was definitely an interesting skill, but souls were limited, so he would really have to pick and choose when to infuse them. The skill wasn't too helpful at the moment. In the end, he also chose Blacksmith's Eyes. He still had those cut-off vines that only showed, and really wanted to know. It would also be good if he could identify uncommon materials other than souls too. He would keep one free SP just in case. 11. Into Dark Woods. Seth was fiddling with his status when he heard a sharp cry like an eagle's in the sky. The sound pierced his eardrums and instantly gave him a headache. Shielding his eyes, Seth looked up into the sky, trying to see through the gaps between trees. It was a shadow. A big shadow. So big that Seth instantly jumped into the ruins of a half-broken house to hide. Whatever it was, he didn't want to meet it. But fate obviously had different plans. The shadow dove towards the ground and stopped above the front lawn of the burning house. With an earth-shattering thump, the figure landed where Seth had stood but a moment ago. Terrifying big claws clasped down on the torso as a sharp black beak tore into the burned body of the headless orc. The best description Seth could come up with was calling it a griffin. The creature had the muscular build of a lion and the head of a raptor. On the other hand, it had 3 snakes for tails and big leathery bat wings, fitting its black leathery skin glinting in the sun like polished leather. He was pretty sure a griffin wasn't supposed to look like this, but he would call it that for now. The griffin must have been lured here by the smell of burning flesh. It was enthusiastically digging into the half-fried orc, and if Seth was lucky, it would take its time and eat the goblins too. "Don't notice me! Don't notice me!" he chanted in his mind, and turned around to peer into the darkness behind him. Leaving the feasting predator behind, Seth slowly and quietly crawled deeper into the ruined house. He twitched every time he made a noise. Any sound felt way too loud in this situation. Seth even controlled his breathing, keeping it as shallow as possible, hiding in the overgrown undergrowth. Only pieces of walls indicated that there had been another half of this house. Everything was moist, covered in vines and moss, as if it had been destroyed for decades. It was a really disturbing sight, if one knew that this happened in just the last 2 or so days. After Seth was sure that he was far enough away, he stood up again to keep walking. Using the map as an indication, he took a relatively straight path into the woods. Somewhere in this direction was Deltan, or City D, was a satellite city in the north, closer to the coast. Deltan had fallen victim to an earthquake some months ago, and was supposed to be mostly in ruins right now. This was what Seth counted on. What he needed to level his skills were resources. And after testing the inventory, he was sure that he could harvest the steel from reinforced concrete. So for now, Seth planned to build a base in Deltan and concentrate on growing his skills. He just hoped the woods would end at some point. If he kept going in a straight line, the forest would have to end at some point, right? Time passed slowly. Ding! Thanks to continuous training you have gained END +1. Seth didn't meet a lot of monsters, mostly giant insects he avoided with a passion. But the climate and exhaustion of walking and cutting a path into the dense thicket got to him. Seth had to take a break. He had been going for several hours, and the daylight was starting to dim again. He hadn't slept for almost a day. Even with his grown attributes, this was as far as he could go for now. Should he start investing attribute points? He had really wanted to get as much attribute points as possible by training, before using his free ones. It couldn't be helped for now. He clapped his hand and decided to eat something. When in doubt, fill your stomach. Seth summoned the spirit smithy. After dimming the flame a little, he used the fire of the forge to fry a big portion of beans in his pan. He felt like a bandit in a spaghetti western. Filling his stomach with beans restored some of his stamina. A good rest and meal had calmed Seth's mind down. He thought about his situation and had an idea. He wanted to train up the attributes corresponding to his class, like STR and DX, so he wouldn't waste attribute points. But there was another attribute that could help him right now, and was a pain in the butt to train for him: agility. Agility was the coordinated movement of the body. Movement speed, reaction speed, evasion rate, stamina consumption. His AGI was quite good from the start, but it hadn't grown ever since. Seth had an inkling that the growth of AGI might have a restriction thanks to his class. That's why he decided to dump some of his free AP in AGI and bring it up to 20, making it his highest attribute for now. The effect was immediate. His body's movements became lighter and smoother, and he felt that he had a lot more control and sense of balance than before. He felt less like a smith and more like a gymnast now. Seth felt very energetic and immediately restarted his journey. Thanks to the newly acquired coordination and control, Seth lost a lot less energy traveling in the forest. Despite not feeling completely exhausted, he stopped soon at the foot of a giant tree. The night was approaching. Nighttime in the forest was definitely not something one wanted to experience, and Seth really needed some sleep. He had found the entrance to a cave below the roots of the tree. Upon entering the cave, it became clear that this was not a cave. It had been the basement of a house, before the gigantic tree crushed it under its roots, only leaving this corner of the basement. "This works," he mumbled tiredly, pulling out several blankets. Seth had gotten rid of what little camping equipment he had long before the apocalypse, so he could only bring stuff he had at home. On the other hand, who needs a tent or a sleeping bag if he can have a "Summon Spirit Smithy," Seth said, summoning it in front of the entrance. A smithy would always be nice and warm. Rolled snugly into a few blankets, he nestled against the forge. Enjoying the heat of the soul fire, he easily fell asleep. His sleep was comfortable and dreamless. When he woke up, it was so blissfully warm that he felt as if he was wrapped in the fire's caring embrace. Ding! Passive skill. Fire Affinity LV3 has become LV4. Seth had breakfast and continued his journey. Fortunately, the undergrowth finally became lighter. Shrubs and small trees became sparse and were replaced by the thick trunks of gargantuan trees. The trees had diameters of at least 10 to 20 meters. Parts and pieces of ruins and streets made their appearance again, even though they looked centuries old, with how the trees had broken them apart. It was a quite fantastical scenery, reminding him of recent fantasy movies. The canopy of trees was so dense that almost no light was able to find its way to the ground. It was so dark that Seth could barely see anything, even darker than the twilight below the hanging tree. The ground under his feet was dry and covered in old leaves and sticks that often broke loud and unnervingly similar to bones below his feet. He had stopped wondering how exactly these environments came to be in such a short time. Happy over the much clearer way, his speed increased a lot. He kept his course thanks to the map. The biome title had changed and it was called The Dark Woods. Very fitting. Seth mused over this as he kept running, until he heard the cry again. With an ear-piercing shriek, he could make out the shadow of another weird griffin jumping between the high branches of the trees. This one was even bigger than the last one, at least the size of a big horse or a bull, and had 2 snake tails. Seth had no choice but to hide by running to the opposite side of the tree. This was the disadvantage of having no undergrowth anymore. It became a lot harder to hide from such flying predators. He just hoped that it had not yet seen him. Maybe the presence of these monsters also explained why he had not encountered any creatures or animals since entering the forest. They were probably the apex predator around here. Seth really didn't want to confront something like that yet. His hopes were in vain. The griffin jumped off the branch it was sitting on and glided down to the ground. Seth heard a big thump in the place he had just stood. There was no burned corpse there this time. It had definitely seen him. It was right on the other side of Seth's tree, and he could actually hear it sniffing on the ground. "I'm so dead," he whispered. The griffin followed his scent, and its heavy steps came closer to the tree. It totally smelled him. Which wasn't hard. He had been on the run for more than a day. Even an old lady could smell him from a mile away. Ding! Passive skill. Fear resistance LV2 has become LV3. In the same way the griffin was going around the tree, Seth listened to its steps and tried to synchronize with the predator and kept going around the tree. Maybe he could Scooby-Doo his way out of this one? The tree was humongous, bigger than a sequoia. He could definitely. Seth tripped over something on the ground and fell, face first on the ground. He just wanted to start cursing when he remembered that there was a griffin coming for his buttocks. But his face lit up when he saw what he stumbled upon. A motorbike. It was half buried, stuck under an enormous tree root. If he could get it free, maybe no. This wasn't the time for this. The griffin was coming. In a panic, Seth squeezed under the root in a hollow space beside the bike. There was a ledge in the darkness, and only emptiness in front of him. The thumping of footsteps grew louder. "Ah, F***ck it," Seth swore, and squeezed incompletely. He fell through darkness and landed on a hard concrete floor. Looking up, he could see the hole he squeezed through some distance above him. The walls felt smooth and cold below his hand. Concrete? He remembered the bike he stumbled over. Maybe a workshop pit? Seth guessed, sliding his hands across the walls to orient himself. Suddenly it became completely dark in the workshop pit. The little light that fell in from the gap was blocked by the griffin's shadow. Seth tensed up. "Oh, please keep going. Don't mind me and just go," he prayed in his mind, holding his breath in fear. The griffin stood there for a while and sniffed, but passed by in the end. After several minutes of waiting and holding his breath, Seth exhaled. 12. Start a village. Seth stayed in the hole for another hour, for good measure. That was really a little too dangerous for his taste, so he snacked on some apples while waiting. When he was sure that there was nothing outside his hole, he climbed out, or tried to. He had found some spare parts that confirmed his guess that this was a workshop and needed to stack them to reach the edge and squeeze through the gap. The motorbike was only a little stuck, not grown in, so he could get it out after some wiggling. Ignoring some scratches, the bike was actually undamaged. When he tried to start it, it started humming on his second try. There was even gas left in the tank. The situation in the woods was a really weird condition. The buildings and streets had turned into ruins, as if the woods had been growing for centuries, but on the other hand, all the things such as this bike, provisions, or the occasional car were merely covered in vegetation, but not aged. With this bike, Seth would be out of this terrible forest in no time, he hoped. After looking around some more, he even found a spare canister full of gas. It was a little too clunky, so he freed a spot in his inventory for it. There were also tools and car parts scattered around. This place had probably been a car repair shop or something like that before the apocalypse. On his new vehicle, and with a spare can of gas, Seth set off. The woods, which had been quite creepy when traveling by foot, flew by in a blur. Impenetrable shadows? Weird dark mists? Black streams of goopy water? No thanks. He broke the darkness with his headlight. Drove past all the creepy places, macabre totems, twig effigies, and bone piles without giving them a second look. Seth wasn't into horror, so he spared himself those experiences. His only regret was that he could now clearly see the ground at all times, which really offered an assortment of half-rotten bones, pale white skeletons, twigs, and leaves. Seth couldn't evade the sight, since the ground looked like this everywhere. Within the next hours, he had crossed more distance than during his whole journey on foot. In the evening, he actually saw the fringe of the woods. They really had an end. Here the big trees ended, and sunlight fell in through the gap, where the forest continued with normal trees and shrubbery. "And I'm out of," Seth gloated, when something suddenly catapulted him off the bike. The bike kept going, ran up a big route like a ramp, flipped in the air, and finally crashed somewhere beyond the route, where Seth couldn't see it anymore. "You can't be serious." Ding! Passive skill. Calm reaction LV2 has become LV3. Almost invisible, there was a giant spider web that stretched between two of the last big trees right before the fringe of the forest. Seth's torso and face had crashed into it and were stuck to it now, while his forearms and legs were still free as they dangled in the gaps of the net. Taking a look around, he noticed more webs to the right glinting in the sun, almost like a big fence spanning around the woods. He could only see right, as his face was glued to the net, but he assumed the other side looked the same. Giant spiders. He should have expected this. Seth was really fed up with forests at this point. Why couldn't it be a wasteland? Or a zombie apocalypse? No, he had to end up in a fast-growing forest or something like that. Seth tried slashing the web with his billhook. Of course, it didn't work. But not only did it not cut the spider thread, even worse, the weapon also got stuck on the web. After half an hour, Seth understood that he could not get the billhook off the web, or himself. But he already had an ingenious idea. He would rely on the tried and trusted. Seth summoned the spirit smithy right below him. This was the first time he noticed the changes after getting it to LV2, because he had been too tired last night. The first change he noticed was that he could choose to summon only specific parts of the smithy, like the forge or only the grinding wheel. This time, he only summoned the forge with its brightly burning pale blue fire. Seth took the still half-filled gas canister from his inventory. He opened it and splattered gas in every direction below him before dropping it into the spirit forge. What followed was an inferno. The canister fell into the fire, splashing burning gas everywhere, and lit up in an enormous jet flame that set the web and surroundings ablaze. Trusting his 90% fire resistance, Seth hoped to free himself from the trap before he got burned to death himself, as he had expected based on game knowledge. Although the spider silk had a great physical resistance, it was very weak to fire. In no time, the spider web had burned up, and Seth stood on his own 2 feet again. He canceled Spirit Smithy, picked up his billhook, and hurried out of the forest away from the fire he had set. Seth came down a small slope, where he found the completely demolished bike. He didn't linger for long and crossed a thin band of smaller trees and undergrowth and finally entered a big plain. Wide open prairie as far as he could see. The map confirmed it. He had entered the grasslands. Seth felt an immense rush of relief surging in him and sat down then and there. With the blazing forest behind him, he finally took a break and checked his status. Name, Seth Smith. Title, Faster Than a Thought. Level, 5. EXP, 28%. Race, Orihuma. Sex, male. Age, 23. Class, Spirit Blacksmith Unique. Affiliation, none. Health, 910/1000. Mana, 110. Strength, 13. Dexterity, 17. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 11. Willpower, 11. Endurance, 15. Personality, 8. Luck, 15. Free AP, Attribute Points 37. Free SP, Skill Points 1. Defense. Physical, 122, 42 plus 50 plus 25 plus 5. Magical, 45, 20 plus 25. Fire resistance, 90%, 50% plus 40%. Skill window. Calm reaction, passive, LV3. Blacksmith, beginner, LV8, 51%. Blacksmith's eyes, LV2. Smelting, beginner, LV7, 11%. Blueprint, beginner, LV2. Weapon mastery, beginner, LV4, 46%. Spirit Forge, LV2. Spirit Capture, LV2. Map, LV1. Fear Resistance, LV3. Fire Affinity, LV4. Soul Infusion, LV1. Except some burn marks on his clothes and slight burns where he touched the web, he was totally fine. Coming out of that hellfire with almost no injuries. 90% resistance was nothing to laugh at. To his surprise, his willpower had increased a little. After satisfying his basic needs, he got ready to keep going. The bike was gone, but he still had the heightened AGI and a wide flat land to run on in front of him. He checked the map for directions and kept going towards Deltan. A few hours later, the fire had burned out and 2 figures appeared where Seth had left. This wasn't a normal fire, one of them stated. It had the upper body of a human, but her lower body was that of a spider. It was an arachne. Yeah, do you see that? It looks like one of the machines of the Orihuma. It looked fresh. Do you think someone came from in there? The tall figure beside it answered. He looked like a middle-aged man with a dark, scraggly beard wearing light leather clothing like a hunter. The arachne spoke flustered. From in there? That's the dark woods we are talking about. And further in is that creepy hanging tree. What could possibly come out of there, other than those corrupted beasts? Yeah, but tell me, who in their right mind would burn down the perimeter fence to get in there? HNG. You are right, I guess. You should go back to the village to report. I will patch up the fence for now. I will have to get some people later to properly close this giant hole. Both looked at the several hectares of burned down forest. Even the giant trees in that area had burned down to piles of smoldering ashes. Same time, Seth had encountered some minor monsters, like goblins, and something he would call kobold during his journey through the plains. Kobolds were not as cute as in those games and comics, where they resembled cute dogs like corgis. These were more like a really ugly mix of dogs and rats with barely any patchy fur. They would occasionally appear in groups of 3 to 5, as a patrol or sitting around a little campfire. They were only around LD1 or 2, so they didn't pose a danger. He could easily dispatch them with his AGI and the billhook, even in an open battle. After traveling like this for some time, Seth saw something on the horizon. It wasn't really on his route, but it was the only structure that stuck out on these plains, so he made a small detour to have a look. What he saw when he arrived was a small medieval town in the middle of nowhere, with a small dirt road winding into the distance. It had a 3-meter-high city wall made of stone and a similar-sized gate. He could see the freshly plowed beginnings of fields in the distance. "Hello there," he greeted the vigilant gate guard. The guard's greeting was to point his spear at him as he asked, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" I'm just a traveler." "Say, what is this place?" Calling himself a traveler was the best he came up with. The guard observed him warily. This was the frontier in a destroyed world. What kind of person would a traveler be? But Seth didn't exactly look dangerous. "This is Starta Village, one of the Empire's frontier villages in this world," the guard answered in the end. 13. World as changes. "This is Starta Village, a frontier village of the glorious Krona Empire," the guard said, motivated. "Empire?" Seth repeated, perplexed. As different as Earth was from Earth, it was a civilized world with advanced technology that had left behind this kind of system a long time ago. "Oh, you don't know?" The guard gave him a glare that felt as if he looked straight into his soul. "No wonder. You are an Orihuma. Of course you wouldn't know." He laughed a lot more friendly than before. "You should have seen the oracle of the system, right? This world's boundaries have collapsed, and it is now open to the pathwork. Many people and races use this network of random paths to explore new worlds open to the system. Our empire is one of them. The best, if I may say so," he explained eagerly. The young man could only look confused at the suddenly enthusiastic guard. Remembering the goblins, his gaze sharpened, and he frowned. "You say that as if it was a good thing. Don't those monsters, like goblins, also belong to the races that came over?" he said bitterly. Yes." The guard stuttered and scratched his neck. "I think our priest would be better at explaining the situation than me. Please come in. You just have to follow the main street, straight to the church." With that, the guard stepped out of the way. He still seemed a little embarrassed and tried to stand straight with a serious face, which made it look quite awkward. Seth ignored the guard's misery and entered the town. Within the boundary of the city wall, the streets were covered in cobblestone. The houses looked more or less medieval and were neatly built along the wide streets. The town looked open and well planned out. Seth did as he was told and followed the main street. He came across all kinds of shops. There were colorful signs written with foreign symbols on the shops. Seth couldn't read them, but they somehow translated themselves in his head. He saw a bakery, a pharmacy, a general store, and even a blacksmith. This was definitely worth checking out later. This place made him feel more like a transmigrator than a survivor of the apocalypse. The church was standing at the end of the main street. It wasn't big or pompous like some churches he knew from history lessons. It was a big, but simple building and gave more of an office building kind of vibe. A simple sign hung above its door which actually just said church. He entered and immediately felt reminded of an administration, not a place of worship. There were several counters with clerks, definitely not clergy. Seth felt a glare, similar to the guards, and was approached the next moment. "Hello there, my young friend," Santa Claus said. Wait, no, not Santa Claus. It was a tall and wide man in his later years. He had no hair on his head, but the bushy rim of gray hair on the sides made it look like a shiny egg in a nest. What he didn't have on his head, he had in his face. His beard was well-groomed, voluminous, and easily reached his big belly. He wore a wine-red robe with white and golden accents. It made him totally look like Santa Claus. "Hello. Are you the priest?" Seth lifted his eyebrow and looked at him questioning. Yes, that is correct. I am Simon Carell, the priest of this little startup village. Did the guard send you here? How did you? I can see that you are an Orihuma." Seth looked at himself. He was dirty and sweaty all over. His clothes were ripped and dirty in many places. "Is it my clothing? How did you know? What does Orihuma even mean? Come to my office. Let us not talk here," the priest invited. Seth just shrugged his shoulders and followed him. They entered a big office. The walls were covered in bookshelves filled with all kinds of interesting stuff and big old books bound in leather. There was also a big fireplace, but it wasn't burning at the moment. Simon sat down behind a big desk made of dark, shiny wood. He groaned as his old bones could finally relax. "Okay, Seth, let's start with how I know your race and name." He smiled mischievous when Seth's eyes opened wide upon the mentioning of his name. "It is a skill called observation. Anyone can learn it." It was literally an appraisal skill for creatures. The higher the skill's level and the user's level, the more information from the target's status could be seen. After the priest explained to him how the skill is learned, Seth tried to concentrate mana in his eyes and looked at Simon. Ding! Skill, Observation LV1 has been learned. Name, Simon Carell. Level, Race, Huma. Sex, male. Age, 67. Affiliation, Church of the System. This was all he could see. The rest of the information was either not there or glitched. Seth also had the inkling that Simon let him see some of it on purpose. "Now that this question is answered, there is something I will have to do." Simon stood up from his chair and came to halt in front of Seth. He bowed to him. "I am very sorry." He apologized to the young man in front of him. Seth was baffled. "What are you apologizing for, old man? Even though we see it as a blessing to a dying world, when pathwork is open to them and the survivors become part of the system, it is also true that the situation won't immediately improve. We know that with the pathwork, a lot of foreign monsters will also enter this already battered world. On behalf of our God, I ask for your understanding." Simon looked at the young man sitting in front of him. His face didn't betray any of his thoughts until the dam broke and a flood of words flowed from Seth. "Say, you always speak about races and monsters. What about those weird trees? Can you please explain this crazily growing menace? The whole city was completely overgrown in a few hours. And then that hanging tree thing. What kind of dipshit crazy world brought out a tree that decorates itself with the sucked dry corpses of its victims?" Simon smirked a little. "Yours." "What?" "Yours is the dipshit crazy world that came up with that kind of thing," Simon said with roaring laughter. "Your hanging tree was one of the dangers the system had warned us about before we entered your world. And you actually came out of that place. You are really lucky. Maybe even special," he continued after having a good laugh at Seth's perplexed face. It took Simon a while to catch his breath. Simon went to one of the bookshelves to the side and came back to the desk with a thick folder. The thickest there was on the shelf. "Similar to the vision you had when you entered the system, we have oracles given to us before we enter a new world. Yours is very special. Normally, these folders only have a few pages. Look at this thing. Simon smacked it on the table with a loud thud to show how humongous the collected oracles of Earth were. It was easily thicker than any book Seth had ever seen in his life. You could probably bludgeon someone to death with that. The priest sat down and started to browse the giant folder in a way so Seth could not see the contents. At some point, he took out a few pages and slid them across the table to Seth. There, see? It's a native apocalypse scenario. But we don't really understand the full text. Some words have no meaning to us. Seth looked down on the pages. There was a hand-drawn pictures of the giant hanging tree that towered over dark ruins and oceans of trees. The first pages described in depth the phenomenon of the fast-growing forest, which read almost like the setting of a horror movie. It started with an attempt to stop the climate change. Using advanced technology like genetic engineering, they tried to create variant species of trees for any climate that would grow a lot faster than usual, given the needed nutrients. During the breaking point event. What is the breaking point event? Seth asked, confused. Oh, it's what we call the point in time when the events that lead to the apocalypse reach the point when they start to exponentially increase and spiral out of control. Simon thought for a moment. Take your climate change, for example. You see it slowly change. You register weather phenomena and temperature variation. They get stronger and worse, but there is that one point in time when everything escalates to a stage people won't be able to cope with anymore. That's the breaking point event. During the breaking point event, the laboratories and test sites working on this solution were hit by natural disasters. What came out of the destroyed laboratories and test sites were mutations of prototypes that could grow with a speed visible to the naked eye. The papers also mentioned that other scenarios had intersected with this and worsened it even more. It also mentioned several spells and magic formations that could stop the forest from expanding, which was probably why Seth had reached these plains at some point and was not trapped on a continent drowning in trees. The next pages were about a special mutation, the hanging tree. It described it as characteristics like the position in the center of a vast biome of fast-growing forests, that it matures within a matter of days, the eternal twilight below its crown, and that the area will be filled with selenum once the previous vegetation died off from the lack of sunshine. Of course, it also described the vine Seth had come across and how exactly it hunted and digested it as victim that dared to enter below its canopy. The reports were too detailed to be just made up. After reading these few pages, Seth understood that these trees were quite supernatural, but they did not come from another world. His eyes fell on the thick folder. These were just a few pages of this tome that described the changes of his world. 14. The choices. Can I have a look at this? Seth reached out for the folder, but it suddenly vanished from the table, as did the pages in his hands. The priest gave him an apologetic smile. Once again, I am sorry, but this wouldn't happen. Simon looked to the bookshelf, where the folder had reappeared. Seth looked at him questioning, but didn't say anything. The rules don't allow something that comes this close to a direct intervention with the natives, he explained. You see, our god travels across dimensions to look for entertainment. He seldomly intervenes with healthy worlds or primitive worlds without sentient lives, as they are boring. But when he comes across a world in trouble, like yours, he reaches out a helping hand. Orihuma have a higher stat growth and learning speed than us, who come via the pathwork. But everything comes with a price. Simon looked at the young man to see if he could follow his narration. And that price is, Seth played along, struggle. He gives you the system to help you survive, but whether you survive or not is up to you and your choices. Seth remembered the last thing the system had said. Whether you die in this foreign world or become the master of your own fate is all up to you. But don't worry, our God isn't cruel. Right now you have two choices. If you don't want to struggle outside, you can join our empire and stay in this town. If you do not wish to be bound to the Empire, you can only stay temporary. You can trade in this town and buy provision, but you can live here permanently," Simon explained seriously. Seth thought about it. Not joining didn't seem to have any big disadvantages. He didn't wish to stay here anyways. It was probably a good choice for survivors who preferred a peaceful life. Seth didn't have a good feeling at the thought of joining people. He would probably have to interact with people and take orders. No, he had a different plan. He wanted to find a place to grind his class before he decided to join a faction or not. "Say, how did you build such a big town in just 2 days?" He changed the subject. Simon understood his intentions and went along. Hum, it was not actually built here. Portal scouts marked this location as a good place for a frontier village, since there are no high-level creatures or dangerous anomalies anywhere close, and the land seems fertile. The whole town is actually something that is prepared in the Empire, and then teleported to fitting coordinates in other worlds. You may come across similar methods when you meet other races," Simon said with a benevolent smile. He really looked like Santa Claus. Seth and Simon talked for a while longer about the town and the Empire, until Seth stated his interest in exploring the town and excused himself. Seth left the church with a better understanding of the new world setting. Earth was quite chaotic, with all kinds of end-of-the-world scenarios rampaging. And on top of that, extra-dimensional powers were setting up camp to claim land and resources in this ownerless world. On the other hand, the surviving natives, the original human or Orihuma, had growth benefits granted by the system, so those powers tried to reel them in early. Like hell he would join some faction. Without any power, he would probably turn into someone's dog. Seth felt lucky that Simon seemed to be unable to see his class. Passing the stores, he took a quick glance and decided to stock up on provisions for the journey. The satellite city Deltan wasn't that far away anymore, but he would stay there for a while, if he found a place that fit his criteria. Seth entered the general store where he found a wiry old man at the counter. It was one big room split by big shelves filled with various miscellaneous wares. "What can I do for you, lad?" The old man interrupted his thoughts. "Hello, I was looking for rations and stuff for traveling. Do you have something like that?" The old man squinted at him, and he felt the glare again. He had used observation on him. "Heh, and what are you gonna pay with? You are an Orihuma. Do you have anything of value you could trade for it?" Seth had already thought of something, and put some of his metal ingots on the counter. After the old man appraised them, he vanished into the room in the back. Seth heard him rummaging around in there, before he came back with a big bag of jerky and loaves of bread. "That's what I can give you for those iron ingots. Take it or leave it," the old man said, as matter of fact. Seth shrugged his shoulders and accepted the deal. He packed up the stuff and left. The ingots actually seemed to be worth more than he thought, and there would be more of them once he reached his destination. The stuff he got should be enough food for maybe 2 weeks. He came across the blacksmith store again and hesitated, looking around the street slowly filling with people. It was getting late and people were done with work. Seth was becoming jumpy. It had been a long time since he was among people, and he had developed an aversion to groups of people. Despite this, he decided to give the shop a look. He entered a large showroom. There were a great variation of weapons mounted to the walls, and some armor sat on their stands gathering dust. Using his blacksmith's eyes, he could check everything on display, but he found nothing special among the items here. The best weapons he found were only slightly better than his billhook. Was this really a blacksmith's shop? How could it be that a bloody beginner like him made stuff comparable to a professional? "Ho, I see you have eyes of a craftsman," a voice hollered from behind the counter. A dwarf. Not. It was just a small old man, not an actual dwarf. Seth made sure. It was a very embarrassing moment for both of them, when the first thing he blurted was to ask whether the shop owner was a dwarf. The old man cleared his throat to break the awkward silence. I am not a dwarf. If I was, my skills wouldn't be so mediocre at my age, and I wouldn't be stuck in a frontier village." The old man lamented self-deprecating. "Anyways, I am Claude. What can I do for you?" Seth looked around and was suspicious of his class's performance. "Maybe you could help me ascertain something? As you said, I also am kind of a craftsman. Actually, I am an aspiring blacksmith, but I wasn't able to compare notes with other blacksmiths yet. Would you take a look at my weapon and maybe give me some tips?" Seth said, and put his billhook on the counter in front of the old man. Claude picked up the weapon and gave it a good look. He weighed it in his hand and did some practice swings before checking the blade closer again. It's a really good weapon. To be able to do something like his at your age shows that you must have great talent. If I had to criticize something, I would have to say that your hammer technique still needs some work. I never seen such a weapon, but from its shape and weight I can judge that it's a front-heavy weapon. The balance is a little off." Without so much as a pause, the blacksmith kept rattling on. Did he even breath? Ding! You gain proficiency by listening to another blacksmith. From the chips in the blade here, I would guess that the heat treatment probably has some problems, but with this kind of blade shape, it wouldn't be easy to begin with. All in all, it's a good weapon for an adept blacksmith. He finally ended his verdict. Ding! You gain proficiency by listening to another blacksmith. Adept blacksmith? But he was only at the beginner level. "It's a good weapon for an adept blacksmith?" Seth asked again. Oh yes. Don't worry, I didn't look at your status. I can judge from your work that you are probably adept LV2, maybe LV3. He sighed. "You are so young and already almost as good as me. Maybe in a year or two, you could even start working with uncommon materials." With this, Seth's suspicions were verified. His skill growth was separated in different form that of a normal blacksmith. Was it a passive increase from his class, or was it the strengthening from the system? What he created was actually evaluated as the work of an adept, a level higher than his skill was. It reaffirmed his decision to grind his class as fast as possible. This coincided with his desire to leave the town. The streets started to become packed. Where did all these people come from? In a hurry, the young man said goodbye to the old smith and left the town. The sun was already setting. 15. Night in the plains. Seth wanted to curse. To have squandered so much time here. Now the sun was setting, and the young man had to decide. Would he stay in the city? Or just walk through the night? Checking his map, he guessed that the satellite city wasn't too far away at this point. Seth had been traveling in a straight line ever since he left the hanging tree behind. The town was actually a good indication. The priest had told him that the coordinates for the frontier villages were chosen based on the available resources. They were after the same stuff Seth hoped to find in the city. When he thought about all the trouble that came with staying in the town, like finding the inn, paying without money. In the end, he decided to use the night and make some distance. With a last flickering, the sun vanished behind the flat horizon and left the world in twilight. A chill came as the sunlight left, but it wasn't cold. The ground was smooth and the grass soft below his feet, so he could comfortably run along. Ding! Thanks to continuous training you have gained END +1. The system announced its existence. Another welcome bonus of traveling on. The twilight soon faded and left Seth with a breathtaking view. Surrounding him on this flat plain was a brilliant starry canopy, shining brightly in the night sky, illuminating his way. It was his first time seeing this kind of view. Earth's skies had long been darkened by light pollution and smog, and the last few days were spent in dense woods. Running along the plain surrounded by stars, he understood when people described something as swimming among the stars. On the opposite side to where the sun had sunken, rose the moon like a polished silver coin. It even outshone the stars like a white sun. Was the moon always this bright? All this together with the breeze in the night felt very magical, washing away his fatigue. Using the light of the stars and moon, he could see almost as clear day, and thanks to his map, he easily found his way. Still, sometime close to midnight the fatigue caught up, and he had to take a break. He wanted to check his smartphone for the time, but it wouldn't turn on. Maybe it was damaged during the explosion? With a shrug, he put it back in his backpack. Even if it was broken, he did not feel like letting go of it. Summon Spirit Smithy! The best remedy for fatigue was still food. That was what he had learned in this short time with the system. So he heated up one of his remaining canned soups and ate it with a piece of bread from the bag he bought. Afterwards, he dismissed the Spirit Smithy and sat down in the grass. Seth enjoyed the feeling of his filled belly and the view of the starry skies, when all around faint glimmers started to light up in the air like fireflies. Fireflies? Remembering his new skill, he concentrated mana into his eyes. Name: none. Level: 4. Race: fairy. Affiliation: fair folk. Seth's eyes widened astonished. With the skill, he could actually see the details of the small fairies. They were actually shiny little humanoids all around LD4. With about 5 centimeters height, they were smaller than Seth would have imagined, but the wings of butterflies or dragonflies on their backs were just like in fantasy. The fairies were dancing and laughing across the night sky and even enhanced this incredible sight. As terrifying as the world had become overall, one had to admit that it also became very magical and interesting. When they noticed the young humans sitting on the ground and watching them with a dreamy smile, the fairies became curious. They came closer and started dancing around him. The little pranksters touched him and flew away laughing as if playing a game of dare. They noticed that Seth only laughed and played along, but didn't act hostile, so their confidence grew and the fairies even landed on him and started nosily touching his damaged clothing. It still had durability and defense, so Seth had not bothered changing to something nicer. While Seth worried about his ragged appearance, the fairies wondered about the fine fabrics his rags were made of. On the other hand, the little guys also made some offensive gestures pointing out his smell. Finally, they could not hold back anymore. "Hey, human! What are you doing out here in the middle of the night?" said one. "Yeah. Don't you know it's dangerous out at night?" Seth looked at them startled. He had not come across any dangers yet. "What dangers are you talking about? All I saw were goblins and such. You guys are just LV4 yourselves. We can fly. We have super strong magic. Our name is Legion, for we are many." Wasn't what the fairy said, but Seth joked about it to himself. Others interjected to count up the dangers that could lurk in the dark. "There are vampire bats at night," one said. "Have you never heard of evil ghosts? We defeated one just yesterday," another said with a smug smile and pushed out its meager chest. "Evil ghosts? As if things were not bad enough already," Seth thought, but he said, "Evil ghosts? I have never seen one in the last few days." "Huh. Of course you didn't," the little one said. "Of course you didn't. Of course you didn't," the others chortled. "It's because we get rid of them," they proudly stated. "So contrary to what you said, there is no actual danger since you got rid of it." "Yes. It mumbled perplexed and rubbed its head embarrassed. Seth grinned at the suddenly speechless little creature. He talked a while longer with the fairies until he felt recovered enough to continue on his journey. "Oh yeah." He turned around. "Now that I think of it, do you guys maybe know about the city north of here? Is there anything I have to know?" he asked them. "North? North? North?" They went in a chaotic choir. "Ah, yes, I know. Aren't there abandoned ruins in that direction?" One of them roughly gestured north. Some of them shuddered and others rushed over to make it shut up. "Don't talk of that place. Don't talk." Many of them looked very frightened upon the mentioning of the ruins. "Don't go there, human." One of them came forth. In those ruins opened a portal to a dark place. Corpses raise up and walk around, and plants withered away and turn to dust. It's a wasteland of dash. Perfect, Seth interrupted. What? 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 They went. After his experience with the forest, a place without any plants at all sounded like paradise. Undead sounded a hell of a lot better than skull-penetrating vines. Not to mention those fucked up griffins. Thank you guys for the information. Maybe we will meet again. Before they could stop him, Seth waved at them a last time before he fell into a comfortable running pace, heading towards the satellite city. Wasteland of Death. Here I come. 16. Wasteland of Death. Wasteland of Death, here I come. Go F***CK yourself past me. Seth was crouching behind a mound of rubble, hiding from a horde of zombies. What happened? It was all great when he had just arrived early in the morning. The sun was just peeking over the horizon, shining onto the streets of Deltan, which had become a complete wasteland. With the sun came an unexpected heat. The plains had slowly turned into a shallow, dried-up field of sand the closer he came to the city. There was no presence of humans, or any live to speak of. The city looked as you would expect it to look after being hit by an earthquake. Seth consumed news only sparsely, so he couldn't remember when exactly Deltan was destroyed. Seth was sure that the city had not been abandoned, at least not before the apocalypse. He could even make out signs of reconstruction. But now he couldn't see a living soul. It looked like a ghost town. Many buildings had crumbled and dry wind blew sand and dust through the ruins of the city. The streets were covered in broken cars, rubble, and debris. Then he heard something. In the shadows away from the sun, in the rubble of a broken building, he could see a silhouette. Zombie. Name: none. Level: 2. Race: undead. Affiliation: none. There he was. His first undead encounter. It was quite gruesome. The corpse looked like the typical ones you would expect from a movie, just very uncensored. One of its eyes had been gouged out, and its scalp was ripped off the skull. It was dragging its intestines along the ground behind it. What most movies missed were the heaving and squirming of the zombie's skin. It oozed fluids and pulsated from the overwhelming amount of maggots. At least it wasn't leaving the shadow, he thought. Until it dove at him from the shadow. The moment sun fell on its rotting skin, white smoke started rising from the undead. It wasn't a problem. Seth had readied his billhook the moment he saw it and kept observing it the whole time. With a swipe of his weapon, he split its skull along the empty eye socket. Ding! You have killed zombie LD2. You have earned experience. The experience was okay. Maybe he could level up after killing 100 or 200. They were not strong. The bigger problem was how disgusting the spray of zombie juices all around were. He instinctively dodged the splatter, but it still stuck to the billhook's blade. Ding! Passive skill. Calm reaction LV3 has become LV.4. It wasn't him killing a zombie, but him dodging the juices that made it level up. Sometimes the system was just weird. Seth had used the morning to explore the desolate city and look for a place to stay. The fatigue was really catching up now. While searching a good base camp, he could finally test the whole reason he had come here to begin with. All over the place were broken ruins made of reinforced concrete. The rebars were poking out from the ruins and rubble, like the bones of an open fracture. Mediocre steel. Crafting material. Common. This was what he was after. Grabbing a reinforcement bar, he confirmed his theory. With a thought, it vanished and appeared in his inventory. Rebar steel was abundant in a modern city. With this, he could harvest an unimaginable amount of iron and steel by mining the city. This was enough steel to easily grind his skills to a high level. If it had not worked, he would have had to make a pickaxe to harvest the steel. But now, he could just pick off all the exposed rebar first. Dodging and killing zombies on his way, he searched for a good place to settle down. all while picking up more rebar. Finally, around noon, he chose an intact apartment building he had found. The windows on the first 2 floors had bars, and the entrance doors were thick and sturdy wood. However, it didn't help the previous residents. These hallways were blood-splattered and horrible like in a horror movie. Doors were broken left and right, some from outside and some from the inside. Seth also came across some intact doors. Were these the safe rooms in this city? Then where were the people? Eventually he was tired. Seth went ahead and checked the building for zombies. After finding none, he barricaded the front doors and chose a place that looked still okay. There were others that looked very rundown. Most of the places looked rundown and dirty, a lot worse than they should for just a few days. Seth was probably right. The city had not been completely abandoned after the earthquake, but it didn't look like the people who stayed had a good time here. Seth put down his backpack and laid down on a bed you could describe as clean, mostly. Despite his worries, he could only give in to the fatigue. He instantly fell asleep. That's where the problem started. Seth actually slept through the whole day and deep into the night, until he was woken up by the wails of the fucking damned. Shrill cries and deep moans broke the silence of the night and made him jump off the floor. Looking outside, he saw a parade of undead filling the streets. The worst sight were the hordes of zombies in all kinds of state of decay. But there were not just zombies. Above them floated ghosts and specters glowing in a pale blue light, and skeletons with eerie bluish-green pale flames in their eyes were mixed among them, like shepherd dogs. It became more fantastical when he spotted armored undead in dark rusty plate armor and floating skeletonized torsos without hips or leg, wearing dilapidated robes. Seth did not dare to use observe on any of them, so he could only guess that those were skeleton wizards and death knights. Fuck me! Seth lamented about the fantasy elements. Then a terrifying thought struck him. Could they see the aura of living beings? Couldn't undead normally see stuff like that? Would they see him up here if they looked in his direction? The young man had jinxed it. Just in this moment, a skeleton soldier turned the head around, and its pale flaming eyes met with Seth's. Ah, shit! Seth fell back from the window and snatched his backpack in a hurry. He charged out of the apartment and up the stairs. The streets below were filled with undead. There was no way he would go down there. There was still a small chance the skeleton had not seen him, right? The roof was his best chance. Worst case scenario, and they sent something after him. Maybe he could jump to the neighboring rooftops to keep running. Heavily panting, he finally reached the rooftop. Or what was left of it. Part of the roof had collapsed, and he had to switch from stairs to debris while climbing up. Close to the rooftop, Seth sat down and kept observing the junction where the stairs transitioned into debris. He took care not to be easily spotted from that junction and have a way up to the rooftop for his escape. The building had about 5 stories. Even with the barricaded front door, it would not take too long for a group of undead to catch up. In the meantime, he tried to hide himself as much as possible. The waiting started to gnaw at him. He nervously tried to think of a way to improve his situation. If only he had a skill to suddenly, he thought of the way the priest had told him to obtain observe. Seth started trying to manipulate his magic power. When he tried to pull in the flow of magic power. Ding! Skill. Concealment LD1 has been learned. Seth's eyes lit up. This was perfect timing. It had actually worked. Looking at the skill in the skill window, Seth found out that it could faintly conceal his presence. It would use up mana over time, and he could toggle it on and off. Of course, he activated it immediately, not a moment too late. The undead had actually noticed him and had sent a group of zombies. And that is how we got here. The stairs were filled with stumbling and staggering corpses in all kinds of terrifying states, discharging all kinds of growls and moans that climbed the stairs. These zombies were a little different from the ones he saw during the day. They had the same flames as the skeleton burning in their eyes. Seth didn't know whether the concealment had worked. What he had not seen was that the zombie's hat actually rushed up the stairs a lot faster and came to a confused hold close to the rooftop. However they knew that he was up there, it was disabled by the skill. As the zombies started spreading to the debris, Seth decided that he had to leave now. He climbed up to the roof. It was a flat roof and had some holes, like the one behind him, where it had caved in. It might be possible to hide up here until the zombies left, but Seth wasn't sure about that. Looking over the edge, he could the wriggling bodies of the undead hordes in the light of the shining stars. Jumping onto another roof might be seen, so Seth actually dove into one of the other holes where the roof had caved in. It was a big slab of the roof that reached into a room 2 stories below. Following it, he arrived in the ruins of a small apartment. Suddenly, the relative silence of the night was broken by loud roars and grunts from the rooftop. The zombies were going crazy after they suddenly discovered their prey again. Seth's mana had run out. 17. Old Faithful. Starta Village. In the night after Seth left Starta Village, the figure of a hunter appeared at the closed city gates. "Hey, Tom! Let me in!" He called for the guard to open the door. "Timon! I am in a hurry." "God damn, Wilton! Why are you here so late? Did something happen at the fence?" the guard complained as he opened the gate for the hunter to slip in. "Yeah, I got a report to the priest." He patted the guard's should and passed by him. Wilton left the guard behind and tiredly walked towards the church building. After the several hours of walk, he still wasn't sure how to describe what had happened. He was still trying to come up with how to phrase it as he opened the door to the priest's bureau without knocking. Simon was sitting on his desk munching on cookies and reading in the thick folder he had shown to Seth. Some things that had happened in this world read like a terrifying but fascinating horror novel. He looked up when he heard the door open. "Oh, Wilton!" He closed the folder and put the bowl with cookies away. "What happened? For you to come here at such a late hour is unusual. You look tired." "Priest Simon, I don't know how to say it, but something happened at the perimeter fence." Hum? At the fence? What happened?" Simon was sure that Seth had probably come from there. Did the young men have something to do with it? Those arachne webs were quite strong. They were meant to keep the corrupted beasts inside the wood. Did he damage them when he tried to get out? For him to be able to damage them, he was already so strong at this early stage. "It was burned down," Wilton said, scratching his head embarrassed. "What?" Simon's eyes widened in disbelief. "A part of the forest and the fence were burned down. Completely burned to ashes. When we arrived, only dust was left." The hunter elaborated. "How?" "That." Seth's face came to Simon's mind. It couldn't be him, right? Even if he was an Orihuma, it couldn't possibly be him. To burn those webs was one thing, but to turn those gigantic corrupted trees into ashes. What kind of fire would it need? Current time Deltan. Seth was in a predicament. He lacked the mana to keep concealment going, and the zombies suddenly went crazy. At least it proved that the skill worked. No, this was not the time for that. Seth stood in a devastated room at the end of a big debris slab made of roof, and a zombie horde was rushing to his location. He could barely make out a door behind the slab and rubble. He crouched down and crawled on the ground towards the door. Behind the door in the rubble, he found a very small intact bathroom. It felt a little weird to make his last stand with his back towards the toilet, but he couldn't choose at this point. Here, even if the zombies knew where he was, Seth could fight them off as long as they were forced to come one by one. Since they had to crawl into this tight space, he could easily pick them off. The sound of rushed shuffling and dragged feet came from the rooftop, together with agitated grunts and growls, and the zombies started descending the slab. Seth stood in the door frame and readied his billhook to chop at any corpse that dared to crawl in here. When the zombies came in sight, he used what little mana had recovered to use Observe on them. Zombie. Name, none. Level, 5. Race, augmented undead. Alignment, Argot Knower. Augmented? Did their eyes shine because of that? He had not much time to think. With a whoosh, the billhook latched into the first zombie's head and split it open. Ding! You have killed zombie LV5. You have earned experience. They definitely gave above average experience. Seth had gotten a good amount of sleep, so he kept chopping at the zombies like a machine. At this point he was glad that he had no time to eat anything. What he saw and smelled would have been even worse with a filled stomach. Luckily the zombies weren't the brightest and kept rushing at the small gap, clogging it up and hindering each other. They kept pulling their dead back out. At first Seth thought they had realized that those clogged up the gap even more. But they were not that bright. Maybe those trying to force their way in pulled out the lifeless ones on accident. But soon Seth got a glimpse outside. They actually started devouring their dead. Soon Seth couldn't care too much about it and kept swinging his weapon. Sometimes he heard notifications, but he could not spare any attention at this time. The zombies came in without end. The young man could see no end to this sea of enemies. At some point, hours later, he stood ankle deep in rotten blood and didn't feel that he could keep going. His body kept slaying zombies nevertheless. Seth started losing hope, although there were less and less augmented zombies. When he checked, most of the zombies who sieged him by now were ordinary ones. Whether they were sent or lured by the stench of blood, he didn't know. Seth couldn't go on like this. His arm was numb and his body ached. While he desperately tried to come up with a plan, his body subconsciously kept chopping. He could only thank his growing skills. Even as tired as he was, the precision of his swing became a lot better and effective. However, his only fortune was that no intelligent undead had turned up to stop this meat grinder. In the end, there was only one idea he had. It was the master stroke of his tactics. It was a crazy idea that had taken over his tired mind. A weak smile sneaked on his face as he checked his mana. It had recovered quite a bit in the last hours. You forced my hand. Really? Dante blamed me for this, he said with a maniacal laugh. Seth summoned the spirit furnace in the gap before him. He ramped up the power until the flames spewed from its top and kicked the furnace over. The blazing flame shot into the small gap filled with blood, body parts, and debris and devoured anything in their way. The fire easily spread among corpses and zombies filling the gap and those waiting outside. They burned like tinder under the pale blue fire. It was the first time something different from grunts reached Seth's ears. Guttural screeches and screams filled the night as the undead acted as if in pain, whining and tumbling around, hitting others in their desperate throes to put out the fire. The flames jumped from undead to undead and onto the surroundings. In a matter of moments, the fire spread all over the building. Ding! You have killed zombie LD3. You have earned experience. Ding! You have killed zombie LD2. You have earned experience. Ding! You have killed zombie LD3. You have earned experience. Like before in City B, a whole slew of kill messages dinged away in his head, almost giving him a headache. It kept going for a while before it slowed down. The fire probably killed most zombies in the vicinity. When Seth dismissed the spirit furnace, the fire had already spread all over the place and started devouring the building structure. He relied on his resistance to withstand the heat and noticed that neither the heat nor the flames surrounding him did any damage. Seth could freely move within the sea of flames. He used this to concentrate on dodging falling debris and find his ways to safe spots within the fire. Soon Seth reached a balcony on the second story and could see the streets below. Except for some burning corpses, they were completely empty. The undead parade was gone. Had the undead evacuated to dodge the fire? It didn't matter now. At this point, he activated concealment, climbed down to ground level, and sneaked into the building on the other side of the street. There were some lone zombies here, but Seth managed to sneak past them and up the stairs. And no matter how much his tired legs screamed, he kept going up the stairs until he was almost at the roof. Only then did he pick a door and entered a new apartment. It actually looked a lot better in here. When he found the quite clean bed in the bedroom, his heart jumped. There was no way Seth could resist. He barricaded all doors up to the bedroom before throwing his backpack to the side and lying down. This had been a really terrifying night. He hoped that the sun would soon rise and ban those undead back into the shadows. And then, during the day, he would go around and burn down their hideouts when they can run. It was a happy thought before he fell asleep. 18. Somewhere else. Omega City, northwestern part of Earth. Today is the day we bring the glory of our King to another world. The new world opened to us by the Pathworks is called Earth. It was a pathetic world without an ounce of magic. It is us who will bring these poor heathens back into the embrace of God King Persa. For Arget Knower. The impulsive high priest of God King Persa was walking up and down in front of the troops that were about to enter this new world. Earth was a world with one gigantic continent surrounded by a mighty ocean. It was perfect to be occupied by land troops. And those they had. The dark elven general looked down at the rows and rows of undead. A well-constructed military made of all kinds of zombies and skeleton in the lower ranks, stronger undead like death knights and vampires as commanders, and a ton of necromancers and liches in the rear. Arget Knower, the kingdom in darkness and moonlight. The sole empire encompassing an undead world, led by the immortal god King Persa. Their access to the Pathworks was a story of success. They did not need land to grow a new populace. They could just revive the dead of the destroyed worlds and grow their power. They took in the living who were willing, and if they were not, in death they were. The path they had chosen would lead to the northwestern corner of the continent of Earth. The information they had gotten from the Church of the System describes this place as the center of undead activity. This was why the biggest delegation of more than 100,000 undead had been sent here. Everyone here had already been dead before the Pathworks were even opened. It was perfect to grow their troops before continuing to pacify this land from the northwest, before meeting up with the smaller groups across the continent. Even better, as the center of undead, there would be a lot of wild undead. The information had talked about the zombies being the result of a parasitic virus, whatever that even meant. Undead were undead. This meant necromancers would not have to spend mana on raising them, just taming them. When the priest was finally done with his fanatical speech, the troops were allowed to enter the Pathworks. The entrance was a gigantic dark hole that was just existing in midair, like a gap in the fabric of space. Wind, sound, light, and people. Anything vanished as if sinking into a pool of the darkest, blackest ink one could find. It was not his first time leading his troops into another world, but you would never get used to the feeling of slowly being submerged into a liquid and then sucked in and flung around as if you entered a current. What came into view after leaving the portal on the other side was a wide plaza surrounded by high-rising buildings and streets that reminded him of canyons, with the straight fronts of skyscrapers bordering them. Leaving the portal that was stretching across the plaza were orderly rows and rows of disciplined undead foot soldiers, all decked in the same dark, rusty, lightweight armors. In front of them, seated on skeleton horses, rode the other generals like him. They gave commands to get into formation, and horns were blown as the troops gathered together on the plaza. They set up camp for the living and sentient members of the army. One might think that in an undead world, everyone is supposed to be an undead. But that's not how it was. There were many living among the commanders and necromancers, like him. It was unavoidable. You can't have an empire when almost all your subjects are brainless, drooling sacks of rotting meat. After camp was set up, they sent out teams of soldiers and necromancers to collect the wild undead in this megacity and bolster their troops. It was night right now, and they would be back at sunrise, so the undead would not be damaged by the sunlight. But nobody came back at sunrise. The remaining necromancers and liches created a canopy of darkness above the camp to shield the army from the sun. The generals and commander met and decided to wait a little longer. Several hours passed, but there were no signs of the missing teams. This was not supposed to happen. There should have been nothing that could endanger them in this town. So what happened? After waiting this long without any clues, the generals and the commander had a meeting and decided to send scout teams consisting of dark elves, since the undead were not fit to move during the day. The generals waited again. The sun was setting again, but nobody returned again. When sun had set, the generals had decided. Sending small numbers and teams was obviously not working, so they split up the army. Each one took about half of their men and would scout in a different direction, while the other half would stay with the army commander in the plaza. The Dark Elven general led an army of about 8,000 men, of which more than 1,500 were dark elves, while the rest were a mix of different undead. They slowly wandered into the dark and foreboding street canyons. Few cars filled the otherwise empty streets, and the black empty windows were staring at the silently moving army. He could feel the gaze of these windows. Something was there. It did not take long. As he was watching, he saw pale figures scramble out of those empty windows and crawl down the walls like four-legged spiders. Deformed humanoid figures with eyes and lumps of meat growing on all kinds of places, and limbs moving in unnatural angles, and some with a few too many limbs and extremities growing from unusual places. Others had eyeless faces or lacked a nose, but sported split jaws filled rows and rows of terrifying teeth. The general shuddered at the sight of such atrocities. He had seen the creations of some crazy necromancers, but this and these numbers were too much for him. It was just incomprehensible. Just what was wrong with this world? But the worst was yet to come. From the entrances to the sides came similar, but less distorted creatures wearing shreds and pieces of dark robes and armor. This was what was left of their teams and scouts. Before he could even comprehend what was going on, the pale creatures attacked. With incredible power, they jumped off the walls on either side of the street and crashed into the undead army. This was a bona fide ambush. The dark elf watched as the creatures easily dispatched his troops. They did not just rip and tear the skeletons like paper cutouts. They even hunted his soldiers. They easily entered their ranks, killed a few, and would snatch a living, a dark elf or a necromancer, or even a zombie. Tongues like tentacles would strangle the living, and long armor-piercing claws snatch the dead. Then they would return to the buildings with a mighty jump, carrying their prey. Even though his soldiers fought back valiantly, their weapons could barely hurt these monsters, and they were just too fast for the necromancers to use their magic against them. Only few creatures fell to the undead troops. The dark elves were better off. They could keep up with the monsters and take a few with them before they finally fell. It did not improve their situation. The blood of the beasts was viscous and dulled their blades. Sickening odors broke from their dead bodies when they finally stopped moving. To make it all worse, they were vastly outnumbered. Before the general could react and call for a retreat, they had already been surrounded by an overwhelming sea of creatures. There was no way out. He could dispatch them in a fair fight, but their overwhelming numbers pressured him. He could only fight for his life and watch his men be wiped out one by one. Whatever these creatures were, they were not zombies as they knew them. Shouting and hacking, he finally managed to gather his last troops to break out of the encirclement. Rushing back to the main army was their only chance now. Their last hope was crushed. When the small group of survivors finally reached the plaza, after many losses and sacrifices, everything was already gone. The troops that had stayed behind had been annihilated. All they ran into was an army of monsters feasting on the remains of their comrades. Not only that, some of these creatures were even entering the pathworks. It was then that the creatures behind them caught up, and the dark elven general realized the true danger. Among the beasts chasing them, new ones had appeared. It was a tattoo that revealed the terrifying fact. One of the creature had a tribal tattoo he knew from one of his ghoul soldiers. It wasn't just the living who had turned. Even the undead could turn into these beasts. It's just a pathetic world without magic. If it's undead, we can just count them to our troops. We were truly arrogant in our ignorance. This world is way too frightening and dangerous. Looking at his men, they all knew they were the last stragglers of a wiped-out army. They were doomed. However, there was still one thing they had to do. He rallied his remaining men, and they made one final charge toward the portal. They had to close the gate and hinder these creatures from entering their world. 19. Seiki? It was afternoon when Seth finally opened his eyes. He had slept like a log and had been completely exhausted. What actually woke him up was his stomach rumbling. So much happened, he could not remember the last time he had rationed his food. Good thing he had saved his backpack. It was a little burned on the outside, but inside was most of the food he had bought in Starda. Seth gorged on the jerky and bread until he was full. This is a lot better. He sighed and stood up. He rearranged his inventory to place all the food he had in there. He had learned his lesson and didn't want to risk losing it. Judging from the lack of search parties, the undead probably thought he had died in the fire. Checking himself, he realized that he had actually not gotten any damage at all. His clothes, on the other hand, were done for. Even the little armor value they had was gone, as the durability had fallen to 0. They were so burned and ripped, he could only throw them away now. Status. Name, Seth Smith. Title, Faster Than the Thought. Level, 8. EXP, 27%. Race, Orihuma. Sex, male. Age, 23. Class, Spirit Blacksmith unique. Affiliation, none. Health, 1000 of 1000. Mana, 120. Strength, 15. Dexterity, 17. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 12. Willpower, 14. Endurance, 18. Personality, 8. Luck, 15. Free AP, Attribute points 50. Free SP, Skill points 4. Defense. Physical, 104. 54 plus 50, ENDX 3. Magical, 53. 28 plus 25, WLX 2. Fire resistance, 100%, 50% plus 50%. Skill window. Calm reaction, passive, LV5. Blacksmith, beginner, LV8, 51%. Blacksmith's eyes, LV2. Smelting, beginner, LV7, 11%. Blueprint, beginner, LV2. Weapon mastery, beginner, LV8, 50%. Spirit smithy, LV2. Spirit capture, LV2. Map, LV1. Fear resistance, LV5. Fire affinity, LV5. Soul infusion, LV1. Observation, LV2. Concealment, LV2. He had leveled up, and so did many of his skills, with weapon mastery leading the way. Also, his fire affinity had leveled up. This explained why he took no damage in the fire. His resistance had actually grown to 100%. It was great that his skills were growing, but his blacksmith skills were falling behind. It was high time he got himself a hideout to grind his skills. With the resources in this city, he was sure he could grind his skills to mastery. With this thought, he made his way out of the highly barricaded room. But when he shoved a dresser out of his way, it fell over and scattered its contents all over the floor. His eyes fell on a pile of jewelry that fell out of a small chest. He was able to pay with iron ingots and start a village. So would their empire also be interested in precious metals? Smelting gold would also level up his skill, so he didn't lose anything by trying, right? He put the jewelry in his dilapidated backpack and left the apartment. He saw the same zombies as the night before, when he sneaked down the stairs. They had not increased since then, so that undead must have gone somewhere else. He decided to dispatch these stragglers. Better be safe than sorry. The zombies were not very hard opponents if you sneaked up on them. They were generic zombies, so Seth easily got rid of them with his billhook. Collecting some experience and proficiency on the go was nice. Fighting felt a lot more comfortable now. The city was empty during the day, and he could freely walk on the street, but he could feel the stares of the zombies from the shadows in the ruins and windows. But it felt like there were a lot less than the day before. He had no explanation, just a hunch. While he was looking around the city, he could not withstand the seduction of the rebars sticking out like broken bones from the concrete ruins that made up a lot of the scenery. Seth only needed an hour to fill a full stack of 99 rebars in his inventory space. Now he also knew the maximum size of stacks. Seth followed the trail of destruction in reverse. The outskirts were still in rubble and barely reconstructed, but the closer Seth wandered to the city center the better, and knew the buildings looked. Reconstruction must have started here. But with a better environment came more gore. Most people in the city must have lived here. The streets were painted in dried blood and filled with broken glass from windows and doors. He could see signs of fighting. Broken pieces of weapons and armor were visible here and there, but Blacksmith's eyes told him that they had all been low-grade stuff. Oddly enough, he felt no stares anymore. There were no zombies far and wide, nor did he meet any other monsters. What happened? There was blood all over the place, but no monsters. Did they hide? Migrate maybe? It surely was his fortune that there were no zombies, but it was terribly suspicious. Was there something even more terrifying here? And where did that giant army of undead go? He checked the apartment buildings and skyscrapers to the sides of the roads, but except the gut-wrenching sets for zombie movies, he found nothing. Of course, he used the chance to loot food and also some jewelry. Seth had reached his destination, so he could take his time for the good side of Apocalypse life, freely robbing anything he needed or that caught his interest. When he reached the roof of an apartment building he was just done checking, he sat down to count his spoils. Looking at the food he found assured him that he would not have to return to Starta as often as he had expected. Settling down here somewhere in the center would not be a bad idea, if not for the weird disappearance of all those undead. He had a good view from this roof. Seth pulled out his father's binoculars to get an overview of the city. This was when he had noticed a small cloud of unnatural black fog above the center plaza of Delton. It was shrinking at a visible rate. Seth wanted to look at the plaza, but he couldn't see it as other buildings were in the way. Whatever weird thing was going on in the center was probably connected to the missing mobs. He could only look for a better vantage point to find out what was going on. He had to know, to decide whether he would stay here or look for a different neighborhood. Seth decided on a high-rise closer to the center. He climbed the 15 floors worth of stair with a sour expression. The elevator worked, but on the other hand, he didn't want to get stuck in there with no one around. Ding! Thanks to continuous training you have gained END +1. Foo asterisk K! He cursed as he breathlessly flopped down after reaching the roof. He had actually gained endurance by walking stairs. He scrambled onto his feet and looked towards the center. Seth could see the black fog with his bare eyes, but it had almost vanished. Taking the binoculars from the inventory again, he looked at the center plaza. What he saw was a camp made of big dark tents filling the center plaza, and a giant black membrane occupying a whole side of the plaza. It was Gate. How did he know? Because he actually observed the undead vanishing into the darkness, as if they were swallowed by a tar pit. Seth was actually quite lucky, so see this. Almost all undead were gone from the plaza. He was just in time to see the rear guard vanishing into the portal before it closed. This has to be the pathworks the priest mentioned. But why did they leave? Seth mused, still watching the now empty camp. He didn't believe it was because of what he did yesterday. Whoever these people were, they had slaughtered everyone in the city center and probably collected them as undead. The few zombies he killed that night would barely make a dent in their army. Seth sat down and ate while he kept an eye on the camp. After an hour, Seth was more or less sure that they were gone for good. Seth guessed that he had not encountered any zombies since he entered the city center, because they probably collected them all and left. So this part of Delton was technically safe now. Whatever their reason to leave was, it probably wasn't a danger here. I guess I will stay here then, Seth decided happily. Delton was now his base. 20. I am home. After Seth was convinced that the undead army wasn't coming back anytime soon, he decided to inspect their camp. Maybe they left some supplies for him? It was around noon, and the sun stood high in the sky. The fog had vanished, so Seth didn't worry too much about the undead as he visited the camp at the central plaza. It was a group of big tents, like you would sometimes see in historical movies. They were made of thick black canvas-like cloth. It was heavy and rough to the touch, but it was darker than any cloth he had ever seen. The insides were pitch black. Seth had to affix the flap to stay open, so light could fall in. The interior had rich decorations, and the floor was covered in fine carpets. This must have been the tent of someone with a high rank. There was a soft-looking bed, a table, and a big, well-made chest. Were they in a hurry? Seth asked when he looked at a bottle and half-filled goblet on the table. The contents reminded him a little of wine, but the smell definitely didn't. Unfortunately, the chest only contained spare clothes. As terrible as his current clothes looked, he would never wear something as frilly and pompous as the stuff he found in there. Even his hopes that they might be enchanted were dashed by Blacksmith's eyes. Just ordinary ugly clothes. Most tents were like that. These people were really stingy. Couldn't they have left something good for a poor young man trying to make a living in the apocalypse? Most of the tents looked the same level of luxurious, but none actually contained anything helpful. All he could do was collect the tent's tarp. They seemed very sturdy. Maybe they came in handy later. But Seth didn't give up. He would thoroughly loot, search all the tents. It actually happened as he was wandering in between the tents that he heard the jingle of metal. When he looked down, he saw the glinting of a ring he had kicked with his foot. Did someone lose it? It was a simple, smooth silver ring. He picked it up and appraised it with Blacksmith's eyes. Worst case, it was just a crafting material, but magic ring. Uncommon. Durability, 12 of 20. 1. Increases mana by 2%. 2. Increases intelligence by 5. A mass-produced magical ring worn by low-ranking members Argot Noah's army. It was actually an item with stats. Although the options looked unremarkable, beggars can't be choosers. Seth had nothing, and now he had something. And having 50 points more mana lifted his mood tremendously. Seth's mood fell again when the ring stayed the only useful thing he found in the camp. There were no food supplies he was willing to trust, and not a glimpse of equipment. He could only sigh and move on. Time spent looting was time well spent, but he had to decide on a place where he could hole up and grind his skills. A base. Looking around, the buildings surrounding the central plaza were no very good options. Ignoring the fact that the gate could open again at any time, the structures around here were very open public buildings or shopping malls. All of them sported a very fashionable shattered glass front door. Most buildings were wearing it this year. Worst thing was that they had all looked like they had already been ransacked. Seth had to go and look for something sturdy for his base. Something he could defend. In the evening he finally came to a neighborhood he liked. In the end, he chose one of those apartment houses similar to the one he had hidden in last night, with sturdy wooden doors at the entrance and barred windows on the ground floors. It was close enough to the city center to have no zombies around, but not too close, so he had time to get away as the pathworks opened again. Looking around the entrance hall, he found a bundle of spare keys at the janitor's place and locked the front door behind him. With a securely locked door between him and the world, a weight finally fell off Seth's shoulders he had not noticed before. He leaned his back against the reassuringly thick wooden door and slid to the ground. For some time, Seth just sat there on the ground and enjoyed the silence and chill form the floor tiles. This might have been the first time he actually relaxed since the apocalypse started. After a good while, he stood up and inspected the door. Should I reinforce it? No. It should be enough for today, Seth decided. He went up the stairs to see which place would become his new home. Regrettably, most of the potential homes were drenched in blood and filled with the stench of death. Not really places he wanted to live in. They were still places he wanted to loot, so his luggage kept growing. He kept going up the stairs until he reached the rooftop. Then he went back down and inspected the first floor again. He had noticed something weird. After some looking around a little, he actually found a private elevator. Seth knew there was something wrong with the last staircase. There had been no doors for the floor right below the roof. This elevator probably led to a private suite. But he could trust the elevator. So, he used the maintenance ladder to climb up. This reminded him that ladders also really weren't his thing. Especially not with a big sack of foods he had to tow up with him. At the end of the ladder, he really found the elevator doors to a suite. The whole upper floor was one big clean apartment with high ceilings, wide hallways, and big rooms. It was just perf. Lord, the previous owner asserted his claim over this living space. It was the zombie of an old man, who probably could not leave because, let's be honest, regular zombies are too dumb to use an elevator, even if it works. Seth ended his preposterous claims with a quick swipe of the billhook. Some corpse pulling, and a kick later, he had delivered the man, who returned to the afterlife, out of a window and onto the street with a splat. The whole upper floor was one big clean apartment with high ceilings, wide hallways, and big rooms. No previous owners. Yes, this place was just perfect. Since he had chosen this place as his new permanent home, Seth started to unload the food from his inventory and the backpack into the kitchen. It was a very big and modern kitchen with countertops made of marble, and all the appliances with stainless steel. It was as if someone took it straight out of a catalog. It actually held a big surprise for him. The cabinets were well filled with non-perishable goods, and the fridge was filled to the brim too. Delton's power grid was still working, so the things were still edible. How lucky! Seth was so happy that he cooked up a feast to enjoy. There really was more food left in the world than he had thought. After filling his belly to his heart's content, he stumbled into the bedroom and enjoyed the soft embrace of a high-quality bed. "Ah, yes, I am home," he mumbled and fell asleep. 21 rainy days. The new day actually greeted Seth with rain, and not the nice kind of rain. Big heavy drops kept incessantly hammering on the roof and against the windows. When he opened the window, the rush was so heavy that it all mixed together to sound like a single overwhelming roaring. It was so intense that he could feel it resonate in his chest. That he hurriedly closed the window. "Well, looks like I will stay at home today," Seth talked to himself. Originally, he was going to clean the neighborhood. Seth had wanted to scavenge for more food, while he could still expect it to be edible, and clean up any undead he might encounter. Once he was able to make a good weapon and armor, Seth wanted to go out and farm zombies. It was one of the things he never understood when watching movies or reading books around a zombie apocalypse. Zombies could not grow their number. They did not procreate. So why did people keep running away and hiding out in secure locations instead of cleaning them up and be safe for sure? Anyways, Since he could not leave, he would concentrate on improving his skills. Seth freed up a place in the massive living room and summoned the spirit furnace and the water barrel. It was only a 45% success rate, but successfully melting down a rebar into the furnace fetched him a sizable ingot of medium steel and a big chunk of 10% proficiency on LV7. The stack of rebars he had collected the other day should have been more than enough to level smelting to the next stage. Seth wanted to see what new options he could get when smelting reached the next stage, and then he could make a good weapon to farm mobs and raise his class level. And that was pretty much what the following days looked for Seth. The rain never stopped, so he spent his days inside, ate, slept, and kept making iron ingots. In these days, he felt a strangely familiar connection between himself and the spirit flame in the furnace. He remembered snippets of the night when he fought the zombies. Seth had felt this connection back then when he manipulated the furnace and fled through the firestorm that day. It actually helped to make the furnace control a lot smoother. Until now, this only happened when he leveled up the skill itself. Like this, he actually had a higher success rate than the system stated. It helped a lot in the beginning, when the success rate was still low. It saved him material and brought bonus experience, since he only got less than half the XP for a failed attempt. But later on, it did not really lower the number of ingots he had to make by much, since the proficiency he got more than halved with every level up of the skill. The ingots kept piling up on the floor beside the furnace. When he reached level 9 on the third day, he became unsure whether the stack of rebars was actually enough. However, Seth kept going. He still had the mediocre iron ingots and the jewelry. And then, he would just start melting down any metal he could find in the apartments and the house. He would definitely get to the next stage. It was not just the smelting skill that was growing. The longer he sat in front of the furnace, and the deeper he stared into the flames while fiddling with the controls, the clearer he felt this connection to the fire. Ding! Passive skill. Fire affinity LV5 has become LV6. The notification pulled him out of his trance-like state and made him fail the attempt. Frustrated, he caught the molten metal in a mold and threw them into the water barrel. In the evening of the third day, his worries came true. The rebars were not enough to overcome this last level and reach 10. He was LV9 and close to 40% when his last attempt failed. Did he give up? No. Did he take a break? Yes. Seth had a doctrine: if you are frustrated, you should eat. He totally didn't just come up with that or something. He vanished into the kitchen and cooked up a simple but scrumptious meal. Just you wait, he thought, and what followed was the replay of what had happened at the start of his journey. Seth scoured the whole house for any and all metals and materials and collected them in large heaps in one of the other apartments in the house. He obviously didn't want to fill his living space with all this stuff. Overall, it was the same stuff he had found at his home, just larger quantities. Unfortunately, there were no residents who hoarded large quantities of metal in their homes. Seth really hoped this was enough. The rain outside had grown stronger in the recent days, and he really didn't feel like going out there at this time. If this kept going, Seth would have to worry about the first floor being flooded. Anyways, Seth got on to turning the miscellaneous scrap he had collected into neat little metal ingots he could stack like gold bars. It could have guessed it. Despite getting an upgrade and being able to make medium quality iron, or medium iron for short, from the stuff he had collected, he could barely register the proficiency bar moving after making one. The only silver lining was that there was almost no chance of failure at this point, and he could produce these a lot faster than the steel ingots. End of day 3, his smelting stagnated somewhere around LV9, 70%, when he couldn't keep going and went back up to his home to sleep. Thunder so loud that it made the windows rattle audibly woke Seth up from his well-deserved sleep in the middle of the night. The heavy rain outside had not become any weaker over time. No! It actually turned into a thunderstorm now. Seth tumbled to the window to look outside. Fuck! He cursed when he saw outside. The streets of Deltan were really flooded by water. The rain was an almost impenetrable curtain that kept hitting the earth and made everything look like a blur. Why did this stuff keep happening? This was almost a desert when he came. Where did monsoon rain suddenly come from? Why couldn't the apocalypse pause for a moment and give him 1 week of peace? Was that too much to ask? As he looked at the lake's worth of water falling from the sky, Seth got the hunch that he might have to leave this place soon. Throwing several rude gestures with his middle finger at the weather, God, and the world in general, Seth turned towards what was important now. Breakfast, followed by grinding. Since he did not know when the power grid would break down, Seth had early on started eating the perishables in the fridge. With the breakfast, most of them gone now, this was one worry less if he had to leave. The rain kept going strong when Seth left the suite to keep smelting the metals. Today was the day. Smelting would definitely reach LV10 and rank up. He was actually surprised when he entered the room 2 floors below his suite, where he used to smelt yesterday. When his gaze fell on the heaps of ingots he had left in the room, it was the first time he realized how much material he had actually smelted. The piles of raw materials had visibly shrunk since he started, but there was still a lot. This gave him hope. Seth summoned the furnace and started his work. Within an hour, he had churned out several tins of medium iron ingots and reached 80%. Reaching 90%, he actually ran out of raw materials. So he started resmelting the mediocre iron ingots, reaching 97%. He was so close. Next, he pulled out his booty. It was a sack full of precious metals he had ransacked from several buildings and also some jewelry shops. Seth had planned to try and sell these in Starda. Maybe modern workmanship could have fetched a good price? It couldn't be helped. Seth started to turn the jewelry into small ingots of silver and gold, starting with those without gems. What he didn't expect was that these precious metal ingots gave him a good amount of proficiency, despite having a high success rate from the start. Finally, after turning half of his treasure into ingots. Ding! Skill: Smelting, Beginner, LV9 has become LV10. Ding! Skill: Smelting, Beginner, LV10 has become Smelting, Adept, LV1. Ding! Congratulations! You have met the prerequisite to evolve one of your skills. Would you like to evolve Smelting, Adept, LV1 into Fire Manipulation LV1? Y/N. Seth's jaw dropped to the ground. He had worked so hard to rank up Smelting, and now he could even evolve it? He thought for a moment. He clicked yes instinctively, and immediately felt the small bond he had been feeling lately become a sturdy bridge. Ding! Ability: Fire Manipulation LV1 acquired, thanks to the synergy of Smelting, Adept, Spirit Blacksmith, and Fire Affinity. Ding! Congratulations! You are the first person in your zone to obtain an ability. You are granted 5 free skill points. Not only did he get a cool-sounding skill, but to top it off, even an achievement reward. After calming down, he looked for the skill in his skill window. It had replaced Smelting, Fire Manipulation LV1. Status: Contracted. Contracted fires: Soul Fire. The user can manipulate existing flames. The user can create and manipulate flames using mental strength. The user can enter a contract with specific flames to increase effectiveness. 22. Rainy Days 2. Seth was spellbound by his new skill, despite his exhaustion. He sat down right then and there wanting to test it. Seth was enraptured by the tiny pale blue flame emerging from his fingertips. After he concentrated on fire manipulation, it resembled those viral videos of people burning gas or lighter fluid on their clothes without anything happening to them. The fire was not big, but Seth could feel a certain assertiveness from the small blue flame. It moved more or less as he wished it, like a limb with a small delay. Although Seth found fire manipulation in his skill window, and the description sounded like an active skill. It was called an ability. Abilities had not been part of the tutorial, so Seth didn't know. Fortunately, it was not hard to find out the difference between an ability and a skill. When Seth concentrated on ability, in his skill window a tooltip opened. To sum it up, the difference between an ability and a skill was that it had aspects of both an active and a passive skill, so the resource consumption could fluctuate wildly. Also, it did not consume mana. While active skills consume mana, abilities use the user's mental strength to work. At this point, Seth did not really know what exactly it meant by mental strength, since there was no bar for it in his status. Of course, he could roughly guess that it had something to do with his concentration. From what he could infer at this point, abilities seemed a lot vaguer in general than skills. On the other hand, they had a greater potential or versatility. Sitting in a dark room filled with all kinds of iron ingots, Seth was playing with a small blue flame, watching it jump across his fingertips like an illusionist playing with a coin. After reading many novels and playing lots of games, he had never expected it to feel like this. It was no dead ability to throw around and be cool with like in that one TV show about bending elements. The little flames felt almost like a warm little fiend. He sat there for quite a while until... Ding! Ability. Fire Manipulation LV1 had become Fire Manipulation LV2. The notification finally snapped him out of his trance. At this point, he felt tired, mentally and physically fatigued. Looking outside the window, nothing had changed. Seth could barely make out anything of the city. At this point, he thought that maybe he should have left the very first day it started to rain like this. But then what? He had a lot of excuses for not leaving, but in the end, he just wasn't able to decide until it had been too late. Going out in this kind of weather was pretty much suicide at this point. Seth wasn't really much into voluntary death. All he could do now was to stay here and wait it out. With this thought, he went to sleep. What's with this rain? Wilton screamed as he rushed into the priest's office. The hunter had been back to patrolling the edge of the dark woods after reporting the last time. The fence had been fixed, and he was on regular duty when the rain started. It had taken him 2 whole days to fight his way back to Starta village. The plains were slowly drowning, and the water actually stood up to his waist when he finally managed to cross the city gate. Inside, the village was dry. It was shielded by a bowl-shaped force field that kept the masses of water out. Wilton had become angrier and angrier on his journey, the worse the weather and terrain got. Nobody had warned him about this. He was so upset that he was grabbing the priest's collar, lifting the rotund man off the ground. "Wilton, calm down! What happened that enraged you so much?" Simon, the priest of the system, held onto the hunter's wrist to try and regain contact with the floor. "What enraged me? What enraged me? Maybe the 2 days I spent wading through the swamp outside to get here? Maybe the fact that I almost drowned and swept into the dark woods when a small rivulet swelled into a raging current in a matter of seconds? Or maybe the fact that you did not tell me about the rain beforehand? Choose one. All of them are correct." Wilton roared as he kept shaking the priest with every syllable. "Wilton! Please stop shaking me. Thanks," Simon said, and adjusted his robe after being let of. "We didn't expect it to come so early, okay? I would have told you to stay in town during your next report," the priest explained belatedly. The hunter sighed. He felt a lot better after whirling around the priest, the target of all his recent negative emotions, like a rag doll. "So?" Wilton asked. "So what?" Simon looked confused. "Why are we here when you knew about this rain? The whole plains are flooded. If this keeps going, the town will drown too." Hee. The priest had a mischievous smile on his face before he sat down at his desk and pulled out the fat folder. "After torrential rainfalls then can keep going for up to 3 weeks, the plains will be flooded and form a lake. It is part of the changed climate in this world. It takes about a week for this lake to be drained away. Once it has gone, These plains will be filled with extremely fertile alluvial deposit. It will be perfect for farming crops. It just came a little early this time. I'm really sorry, Wilton. So, this will still keep going for more than 3 weeks? Wilton looked up to the field that kept water out of the village. How high will it rise until then? Deltan. Seth woke up to the already familiar sound of rain hammering on the roof. He stretched out and went to the kitchen for breakfast. Rationing went very well. He left his suite and went to collect all the iron ingots he had made into his inventory. He did the smelting somewhere else because of the heaps of scrap he had to melt in. Now that everything was turned into neat and convenient ingots, Seth didn't want to leave his home to forge. Seth set up the complete spirit smithy in a dedicated room and stacked all the ingots to the side. The rain still held him captive, so it was time to use his consolidated resources to finally grind the blacksmith skill. Blacksmith was the main skill of his class, so it was a shame to have it lagging behind. Seth wanted to try bigger and more complex weapons. Instead of going with quantity like he did at the start, he wanted to try quality this time. He had a hunch that making a diverse array of sophisticated and demanding weapons would get him more experience in the long run. Even if he failed, he could always just resmelt the scrap. Seth's method was to start off by choosing the blueprint of a weapon and get used to the process of the weapon first. Then proceed by using the free mode to make the weapon and farm experience that way. Seth wanted to start slow and chose something smaller. It was an axe head made of medium iron. He wanted to save the medium steel for a higher skill level, or maybe even for after the rank up, if possible. This time, opposite to when he was still at home, he had a lot of what he had gathered from around the house. Stuff like bedposts and baluster made of thick wood, for example. Like this, he could make an item, but also save some of his metal. Seth started working and meticulously followed the instructions of the system guidance. He forged a rough axe head from a whole ingot and continued with punching a hole for the shaft. After forging it into its more refined final shape came the quenching in the water of sticks. He still had no idea what exactly changed with it become the water of sticks, but sometimes the water felt warmer and sometimes colder. Maybe it helped raising the chance of the quench succeeding? The first attempt failed as it developed a crack during the quench. It made him doubt his guess. Seth still got about 7% skill proficiency from this failed attempt. He saw this as a confirmation that new things would initially give more experience. So, making and mastering the production of various weapons was the right choice, and this was his new routine from then on. He made several axes under the guidance of the system, from forging the head to shaping the handle. Seth did this until he got the process down and managed to make an axe close to optimum parameters. Then he started over, making axes in free mode until he was good enough to get a similar result. When forging, he forgot the world around him and was fully focused on his work, and even subconsciously started to manipulate the flame in the forge to help his work. When Seth had mastered the axe, he had reached Blacksmith, Beginner, LV9, 12%. It was already deep in the night when he was satisfied and stopped. Seth had not noticed that he had worked for 2 days straight, but he had a tremendous hunger and thirst. For now, he left everything where it was and satisfied his stomach's demand, before falling into a very deep and pleasant sleep. 23. Rainy Days 3. Seth had already gotten used to the incessant sound of rain. What woke him up were his bodily needs. The call of nature needed his attention. When he wanted to jump off the bed, he instantly froze, winced and fell back on the bed groaning. Tremendous muscle pain was surging through his sore body, and he did not want to move at all. Despite his bladder's demand, he first belatedly checked his status. Name: Seth Smith. Title: Faster Than the Thought. Level: 8. EXP: 32%. Race: Orihuma. Sex: Male. Age: 23. Class: Spirit Blacksmith Unique. Affiliation: None. Health: 937 of 1000. Mana, 180, plus 3.6. Strength, 18. Dexterity, 20. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 13 plus 5. Willpower, 15. Endurance, 19. Personality, 9. Luck, 15. Free AP, attribute points 50. Free SP, skill points 9. Defense. Physical, 104, 57 plus 50, ENDX 3. Magical, 55, 30 plus 25, WLX 2. Fire resistance, 100%, 50% plus 60%. Skill window. Calm reaction, passive, LV5. Blacksmith, beginner, LV9, 45%. Blacksmith's eyes, LV2. Fire manipulation, LV2. Blueprint, beginner, LV2. Weapon mastery, beginner, LV8, 60%. Spirit smithy, LV2. Spirit capture, LV2. Map, LV1. Fear resistance, LV5. Fire affinity, LV6. Soul infusion, LV1. Observation, LV2. Concealment, LV2. His HP had actually decreased this much from muscle pain. Seth didn't know that he had not eaten or drank for almost 2 days, and his HP had already considerably recovered. What he noticed was that some of his attributes had increased, especially strength. At least the pain was worth it. Dexterity even hit 20. This helped Seth a lot in enduring the pain. The call of nature, on the other hand, knew no mercy. Seth had to force himself to stand up and drag his aching body to the bathroom. He had breakfast on the small balcony of the suite, enjoying the blurry scenery and overwhelming noise of the rain. It was quite surreal, to be honest, but also refreshing after spending so much time in front of the forge. As he looked down, he could barely make out the surface of the water. Wasn't this a little high? He doubted his yes and decided to take a look once he could move normally again. Seth once again had to acknowledge how amazing the system was, as he felt his body slowly recover. After a good meal, his muscle pain had vanished within an hour. If it had been before, he would have had to wait at least several days for the pain to go away naturally. Before he got back to the forge, he decided to take a look at the water situation. The lights in the elevator shaft would not turn on. Did they short-circuited because of the water? He climbed down the ladder of the private elevator with a flashlight between his teeth, but didn't reach the ground floor. Seth could already hear the sloshing of water and waves from up here. In the shine of the flashlight, he saw the surface of the murky mix of dirt, blood, debris, zombie parts, and trash. This was no exaggeration. He could see rotten pieces of meat and something like an elbow swimming in the water below him. The ground floor was completely flooded, and the water reached the height of the first floor. Climbing closer, he could also smell the fluid that was no better than sewer water. But was it worse than skull-penetrating vines in a world of twilight? Arguably not. Seth hoped that it was really just ordinary flood water. In this world, he would doubt it when someone told him there were skull-penetrating tentacles in this water. He was ready to change his evaluation in that case. Anyways, nothing else happened, so Seth shrugged his shoulders and climbed back up. He had enough food for weeks right now and could sit it out. He would start worrying when the water actually started reaching the upper floors. Seth would not be able to reach the rest of the house without passing the water, but it was a slight inconvenience at most. He had already collected the useful stuff anyways. Seth got back to the forge and started a new blueprint. It was a parry dagger about the length of his forearm made of medium iron. He wanted to slowly get closer to swords and sabers for now. He lacked the wood to finish polearms and similar weapons, so he had to concentrate on those mainly made from metal. Going about it the same way he did with the axe, Seth started by following the guidance of the system. He slowly started incorporating the fire manipulation into his forging. He failed a few times. When he consciously tried using it and overheated the metal, Seth kept trying anyways and was soon rewarded. Ding! Ability: Fire Manipulation LV2 has become Fire Manipulation LV3. And not just that, soon after his blacksmith finally ranked up. Ding! Skill: Blacksmith Beginner LV9 has become Blacksmith Beginner LV10. Ding! Skill: Blacksmith Beginner LV10 has become Blacksmith Apprentice LV1. Ding! Skill: Blueprint Beginner LV2 has become Blueprint Apprentice LV2. But wait! Why was it Apprentice? Was it not supposed to be Adept after Beginner? Hold up. Did this mean that when the blacksmith in Starda evaluated his billhook, it was not just one rank his work had skipped, but two? Seth was stunned. Although it took hard work to develop his class, the work was actually gratifying, and the class seemed even better than he had estimated at first. When he reached Adept or Master, or whatever came at the top, wouldn't he be able to create legendary weapons and armor? He also had the weapon mastery, overwhelming gear and skill. So what if he had no flashy combat skill? When monsters would be cut like paper in front of his weapon, Seth became quite smug as he imagined plowing through his enemies with the ultimate gear. It was until his eyes fell on the pile of scrap and failed products. What kind of resources would he have to burn through to get to such a level? How much sweat and blood would he have to pour into the metal in flames? Yeah, let us stop thinking about the future. It is just depressing. Let us just do it one step at a time. Slow and steady wins the race. He motivated himself. He observed the successful and good weapons he had made. The pile was a lot smaller, but it showed that he just needed to work hard. Seth did not realize that calling his progress slow and steady was a slap to the face for any regular blacksmith. Seth would not disassemble his best works, but keep them and try to sell them in Starda. With his renewed mindset, Seth got back to grinding the given blueprints. It was his turn to be stunned again. His blueprints had also ranked up with his blacksmith, and there were a bunch of new blueprints he could choose from. There were mostly upgraded and more elaborate versions of existing blueprints, but also some new weapons with more exotic forms, like chakrams. But not just weapons, but there were also blueprints of chainmail and more plate armor now. After testing to make a gauntlet, he decided to keep making weapons, since making armor was a lot more time intensive. Weapons were more time effective. The apprentice rank was another step up from beginner. At this point, he barely got experience for the simpler things he had done until now. From here on, his days became quite monotone as he first mastered all those blueprints he could do with medium iron, until it ran out. He kept resmelting the scraps until all the iron was turned into acceptable weapons. He also found out that the change of smelting to fire manipulation had almost no impact on the usage of the furnace. One of these days his fire manipulation and affinity also leveled up. Seth lost count of the day as it became a fixed routine of sleep, eat and forge, always accompanied by the constant sound of rain. With Blacksmith Apprentice LV2 12%, he finally graduated from making weapons out of medium iron, as he had even run out of scrap. On his side lay a heap of sparkling finished weapons. Hunting knives, parry daggers, axes, several forms of maces and war hammers, short swords, arming swords, sabers, langmesser, and many reaching the optimal parameters of the blueprint. It was in this period that Seth felt the increase in his practical skills for real. He made less and less errors while forging and started to become a lot faster, even on blueprints he was unfamiliar with. In the end, many weapons were very similar. Drops of sweat ran down his now well-defined body and collected all kinds of soot and grimes he was covered him. He sat in front of the forge almost naked, looking like a barbarian. He didn't remember when, but at some point, Seth stopped wearing clothes while working in the smithy. Ever since he started using fire manipulation, the flames kept jumping over when he lost concentration and burned whatever he was wearing. Having lost all sense of time, he used this chance to take a break. The power grid had broken down some time ago, and water also stopped running in the suite, so he climbed to the roof and used the curtain of rain to flood the grime off his body. Washing his lean body, he felt his muscles bulge below his skin. Even the first beginnings of a beard were growing on his face. The cold shower woke him from his mechanical thinking and refreshed his tired mind. His only indication of time were his rations that showed a visible shrinkage. 24 new days. When Seth checked his status, he ignored his reduced HP. He knew that he wasn't very nice to his body when he was caught in his fascination for forging. It would heal fast, as long as he took a good break. His strength and endurance reached 20 in the last days, but stopped growing there. Was this the cap? I guess this is as far as I can go with just training, Seth mumbled to himself and looked at the free attribute points he had saved up until today. He was finally at the point where he had to think about how to distribute them. He also ogled the free skill points. Maybe he should decide on those too. Seth looked at his attributed for some times. As a blacksmith, he obviously needed strength and dexterity. These grew the fastest when he was forging, so they were the most important, followed by endurance and willpower. The first was obviously needed when he was supposed to work for hours without end. The second seemed to have something to do with fire manipulation. He had no idea why else it would have grown. It made sense that willpower had something to do with mental power, but it was still below 20, so it would have to wait. Intelligence was similar. It grew slowly on its own, and he had the ring. So, it didn't seem very urgent to raise it. Agility? It probably wasn't necessary for a blacksmith, but it might come in handy in a fight, so he should not neglect it. Seth had 50 points to distribute. After deciding on the priority, he put 15 in Street and DX each, 10 into E&D and 5 into AGI. Seth saved 5 for WIL once it reached 20 points. It wasn't like in a game, where the attributes were just numbers. With a sudden jump in power, Seth could feel his muscles not bulge, but tighten as if they became denser. He also felt a lot fitter and healthy, which was probably the effect of endurance. The effect of dexterity was a lot more subtle. His hand-eye coordination seemed to have increased. Seth's sense of touch in his hands felt more precise, and the movement of his fingers became faster and smoother. He didn't know how else he would describe the effect of DX. Next were the skill points. Where should he invest them? Looking at the list of skills, not all of them could be upgraded with skill points. Some were locked. He could not increase spirit smithy, for example, even though he had been able to before. Seth realized that some skills could not be leveled up with SP, and others might have prerequisite to be leveled up. He would have to keep an eye out for this. This only left the skills Blacksmith's Eyes, Map, Soul Capture, Soul Infusion, Blueprints, Observation, and Concealment for him to improve at the moment. It would never hurt to increase the first one, even though LV3 cost 2 SP. Soul Capture also seemed like a good choice. It would be a shame if he saw a good material and couldn't collect it. It too cost 2 SP. Now Seth was down to 5. And he didn't really want to use them up now in case Soul Smithy unlocked anytime soon. He didn't feel like Blueprints was worth 2 SP right now. Map actually made him curious for its next stage. At the moment, he could only see the places he personally mapped out. Anything else was just fog of war. And to top it off, Map LV2 only cost him 1 SP. After increasing its level, Seth immediately opened the map window. What he got was a black and white topographic map of the whole continent. It showed his position and the position and names of bigger cities like Omega City or City B where he had come from. It also showed Deltan and Startup because it were places he had visited. He could also zoom in on the small specks he had traveled himself. It worked like a navigation app on his phone. Seth could zoom in on the map and himself. The places he had been to were colored and high definition like a satellite image. Anything else became a dark blur when he zoomed in on it. Seth appreciated these new functionalities, but what was even more interesting was a button that had appeared in the corner. It was called Auto Map. When he pressed it, it looked like a radar appeared around his position on the map. After one rotation, a big circle with a radius of maybe 150 meters had been mapped out at his position, and the auto map went on a 1-minute cool down. Now he could see his building and the neighboring ones as clear as day from a top view. Not only that, it was a real-time image. He could see that the flood had almost reached up to the 3rd floor, without having to climb down the elevator shaft. The water was already halfway up to him. He looked out the window, and the rain was still going strong. How long was it going to rain like that? Would he really have to leave here again? Don't he forget, step by step. No use in worrying. He shook his head and motivated himself. If he had to leave, he would have to leave. He could not change that. What he could do was clear. Keep grinding. It was finally time to start making things with steel. He was hyped. The moment he entered the smithy and lifted his hammer, he could feel the effect of increased strength even more pronounced. The previously hefty hammer was light as a feather, and his dexterity allowed him to control its movement with utmost precision and ease. He first tried the same parrying dagger he mastered in the very beginning. His production speed had increased tremendously, and he finished it in a fraction of the time he needed before. Seth easily hit the optimum parameters too. It gave him almost 5%. It was a huge chunk compared to what he had gotten for the things made of medium iron he had done until recently. The quality gap to steel was easily discernible at this point. Unlike how he had planned it, he now had no unending supply of medium quality steel, as he could not leave the building. Seth didn't know how much further the steel could get him, so it was time to decide on the gear he wanted to make for himself. It was really a day of decisions. Seth chose one of the blueprints that were added after the rank up. It was the improved version of a long sword. It had an elegant sleek blade of 90 centimeters length, a handle he could either grab with 1 or 2 hands, and a simple crossguard. It looked traditional and unassuming. The damage it had with optimal parameters, on the other hand, was everything but unassuming. Superior longsword. Common uncommon. Damage 70 to 230. Durability 900. As the culmination of blacksmith knowledge, this weapon can transcend material confinement and reach the rank of uncommon without using uncommon materials, if the workmanship is up to par. The following weeks were filled with anguish and failure, as Seth not only trained his skill, but worked hard on the gear he planned to wear in the future. And when the sun finally shined again above Deltan, Seth was ready to greet the new days before him. Ding. Title. Shut in. Gained. You have stayed indoors for several weeks without interacting with people and didn't feel lonely at all. Shut-in grants +1 on all stats in closed spaces you stayed in for more than 24h. Black lines covered his face as the system ruined his moment. 25. Final preparations. Seth stood on the roof of his current base and looked down on the water surface that had almost reached his floor. It had rained for a long time, and now the morning sun's rays were sparkling on the waves of the big lake that had swallowed the city. The weather had calmed down a lot. After raining for so long, the murky water had turned clear and looked almost clean. Seth could almost see the streets below on the bottom of the lake. The streets he had walked just a few weeks ago had turned into an underwater world. It was quite fascinating in a sense, and it was quite troubling in every other sense. At this time, Seth's rations started dwindling, and he finally ran out of raw materials to grind his skill. Of course, He had long prepared for this time when he had to leave. The food he had left were mostly preserved stuff and could easily fit into a few of his item slots. After the water supply unexpectedly stopped working, he had stocked up on it using the rain. It was also called clean water and stacked with the regular tap water, so he did not worry. Now 6 of his 16 item slots were filled with food and water, and the rest held stacks of finished weapons he planned to sell, miscellaneous stuff, and his gear. Seth also had another reason to leave now. It was when he got ready to make himself a bow for long-range attacks, when he finally realized that he actually lacked something important. After mastering the blueprint to make a steel bow, he remembered the vine he had picked up all this time ago. It was an uncommon material he could not identify at the time and subsequently forgot about. Seth remembered it because bows are usually made of wood, right? So he had dug it up from the pile he had deposited the very first day he arrived in the suite. Hanging trees vine, crafting material, uncommon. A hunter vine of the field boss, hanging tree, which is used to hunt food and absorb nutrients. Depending on the treatment, it can be more flexible and sturdier than most metals. It was the moment the hanging trees vine entered his material catalog that several new blueprints and variations of the basic ones using the hanging trees vine as material were unlocked. All of them had the possible rating of uncommon, only depending on the one uncommon ingredient. Seth chose the blueprint of a composite bow, as he could split the vine and gain several tries like this. Even so, he was not too familiar with the treatment of the wood. He managed to successfully make 2 complete bows. While the ordinary medium steel products barely got him any proficiency past LV5, these bows gave him almost 10% proficiency with their uncommon rating, despite being far from perfect. This was something he had already experienced with the long sword, and it obviously made sense. The rating and performance of the product he made had a big influence on the proficiency he gained. But it was a lot easier to get an uncommon rating when using uncommon materials, even when they didn't come out perfectly. This made Seth realize that sitting around and grinding the blueprints over and over with the same material was not the best way to improve anymore. He had to enlarge his material catalog. He needed to collect experience with many, and most importantly, better materials to keep improving. Seth had been eager to keep going at that time, but he left one set of materials behind. He did the same for a few sets of material of the long sword. The reason was simple. He wanted to increase his capabilities for the last attempt, so he could leave with the best weapons possible and make them on the day before he left. Now was the time. Seth had reached Blacksmith, Apprentice, LV7, and was sure that these 2 weapons would probably accompany him for quite some time now. This made it also the time to test the one skill he had held back on until now, soul infusion. He just had too little materials to mess around with this skill. At the moment, he had 7 souls in total. 2 of them were the uncommon ones from his quest. The others had dropped from goblins and kobolds he had killed. Before he made the final products with the 2 uncommon souls, he wanted to test soul infusion and made 2 long swords. Seth suddenly understood that fire manipulation was not his first ability. Soul infusion worked in the same way. During the forging, he could touch and coax the immaterial form of the souls to follow his instructions. The soul behaved similar to metal. Seth had to fold the steel and knead the soul into the material to evenly spread it throughout the whole blade. When he quenched the blade, he could feel the barrel's water having a huge effect on the soul. He had no specific skill for it, but he had confirmed that the temperature of the water changed depending on the piece that was quenched. Now it was almost soul-chilling cold. With the cooling of the metal, the soul was contained and bound. The weapon became its new body. There might be a huge chance of the soul breaking away from the workpiece if he used something other than this water to quench. After he finished fitting the crossguard, handle, and pommel, the sword brought him 2% proficiency. It was his first time, and he was unfamiliar with this process, so Seth understandably made some mistakes. Still, the weapon came out as uncommon. Superior longsword. Uncommon. Damage 190. Durability 1100. A good weapon made by an aspiring blacksmith. Despite minor deficiencies of the workmanship, this weapon shows a slightly improved performance owing to special treatment. It lacks some attack power, but the durability outperformed the original blueprint. The skill also mentioned magic conductivity. Seth had tried pushing mana into the weapons before, but he felt a high resistance from normal steel weapons, and their durability started dropping at a visible speed. The magic power was like electricity in a tungsten wire. The resistance and the energy loss were very high to see any kind of effect. When he tried it on his test longsword, it felt a lot smoother than normal steel, and it easily formed a thin, pale layer of light on the weapon. Conducting magic into a sword increased its damage. That was all Seth could conclude at the moment. After another 2 attempts with the small souls, Seth felt ready to go for the final product using the medium-sized soul of the orc. He had gotten accustomed to the feeling of a souls in his hand. The only difference to the small souls was the size of this one. He had to fold and work the steel more often to steadily infuse it into the material. Ding! Skill. Soul Infusion LV1 has become Soul Infusion LV2. When he finally quenched the blade, his Soul Infusion actually leveled up. Seth was very satisfied with the result after finishing the sword. Superior longsword. Uncommon. Damage 254. Durability 1500. 1. Grants 1.5x damage against enemies with less STR. An excellent weapon made by an aspiring blacksmith. The experienced workmanship tells of great talent. This weapon shows greatly improved performance owing to special treatment. This time, the longsword even had a supernatural ability similar to the ring. No wonder it was described as primitive enchantment. Dealing more damage against weaker opponents really sounded like something that fit an orc's souls. After seeing what the uncommon soul did for the sword, Seth was excited about what it could do for the bow. What effect would a vengeful soul bring forth? Maybe a curse? He soon stopped dreaming and became serious again. Working on the bow caused him utmost concentration. Seth had no way of practicing this. It was his only chance. His worries were unfounded. It came to light that infusing a soul into an organic material like wood was a lot easier than spreading it in metal. The only difficulty was the composite part of the bow. It was not possible to split the soul. He had to pull and stretch it to infuse it into the metal part while assimilating into the wood at the same time. This cost him a lot of concentration, but he was able to manage thanks to all the training he had with fire manipulation. The composite bow he made as a result was truly breathtaking. The bows he made before looked similar to a modern recurved bow, but reversed. The limbs were made of the almost black vine wood while the grip was a dark steel gray, giving it an elegant monochrome color scheme. But this one had a crimson red glint to it, giving it an underlying impression of malice. Vengeful Hunter Bow. Unique. Damage 150. Durability 1000. 1. Arrows shot with this bow show malice and will correct their trajectory slightly to hit vital points. 2. Inflicted wounds will hurt more, heal worse, and have a high chance to get infected. A frightening weapon made by an aspiring blacksmith. A bow possessed by a malicious will to hurt its benefactor's enemies. Usage condition, Seth Smith. His jaw almost touched the ground when Seth read the description. Then he broke out into a victory dance. With such an awesome bow, he felt almost happy to leave soon. One was assured, he was ready. 26. Leaving home again. Seth felt a lot better about leaving his home this time compared to his first. He had the 2 best weapons he could possibly make and a light set of dark gray plate armor and black canvas that gave him some protection, but did not get in the way of his movement. All of it was snugly stowed away in his inventory together with all his rations, useful stuff, and other works. Wearing a set of clean clothes he had found in the house, he stepped out on the balcony, leaving the empty suite that had been his home for a few weeks behind him. The glistening water surface was barely 2 meters below his feet. Yes, he would have to swim. It was the only option now. He had observed the water for some time now, and could not see any skull-penetrating tentacles in the water, or any other life to speak of. Of course, he did not plan to swim all the way to Starta. He hoped that he could find some floating debris and driftwood to build a raft he could use to sail back to Starta. Seth was pretty sure that big old man with his big old folder had a counter plan for the flood, or else Starta would be gone. And if Starta really was not there anymore, well, he could just keep sailing. He knew that the plains and the land in the west rose higher than Deltan. There was definitely dry land there. The water could not have covered the whole continent, right? "Here goes nothing," he said, and jumped down into the water holding his breath. The water was warmer than he had expected, pleasant even. Well, this was about to become a desert, and it was quite warm here. As he dove into the water, it was so clear that he could make out the blurry outlines of the streets below. The streets had become a world tinted in an azure hue. When he resurfaced, he gasped for air. No matter what one may say about the apocalypse, it created really spectacular scenes. At least for him. After reorienting himself with the map, Seth started swimming along the deep water channels bordered by the house fronts and rooftops of the sunken city. The sun stood high in the sky as he set off. Seth was looking for floating debris and driftwood he could use to make a raft. He had more than enough rope, and even had made some space in his inventory in case he found something big. After some time, he had already collected a few floating items he judged usable, like the empty bottles of water dispensers and some wooden pallets that had probably drifted out from one of the stores in the vicinity. He was able to put those in his inventory. He was swimming down a wide main street, pulling a mix of miscellaneous other stuff behind him, until a disturbing sight disrupted the young man's shopping spree. They were here. It was the shadow of a giant tentacle in the depths of the water, slithering down the main street towards his location. Seth panicked for a short moment and then became really calm. Maybe it had not noticed him yet. If he moved really slow and didn't disturb the water, he might blend in with the floating litter around him. Maybe he could reach the shallow water on one of the flooded rooftops to the side, like this. TV had taught him that this worked with crocodiles and things like that. So, he started to close in on the side of the road towards the edge of a rooftop, as the shadow below kept getting closer and closer to his position. Ding! Passive skill. Fear resistance has become LV6. Keeping his eyes on the growing shadow, he fumbled for the edge of the roof behind his back. When he finally reached it, Seth pulled himself into the shallow water on the rooftop, away from the wet abyss that was the street behind him. Here he could stand up, and the water barely reached his knees. Solid ground below his feet helped tremendously to calm his heart. Letting go off the rope he had used to keep the litter with him, he stepped closer to the edge again to see what the shadow was doing. It came closer to the surface, and in the clearer water Seth could finally see what it was. A giant tentacle with 2 eyes. A snake. Standing on the edge of the building, his figure was minuscule compared to the gigantic snake that was passing him in the water below. The beast was longer than the building he stood on, and it felt like an eternity as he waited for it to completely pass by. Seth was horrified. This encounter easily topped his run-in with that demonic griffin. This thing could probably eat those for breakfast. Just standing there and watching this titan pass him like they got him closer to realizing his own mortality than even the hanging tree had. This was just way too close. And then when the tip of its tail finally left his range of sight. Ding! You have witnessed the terror of Field Boss, Titanoboa Matriarch. Experience gained. His heart stood still. This thing was a field boss too? How could this have happened? Why did he keep meeting field bosses? What Seth did not know was that it was not uncommon to meet a field boss, as they were just creatures declared as such by being the strongest in the region by a certain margin. Not necessary all of them were genuine big shots like the hanging tree. It took Seth some time to calm down, as he sat there in the shallow water on the rooftop. He checked the supplies he had collected and decided that it was probably enough to build a simple raft and get out of this place. Meeting a monster like that when he was swimming in the water was a death sentence. Not that sitting on a nutshell was better, but it helped mentally. The silver lining was that the field boss swam into the direction of the central plaza, the opposite of where he was headed. It took several hours to build the raft. Seth even melted some of the medium iron weapons to make nails for the raft. "Quite good, if I may say so myself," he remarked proudly, looking at his raft that was bobbing up and down in the shallow water. The platform of the raft was made with pallets he had connected with nails and other driftwood. He was sure of its sturdiness. The platform had the empty water dispenser bottles in the corners, and all kinds of other floating rubbish like pieces styrofoam isolation strapped below it to give it more buoyancy. It had a mast and a blue-white striped sail formerly known as a curtain rail and a shower curtain. They were borrowed from one of the rooms below his feet. It was a short diving adventure he did not want to repeat. The thought of the flooded building, the darkness and chaos inside, filled with floating remnants of their previous owners, made him shiver. Anyways, his work looked very majestic. Yes. Well, at least it floated well. When Seth entered it, it barely lowered in the water. The boss was an indication for him that the water was most likely not as safe as it looked. Even so, he had not seen anything down there. It would not have been a surprise. With the raft, he fortunately did not need to swim from this point on, so he decided to wear his armor and sword too, just in case something attacked his vessel. For this, he used a function of the inventory he recently discovered. It had probably been added when he reached LE5 and made wearing his gear a lot easier. Auto-equip. A typical function in a game. Seth did not have to laboriously put on his armor like in medieval times, but it was automatically worn when he pulled it into the equipment slots. Gauntlets, pauldrons, greaves, surcoat. He pulled everything to the equipment slots, and they appeared snugly fitting on his body. Soon the wet clothes he had worn were replaced by a complete set of armor. It was a mix of plate armor such as the gauntlets, and cloth armor beneath it made of the black cloth from the tents he had looted at the plaza. Except for the cloth that actually gave the armor a slight magic resistance, there was nothing special about it except the quality, and it looked quite good for Seth's taste. "I shall become the king of pirates," he joked around as he entered his new vessel and started his journey. Like this, Seth set off and used Automap to find a way using the smaller streets and alleys to get out. Our newbie sailor really did not want to meet a massive enemy like the boa when sitting on his little nutshell. 27. Snake Pit. Seth sat cross-legged on his rinky-dink little nutshell and had nothing to do. He had been on edge and observing the water for the first hour of his journey. The encounter with the field boss left him nervous, but nothing happened. Nothing attacked, nothing appeared. No wormholes opened and threw enemies at the battle-ready adventurer. He slowly started to relax again. Now Seth just sat on his raft and kept staring at the map and using Automap from time to get a better image of his surroundings. His boredom was only interrupted by the occasional need to paddle his raft back on course or into a new alley to avoid the big channels of water. Seth used the time to think about his skills. Map had gotten Automap on LD2, and he kept pondering about whether it would become more game-like if he leveled it more. It would really help in this situation if the map could show enemies, or maybe a real-time image. Then he could at least see if something big was closing in on him. But was it worth it? LV3 cost 2 skill points. He only had 4 SP left, and he definitely wanted to hold 2 back in case Spirit Smithy unlocks soon. Was map really worth the gamble? As he was pondering, he heard the splashing of water to the side. Before he could even jump to his feet, something heavy crashed into him and pinned him to the ground. A big serpent with its maws wide open had latched onto his forearm he had instinctively brought up. Otherwise, it would have been his neck. Even so, its teeth could not penetrate the gauntlet's steel plate covering his forearm. It vehemently bit down on his arm. That was until the other gauntlet came to the rescue and rammed into its face. Again and again, the armored fist smashed into the snake's head until it became a bloody mess and finally let go. Once Seth came to his senses, weapon mastery had kicked in. Do not underestimate armor. Utilizing armor for offense and defense was also part of weapon mastery. No matter what melee attack you do, doing it while covered with a steel plate hurt more. After the several meters long constrictor-looking snake had lost its life, or at least its consciousness, Seth jumped to his feet and got ready. He unsheathed his sword and observed the now calm water surface in a battle-ready stance. He squinted when remembered the kill notifications and stabbed the snake lying on his raft. Ding! You have killed baby Titanoboa LV7. You have earned experience. As if it had waited for the chance, there was another splash behind him. His bait worked. Turning around in a fluid motion, he swung the long sword. The snake that had just shot out of the water was cleanly cut in midair. One bloody half sunk back into the water, while the one with the head, still squirming, fell on his raft. Just as he lifted his foot to stomp this one's head, another boa broke through the water surface and, aiming at his lightly armored knee pit, the teeth penetrated the thick black cloth and sunk into his flesh. Art dash! Seth screamed in surprise. Pain shot through his body and paralyzed him for a moment as he lost balance. This was the first time he was injured since he started his adventure in the apocalypse. They saw him kneel and decided to pile on him. Another snake jumped out from the left, aiming for his neck again, but was also blocked by his gauntlet. One more came from the right, but met the hastily swung sword before reaching him. He was in danger, and the adrenaline kicked in. Seth did not panic now. He was angry. Angry at himself that he had given in to such little pain, that he had lost his calm for something so trivial, and angry at these little fuckers that tried to ambush him. He smashed his left fist on the ground in anger and pulled himself together. At the same time, he had smashed the still squirming snake head, ending its suffering. Using this moment, two more snakes appeared from the water, aiming for his head. How many were there? Incensed, Seth ignored the pain in his leg. In one movement, he straightened himself and used the momentum to pull up his sword. Both snakes were cut with an upward diagonal slash. Ding! Skill, Weapon Mastery, Beginner, LV8 has become LV9. Seth had no time to listen to the system's notification. Next, he crushed the head of the snake, biting down on his gauntlet with the pommel of his sword, and proceeded to cut away the body of the snake that desperately tried to curl up his leg. The feeling of vanishing pressure on his wounded knee as it died was a joy. His mind was calm now, almost cold, but his heart was still burning with wrath and bloodlust. Ding! You have leveled up. You are now LV9. He got into stance and vigilantly scanned his surroundings. There was no more splashing, and he could make out no movement in the water. Did he scare them off? Seth looked at his poor little raft that was drenched in blood and littered with snake parts. The raft left a trail of blood in the water behind him. He could guess that this wasn't good. Fortunately, his armor and weapons worked. These snakes were all LV7 or LV8, but the long sword had cut through them as if they were not there. Still, he would prefer to avoid such a fight where he was surrounded on water teeming with the bodies of snakes. It was quite the frightening thought. He had to get away fast. Looking at the map to find a way, he suddenly remembered his pondering from earlier. Maybe map LV.3 was worth a shot. Oh, pretty please give me an enemy radar. Or life detection is okay too. Oh, Pretty please with sprinkles on top. Seth prayed to Jesus as he pumped 2 SP into map. Chuckle ding. Skill. Map LD2 has become Special LD3. Special? When Seth checked, there was a new button. It was pink with colorful sprinkles and read, Life Detection Radar. Da fuck? This time Seth was sure the system had answered him, and it made fun of him. But Seth was okay with that when he saw that the Life Detection Radar, or LDR in short, worked. It worked just like a radar. A bar of light moved like the hand of a clock with him in the center, and made little blips that showed signs of life for a short time. Its range was a radius of 150 m around him, just like the auto map. There was a countdown of 1 hour displayed in the corner of the map window, so that was probably the duration of the skill. With this and auto map, he would easily find a safe way out of it. Blip, 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 blip. Oh no! A cloud of blips appeared all around him on the map. Not just in the channels, they were in the buildings too. And they were closing in on him. He facepalmed hard, Titanoboa matriarch. Seth was paddling through a giant snake nest. Seth was given a totally overpowered skill in his time of need. He could see all enemies in a radius of 150 m. And it helped him not one bit. He was already completely surrounded, and there was no way to break out of the encirclement. To make things worse, it would become dark soon. 28. A horrible night. Seth took a deep breath. Panic would not help him in this situation. The rhythmic throbbing of his mangled knee pit did not help to keep a clear head, so he ripped off stripes from the black cloth in his inventory to apply a makeshift pressure bandage. Once done, Seth looked around and came to the conclusion that escape was not an option. With his leg like this, it was a bad idea to fight on this nutshell. Close to the outskirts of Delton were few buildings with dry floors above water, but there were still some in the vicinity. Seth would make a last stand at a higher floor and see if he could sit this one out. Maybe he could hide. He forgot worrying about the splashing and making noise and paddled towards the closest building as fast as he could. It had 3 floors above water level. That should be enough to get an advantage over the snakes. With groaning and grunting, Seth climbed through a broken window into the next dry floor of the building. His knee kept hurting more and more. He had realized that with all his preparations, he had never thought of medicine. He did not even have a first aid kit with him. The room he entered looked like a meeting room, with a few tables building a big one and lots of chairs surrounding it. With some rope, he tied the raft to a radiator right below the window and stumbled out of the meeting room. Time was of essence. He came into an expansive room with a lot of messy and collapsed cubicles. This must have been a big office building before. Office, toilet. Ah! The staircase, he mumbled as his eyes frantically scanned the floor and checked the doors. Once the right door was found, he rushed up the staircase like a drunken madman. Seth kept faltering with every step as blood drenched his pant leg. The next floor looked the same as the last one, a big office space. The high number of generic desks actually gave him an idea. Despite the pain, Seth went back down and started with the staircase connecting to the water. With his 35 STR, he could easily lift the furniture and started throwing them down the staircase. Like this, he blocked the way up from the water in a short time. Now a huge mess of broken furniture and cubicle walls filled the stairs below. That was not all. He went back up to the next floor and did the same. Now he had 2 barriers between himself and his pursuers. This should buy him some time. He would make his last stand on the top floor. After he blocked off the way down, he went up to see what the highest floor looked like. Ah, the management floor, he mumbled once. He saw the few big offices with luxurious-looking features. The desks here were made of fine wood, and there would have been a pleasant view over the city before it was hit by an earthquake, became a wasteland, and subsequently flooded. His eyes opened wide as he looked out the window, saw the dark water swarming with bodies in the last light of dusk. He was so boned. There was no way could fight that many moms. Heh. It's not like he had a choice, right? Only after he barricaded the door to the staircase with those heavy office desks did he take the time to examine his wound and check his status. Name: Seth Smith. Status: bleeding, -10 HP/minute. Title: Faster Than the Thought. Level: 9. EXP: 8%. Race: Orihuma. Sex: male. Age: 23. Class: Spirit Blacksmith Unique. Affiliation: none. Health: 705/1000. Mana: 190 plus 3 8. Strength: 35. Dexterity: 35. Agility: 25. Intelligence: 14 plus 5. Willpower: 25. Endurance: 30. Personality: 10. Luck: 15. Free AP, Attribute Points 9. Free SP, Skill Points 3. Defense: Physical: 220, 90 plus 50 plus 80, ENDX 3. Magical: 90, 50 plus 25 plus 15, WLX 2. Fire resistance: 100%, 50% plus 70%. Skill window: Calm reaction, passive, LV5. Blacksmith, apprentice, LV7, 40%. Blacksmith's eyes, LV3. Fire manipulation, LV4. Blueprint, apprentice, LV2. Weapon mastery, beginner, LV9, 23%. Spirit smithy, LV2. Spirit capture, LV3. Map, LV3. Fear resistance, LV6. Fire affinity, LV7. Soul infusion, LV2. Observation, LV2. Concealment, LV2. He sat down with his back leaning against the wall and unequipped the greaves. The makeshift bandage was oozing blood. The pants were ripped, just like his flesh, and it bled a lot. When he revealed the wound, it was barely visible with all this blood. But judging from the status, it may have looked worse than it was. Still, no need to take a risk. Seth cried out as he used the liquor he had found in the desks to wash away the blood and disinfect the wound. This was definitely the least exciting part of the evening, yet the wound that came to light looked very unappetizing. As they say, everything is fun and jiggles until somebody gets hurt, especially when the one hurt is oneself. The worst thing was that even after demolishing 2 floors, he had not found any medical supplies. Not even an aspirin. Only the management floor was helpful. Always ask for the manager, Seth joked as he used an expensive brand belt to properly tie off his leg. He had gotten it from a spare outfit in one of the offices. And now he ripped a beautiful and awfully expensive shirt into stripes to make a very expensive bandage out of it. The bleeding status vanished for the moment after he was done with the treatment. On the other hand, his HP also refused to recover. As much as the system resembled a game, he guessed that without some awesome skill like auto HP recovery, he was stuck with his body's personal lame self-recovery. Seth felt really tired now. As he sat there on the ground, leaning against the wall, his eyelids became very heavy. The sun had sunken and the world had become dark. He almost fell asleep, but Seth forced himself to stay awake. Maybe concealment could help him in this situation? He had not used it in over 3 weeks, but he remembered while checking his status. He activated it and drowsily looked at the map. There were still a little more than 30 minutes left on the counter as he focused his attention on the movements of the little blips. Nothing changed. So, they were not tracking his presence. A bunch were already stacking in a heap at his location. Were the barricades working? Maybe they didn't find the way up. He closed the map and stared into the distance. He felt so tired. As Seth's eyes wandered over his blood on the ground, of course. The blood. They must be following his blood trail. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. I should have stopped the bleeding a lot earlier, he reprimanded himself listlessly. Maybe, he thought, maybe I could evade them if I can get on the rooftop. From here? With this thought, his eyes finally fell shut. Fatigue and blood loss took a toll on him. Wumph! Seth awoke with a start. How long had he slept? Wumph! Daffug! Seth shouted as the tremendous jolt once again passed through the whole building. He checked the map, but the time had run out. The radar was now on a 20H cooldown. He jumped up and almost sat back down when his knee screamed in pain. He stumbled towards the window. As another jolt came from that side of the building, his heart started racing in panic. What he saw was the light of the moon and stars sparkling on the body of a massive snake. Its almost 10 m long tail was winding and splashing as it tried to shove its body into the floor right below the water surface. Where did this come from? Had it rammed into the barricade on the staircase? It was not as big as the field boss he had seen, but the size made it clearly visible. Seth used the chance to try another skill he used rarely. Observation. He concentrated mana into his eyes and looked at the giant body below him. Titanoboid Juvenile LV-17. Name: None. Status: Enraged. Skill: plus #+. You gotta be shitting me, Seth called out. It is not even an adult? Enraged? Dante tell me they all got triggered because I killed some of their kind. Wumph. Another impact. No, no, no. I won't have that. None of it. Even if he hit on the roof, he would be done for if that thing came up here. Seth took out his vengeful hunter bow and a stack of arrows. He did not plan to take this lying down. I am not having you come up here, big boy, he mumbled. He smashed the window pane with a mace and started spamming arrows at the exposed part of the giant snake. When the first arrows struck, he could see a health bar appear on its body. The arrows easily penetrated the scales, and the snake shrieked in pain. It wriggled harder, but it seemed to be stuck in the building. Ding! Critical hit. Thanks to the effect of Vengeful Hunter Bow. You have hit target's right kidney. The snake writhed in pain. Seth smiled and kept peppering it with arrows. Ding! Critical hit. Thanks to the effect of Vengeful Hunter Bow. You have hit target's right kidney. Ding! Skill: Weapon Mastery. Beginner. LV9 has become LV10. Ding! Skill: Weapon Mastery. Beginner. LV10 has become Weapon Mastery. Adept. LV1. And finally, Weapon Mastery also had ranked up. Not only did the arrows a little more damage now, but the health bar had started to decrease on its own. Checking the status, the snake was now enraged and bleeding. Ding! Critical hit. Thanks to the effect of Vengeful Hunter Bow. You have hit target's gallbladder. Seth could not help doing a fist pump at the shot. Unfortunately, this was also his last one. Not because of the arrows, but because the snake had managed to get unstuck and fled into the building. There was nothing he could do anymore. His only hope was that it would bleed out on the way up. Great! I am trapped in a house, surrounded by snakes, and one the size of the basilisk from Perry Lauder is opening up the path to feast on my sorry ass. 29. Like a viper. One thing was clear. Seth had to move from this floor, or Wumph! The snake had already reached the next floor. Seth had thoroughly blocked the door to the staircase, and he would definitely not unblock it to take the stairs to the roof. He needed to find another way. Climbing, probably. Oh, what a joy, climbing up the front of a building, with an injured leg, 3 floors above a snake-infested ocean of doom. Yay, he mumbled, but how should he get up there? He did not have the time to just make a grappling hook from scratch, as he had no raw materials. He was about to use his fire manipulation to improvise a grappling hook from the weapons in his inventory when his eyes fell onto an office chair. Or its base, to be more specific. "Ha ha! Let us hurry!" With that, he grabbed the cross-shaped base of the office chair. This was almost a ready-made grappling hook. A torturous headache was building up in his head as he used fire manipulation to cover his hands in flame and melt through the gas spring to get rid of the seat part. Next, Seth heated the limbs of the base and bent them the opposite way into proper hooks with his bare hands. Ding! Ability: Fire Manipulation LV4 has become Fire Manipulation LV5. It felt as if his head was about to split when he used his pinky to poke a hole for the rope into the almost liquid handle of his new makeshift grappling hook. When the flame finally shriveled up, it was as if all warmth had left his body. He summoned the water barrel and dunked the hook in before collapsing beside it. Just a short break, he felt so cold and empty. So, this was the backlash of overusing an ability. Whumph! Crash! That sounded like his second barrier was gone. Seth fumbled for the hook in the ice-cold water and ended up toppling the barrel, getting drenched in cold water. He felt so weak. With heavy breathing, he picked himself up and stumbled towards the broken window. Shaking, freezing hands threaded the rope through a hole on the hook. "Oh, please! Whumph! Shit!" he cursed. This crash came from right behind the door. This has to work. Seth had never thrown a grappling hook. He had a little experience in climbing, but never needed something like this. He could only do what he had seen on TV. He swung it in circles to gain momentum and let it fly over the edge of the rooftop. Now he had roped it back in and hope that the hooks caught the edge. Tink! Oh! The tink of hope! The glimmer of hope grew. When he pulled on the rope, it didn't come loose. Whumph! The desks at the door shook. Seth stored away his gear to lose weight and wound the rope around himself. He gripped tightly and jumped out the window. For a moment, he dangled above the abyss, then he smashed into the wall and almost lost grip. This would have hurt less with his armor. He was cold, and his leg hurt like hell. Still, he started inching up the rope. He had to reach the rooftop. Damn snakes! Stupid! You will regret this. If this was not fricking Waterworld, I would burn you all to crisp. With each step, he kept cursing the snakes that had gotten him into this situation. It did not make sense, but it gave him strength. Each burst of anger gave him a little bit of power to go on. When his numb fingers finally reached the roof edge. Whumph! The juvenile Titanoboa had broken his last defenses and entered the management floor. Seth, on the other hand, just pulled himself over the roof edge and flopped onto the roof. All tension in his body was gone, and he was completely exhausted. As he laid there and listened, he could hear the giant body slithering on the floor below him. A sound unlike anything he ever heard. He could hear it nearing the window he jumped out from. Was it finally over? Seth clung to roof edge to hide behind it and closed his eyes. He instinctively used concealment, waiting for the inevitable. Crunch! The shattering of glass. Seth trembled from the cold and fear. Ding! Passive skill. Fear resistance has become LV7. He jerked from the sound of the system notification. This did not help at all. Silence. Above him towered a head as bigger than himself, attached to a tree trunk of a neck that led to somewhere beyond the roof's edge. It was right above him as it swung at S head left and right, scanning the roof. Seth shivered, his leg hurt, twitched, and his eyelids flickered, but his eyes were focused on that soft, delectable underbelly. At no point did it leave his sight as his body tensed like a coiled spring and exploded into motion. A mighty jump brought him high in the air. His sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed at the snake's lower jaw. Before the snake could even react, the sword easily penetrated skin and skull, lodging deep into its brain. Ding! 2x sneak attack damage. Ding! Critical hit. You have damaged target's brain. Ding! Skill, Weapon Mastery, Adept, LV1 has become Weapon Mastery, Adept, LV2. Ding! Skill, Calm Reaction, Passive, LV5 has become Calm Reaction, Passive, LV6. Relief washed over him when he saw the Titan's health bar empty out. A burning ball of light, the size of a basketball, emerged from its head. Ding! You have killed Juvenile Titanoboa LV17. You have earned experience. Ding! You have killed an opponent more than 5 levels higher than yourself. Only 24% of the players have achieved this. All attributes +2. Ding! Title, Giant Slayer, gained. You have killed an opponent tremendously larger than yourself. +20% damage increase against large opponents. Ding! You have leveled up. You are now LV10. Ding! Inventory has been extended. Ding! New class skill has been unlocked. Check your skill window. Ding! You have completed the quest. The next level. You have earned new system rights. Ding! Title, Survivor, gained. You are the 8th who has completed the quest. The next level dash. N+5. Ding! You have received follow-up quest. The next level 2 dash. Ding! You have leveled up. You are now LV11. Ding! You have leveled up. You are now LV12. The system kept ringing in his ears as Seth desperately tried to get out from under the giant snake's corpse. It had collapsed in the moment of his death and almost managed to crush him to death. Tired and panting, he crawled away from under the enormous head and gave it a petty kick. Hey! Who has the vicious serpent now, eh? He wanted to laugh, but only a pathetic coughing left his throat. With his last bit of energy, he collected the soul, and he lost consciousness. Bright sunshine fell onto him. He grunted as he unwillingly opened his eyes. It was morning. He had a disgusting taste in his mouth. Squinting hard, he oriented himself on the rooftop. Rumble. What was that? Seth hurried to stand up. It was not the boa. The snake was still dead. Rumble. It was his stomach. It communicated to him with its mighty roar, looking at the Titan he had slain last night. Yes, I deserve a mighty breakfast after that. As old tradition of heroic tales postulates, the first thing after a great victory was of course the great feast. After plundering his rations like a Viking and filling his stomach to the brim, he felt a lot better. His leg also felt a lot better. Status? Name, Seth Smith. Title, Faster Than a Thought. Level, 12. EXP, 8%. Race, Orihuma. Sex, male. Age, 23. Class, Spirit Blacksmith unique. Affiliation, none. Health, 832/1000. Mana, 160/214.2, 210 plus 4.2. Strength, 37. Dexterity, 37. Agility, 27. Intelligence, 16 plus 5. Willpower, 27. Endurance, 37. Personality, 12. Luck, 17. Free AP, Attribute points 33. Free SP, Skill points 8. Defense. Physical, 241, 111 plus 50 plus 80, ENDX3. Magical, 94, 54 plus 25 plus 15, WILX2. Fire resistance, 100%, 50% plus 70%. Seth's health had started recovering. That was good. It actually jumped up while he was looking at it. His endurance had greatly increased. Did it maybe work like vitality in some games? He hardly remembered all the notifications he had gotten after killing the juvenile, so he checked all the windows to not miss anything. He remembered something about skills, so that was the first thing he checked. As his second most viewed window, he immediately saw the changes. Skill window. Calm reaction, passive, LV6. Blacksmith, apprentice, LV7, 40%. Blacksmith's eyes, LV3. Fire manipulation, LV5. Blueprint, apprentice, LV2. Weapon mastery, adept, LV2, 92%. Spirit smithy, LV2. Spirit capture, LV3. Map, LV2. Fear resistance, LV7. Fire affinity, LV8. Soul infusion, LV2. Observation, LV2. Concealment, LV3. Enchantment, beginner, LV1. The first thing that caught his attention was the new skill. Looking at the description, he understood why Soul Infusion was titled a primitive enchantment. Enchantment, beginner, LV1. Unlocks the enchantment catalog. The skill of bestowing an object with a magical property. The skill description was quite lacking, but he soon found out why. The enchantment catalog gave more information. The catalog was a window with several tabs. The descriptions of the 4 tabs gave a deeper insight about the branches of the skill. Scan, magic circuits, forging ballots, enchantments. The enchantments tab was grayed out, so he could only guess what it did by method of elimination. Magic circuits worked by creating specific ways for the magic power to travel, like engraving or inlays. When magic was flowing in these lines, the weapon or armor could obtain a specific effect. Forging ballads was described as singing or chanting during the forging to weave the magic property into the material. It was similar to Soul Infusion, but different from Soul Infusion. Both seemed to need external power to be activated and were not permanently active. Enchantments would then have to be something a magician or wizard did traditionally in games. Seth was a blacksmith, so it was probably grayed out because of his class. Enchantment was different from Blueprint, as he did not get any beginner enchantments to train with. The scan tab was an empty window with a something like an item slot. His game knowledge told him that he would most likely have to collect examples himself. What a pain. He tried putting his ring in, but was told that his skill level was too low to scan it. Enchantment was obviously a complex skill, and this was not really the time to wait. The level of map had gone back to 2. Did he get special treatment for praying, or was it AF * king joke? After all, this overpowered skill had been almost useless in his situation. At least, he had gotten back the SP. He had a lot of SP now. He also remembered something about a quest. Seth never really paid much attention to the quest window, so it was his first time noticing a different tab in the window. It was labeled as System, and he found the next level, and the next level too lit up. 30. Snakes in a barrel. Quest, the next level 2. Difficulty. Reach level 15. Rewards. Inventory space, system rights. System rights? Seth opened the grayed out the next level, and found exactly the same description. What did he unlock then? Maybe it was a window? How would he open it if he had no idea how it was called? It was then that Seth remembered that calling out the windows was a shortcut. Like in most games, all windows existed as a tab in the main window, his status. What he found beside the skill dash, inventory, and quest tab was social. There were party options, like distribution of experience and inviting other players. And there was a friend list. He had expected more from something called system rights, but it was literally just the access to more perks. It did not help a lot. As the only person in town with 0 friends, Seth could hardly make a party with anybody. What really positively surprised him were the titles. Even when some of them were weird, titles seemed always worth collecting. Seth felt like he had spent enough time on his mini windows. The AP and SP could wait for now. There were more important things, like looting, right? In his inventory, he saw the soul of the big serpent. Soul, large, crafting material. Uncommon, the large soul of a big beast that experienced its first rank up. It was a little underwhelming, but Blacksmith's eyes also told him that the big carcass held a lot of material he could harvest. It would not be easy to harvest it, though. Aside from its enormous size, more than half its body was still stuck in the lower floor, and only about 1/4 was reaching over the edge of the roof. But Big Bro's system surprised him once again. He touched the corpse, and was able to store the whole body in one item slot. After storing the body, he checked the situation. His was in a hurry last night, and did not check the roof access. There was no door to the staircase up here. Seth only found a hatch. The bottom below the hatch was filled with snakes, but the ladder up to the hatch was collapsed, so they could not reach the rooftop. Seth knew exactly what to do after seeing the squirming mess of snakes below. Almost too easy, Seth smirked. He felt better now, but he was still filled with resentment. These little vermin had almost cost him his life. So what if their mommy was a field boss? He would grind all her babies to dust if they dared to come here. Of course, he could have used his bow to shoot them now, like fish in a barrel. He had even gotten back most of the arrows that were stuck in their big brother when he stored him. But it did not seem worth the ammunition. He had barely one stack. It was probably not enough anyways. Seth had a better plan. He summoned the spirit smithy and started throwing anything metal he found on the roof into the furnace. The weapons in his inventory were the best he had made in the last few weeks. There was no way he would sacrifice them here. The most he could make with the things he found on the roof was medium iron. It would suffice. What he made were the big, mean, and ancient uncles of lawn darts, plumata. They were throwing darts the size of crossbow bolts and similar to weighted arrows. Seth forged 15 plumata completely from metal and attached a small loop for a rope to retrieve them. Originally, they were thrown to disrupt the charge of infantrymen, followed by a volley of arrows. Now, Seth chucked them at an army of angry snakes, who were helpless against this merciless reaper from above. Ding! You have killed baby Titanoboa LV1. You have earned experience. Ding! You have killed Boa LV7. You have earned experience. Ding! You have killed baby Titanoboa LV3. You have earned experience. Ding! You have killed baby Titanoboa LV5. You have earned experience. Ding! You have killed Boa LV2. You have earned experience. Every throw was a hit, but not always a kill. There was also a wide variety in level among the snakes below. Some were also only regular snakes, while others were babies. The experience he gained from this was ambiguous, but he could see the bar grow in exceedingly small increments. Similarly, his weapon's mastery inched closer to the next level. Like a machine, Seth kept throwing the 15 plumata and reeled them back in, sometimes with a corpse attached to them. In those moments, he felt like a spear fisher or a whaler. The baby Titanoboas found their way into his inventory, as their skin was labeled as crafting material. Seth kept going all morning. It did not cost him much stamina to throw the dart straight down at his helpless victims. You may think this way cruel, but all of those snakes were enraged and thirsted for his blood. They did not deserve better. Seth steeled his resolve and kept going all morning. Ding! Title: Snake that earned. You have killed over 100 snake-type enemies. Plus 10% damage to snake-type enemies. At noon, Seth decided that it was time for a break to replenish his energy. He had a lot of dead snakes. It was only natural that he skewered them on sword and started roasting them over the forge. He salivated over the lightly salted meat. It had been long since he had fresh meat, and these baby snakes smelled better than expected. Somewhen in the afternoon, he actually leveled up to 13. How many snakes had he killed? If he had not pulled up most of the bodies, they would easily pile up to his hatch. Kills came a little faster, after weapon mastery finally overcame the hurdle, and reach LV.3. Finally, their numbers started to dwindle. And at last, no new snakes appeared below the hatch anymore. And when the last one died. Ding! Title: Master Skywalker? Earned. Not even the younglings survived. You have eradicated a whole generation of a specific tribe/race/organization. Younglings will avoid you. Adults will hate you. Currently applies to snakes. Seth had hoped for this kind of title after gaining the first one. Now the small ones would avoid him, and he could get out of here. He just had to avoid meeting another big guy. It could not be that hard. Seth's guess was that the outskirts were the hatching ground or something, so there should be mostly small ones. Otherwise, there would not have been just one juvenile, right? Right. In the space below the hatch were only dead snakes left, so Seth deemed it safe to climb down. He almost slipped on the blood and corpse-covered floor when he landed. Catching his balance, he came to stand in the middle of the pandemonium he created. The hallway was filled with dead snake-like spaghetti, and they were covered in their own tomato sauce. Seth felt a little weird, but he hesitated to leave this much fresh meat behind. So he ended up storing all the snakes, no matter whether they were normal one or the babies. He ended up with almost 2 stacks of Titanoboa and 1 of normal snakes. He also had collected half a stack of souls small. Thank the system that his inventory had been expanded to 5 by 5. Going down the staircase, Seth saw the devastation the juvenile left behind when it had wreaked havoc the other night. The barricades were crushed and broken. The management floor was wiped out. The babies had left, but the normal snakes that were still in the building attacked him. They obviously counted as adults, even when they were weaker than the babies. Luckily, his raft was still where he left it. With this, Seth left behind the crime scene of his struggle and slaughter. 31. Pulling the plug? Argut Knower. Argut Knower had been invaded by a terrifying enemy. Contrary to expectations, disgusting creatures had invaded from a new world they wanted to explore. Before the expedition forces could even expand their influence, everyone had been called back when the biggest company had been completely wiped out. Several hundred atrocities had crossed the gate and eradicated the station guards and supply units before the other side could somehow close the gate. All expeditions to that world had been called back as a precaution. Other groups also brought unsettling news. Uncommonly well-organized resistance by bands of natives, bone-corroding mists and darkness, metal golems, and never-before-seen monsters. A group had been crushed by roots the moment they left the pathworks, and some others met a creature wielding a terrifying pale flame. What kind of chaotic world was this, Earth? How much information did the Church of the System hold back? Why did he have to go back there? The Empire had needed several weeks to control and barely contain the region where the atrocities had invaded. The situation was judged stable, which was why the expeditions were resumed. This time not from the main plane, but from a vassal world. Just to be on the safe side, he was a summoner specialized on fire elementals. He had been part of the expedition that met a giant animated forest and barely survived thanks to his specialization. Now he and others of similar occupation with fire specialization were scheduled for the destination where the pale flame had occurred. In case it appeared again, they would be more capable to deal with it than necromancers and undead. Their destination was described as a partly ruined city of incredible dimension that was on the verge of desertification. A perfect environment for their department. It was the morning of the day they would set off. The sun was dim, the air was murky, and everything was tinted in a heart-calming gray. The priests gave a motivational speech and got everyone excited. They would build a bridgehead in that world and recover their losses. And more. Everyone was showing a manic expression as the ink-black gate opened in front of their expedition force. An ear-piercing roar of water, screams of terror and pain. Overwhelming pressure ripping them apart. These were the last impressions of the expedition force, as a wall of water rushed out of the portal like a gigantic tidal wave. The orderly rows of soldiers vanished in seconds as they were ground away under the force of the cataclysm. He was desperately clinging to a tree as the water tried to take him away with domineering might. It was pure luck. His position was away from the direct impact, and he was not killed instantly like the priests who had opened the floodgates. Now, there was no one here who could close those gates. Was there even anyone able to go against the rushing water and reach the gate? He could see glimpses of others vanishing in the current and heard their muffled screams as their lives perished like a candle in the wind. His arms started to weaken. He had clung to this tree for what felt like an eternity, and the current did not weaken one bit. His summons were all fire-based. None of them could do more than die a meaningless death. His hands started to slip. This was the end for him, so he released all the contracts with his summons. He did not want to drag them down with him. The next moment, he had already vanished in the floodwaters. Deltan. Seth had been on the water for a day and a night. He was not traveling fast, even without the snakes bothering him. He had reached the border of the city. The houses were shorter, and the water seemed shallower here. Still, most ruins did not break the surface anymore, but were visible below like coral reefs. This was a whole other perspective of a sunken city. The view helped Seth enjoy the journey despite the ambiguous speed. Food and water were no problem right now, so he just enjoyed the break. No work, no danger. Just boring, relaxing silence. He used the wind and moved in a meandering line toward Starda. Seth had a lot of time to think now, and used it to invest his free points. He first distributed his attribute points. With his last level up he had 41, so he tried to even out his stats and kept 6 behind, just in case. Selecting the skill points, he had 9 now. He noticed that Spirit Smithy had unlocked. Concentrating on the skill, he could now switch through every part of the smithy and read their description. Level 3 cost him 2 SP. Now the crafting stations were able to work with rare material, and a new one was added. Engraving table, crafting station. Equipped with all the basic tools needed for the engraving of ornaments and magic circuits. Integrated catalog of basic patterns for ornamental engraving. Fitted with a magic formation to guide magic power and test circuits. Fitted with a magic formation to steady your hand while following registered patterns. This explained why it had unlocked after he had obtained the enchantment skill. Seth was not a fan of overly ornate weapons, but he was open to make them if the effects were worth it, and it got him proficiency. He had 7 SP left. The next decision was hard. Seth did not want to squander SP on skills he could train on his own, like Observe or Concealment. He had been constantly using Concealment since he resumed his journey to train it, and actually managed to get it to LV4. Level 5 would cost 5 SP. It did not seem worth it. Seth decided that he did not have to spend his SP at all. He would save the rest and wait until he could raise Spirit Smithy again. Maybe he could level up all his specific class skills at the same time? What was left now was relaxing and staying on course. It was sometime later he noticed on the map that he was moving backwards. What was going on? When he looked in the direction of the city center, he could see nothing. Once again, his trusty binoculars showed its worth. The water was still calm here, but closer to the city center Seth could see rapids forming among the building and ruins. Wait! Was that a maelstrom in the center? He had to stop the raft now. It would never be able to survive those rapids. And he would never survive a run-in with a Titanoboa on this nutshell. Even less without it. Good thing he had kept the makeshift grappling hook as an anchor. With this, he could anchor at one of the submerged buildings nearby. Maybe he could wait this one out? Just what did he think? Seth had been anchored for several hours now, and the sun was about to go down. Would he have to stay here for the night? The water had sunk by almost 2 meters. He could not imagine where all the water was going, but he was glad not to be there. When the night fell, he was trying to get some sleep, But as the water sank, more and more rapids formed with buildings and ruins resurfacing. The noise from the maelstrom became louder and louder. It was hard, but Seth fell asleep in the end. 32.9 on the water. Seth woke up the next morning. His raft stood on solid ground. The water level had sunk too much that Seth's raft was now standing on the rooftop he had been anchored to. He drowsily crawled to the roof edge and saw that he was several stories above the water surface. Just how much water was this? And it was drained away in just a night. Seth was shocked, but his mood was lifted soon. If this much water had been drained, then his search for dry land might have shortened tremendously. But how would he get his raft down to the water? It was the first time he could not store something in his inventory. Even so, the raft was not terribly big. The system denied to recognize it as a single object. Oh well, why overthink things? He mumbled and chucked the raft off the building into the water. The splash was big and loud, but the raft held together. Now he had to get down fast. If he was too slow, the raft would just drift off in the current. Should I just jump? He pondered. Seth looked into the depth and his heart palpitated. Nah, I am good. With this, Seth plunged toward the door to the staircase. Everything was slimy and slippery. The doors, the handle, the guard rails, and the stairs soaked and covered in a film of algae. His shoes barely found grip on his way down. Seth had to slow down his descent if he didn't want to tumble down the stairs and reach the raft with a few broken bones. He felt that his body had become a lot sturdier with his increase in attributes, but the fall damage never cared about your character level. In games, the rooms he could see into were filled rubbish and debris, with the one or other fish in between. What kind of fish is this supposed to be? Seth called out. He had almost reached the raft when he saw a beast as big as himself stranded in one of the rooms he passed. It was reminiscent of armored catfish he used to catch with his dad, just a lot bigger. The fish was easily longer than twice his height. Its body covered in thick articulated bone scales. Different from the small ones he knew, this one had a face like a deep-sea fish with big bulging eyes and long protruding teeth. It made Seth seriously consider returning back to the giant snakes. Should he really get back on the water if creatures like this were out there? The better question was, could he stay here until the water was gone? But Seth was not sure whether the water would even completely drain. Anyways, he had to get to his raft fast. So, he left the writhing and gasping monster fish behind and hurried to his little vessel. He barely reached it before it was too far away and resumed his journey. He had to use his paddle to fight the weak pull from the maelstrom in the far distance. His sea travel became boring soon. Seth left behind Deltan and could soon stop paddling. Relying on his sail, he moves as a tiny little spot over a vast expanse of open water. Only his map indicated that he was moving at all. The sun was unpleasantly burning from the sky onto Seth's pale skin. 3 weeks indoors made him look like a vampire. But 3 weeks of hard work had also made him look fit and well-trained. So, he did not look like a shut-in, despite his title. Now the sun was hard at work to tan his skin or burn him. Should he have built a shelter on his little nutshell? Seth tried to cover himself with the black cloth, but it became terribly stifling below it. He welcomed the cool breeze once the sun finally set. The night was even more magical than the first time he had traveled on the plains. The moon and stars shone bright in the night sky. Their reflection on the calm water, like in a mirror, shone back up to them from below. The image only disrupted by the little vessel, and Seth drifting along in a doubled firmament. It was still warm below his black blanket, and the warmth slowly lulled him into sleep. Cough! Cough! A tiny coughing drove the weariness away. A little humanoid was desperately clinging to the edge of his raft. Seth knelt down to take a better look. Name, dash, level, asterisk. Race, fairy. Affiliation, fair folk. It was a fairy. Its little wings were limp, and soaked in it used its last energy to grasp the lower edge of a pallet. "Help, please!" A quiet and rough voice came from the poor thing. "Huma in, please help Finn." Teary dark eyes looked up at him as its small hand started to lose strength and slip. Carefully, Seth scooped the little being out of the water. Seth finally had the chance to see a fairy from close up. The smooth white body felt cold on his hand as he brought the shivering fairy in front of his face. Its eyes were big and round and completely black, sclera and iris, both. "Please help others," it mumbled before all tension left its body, and it fell asleep. "Others?" Seth looked into the darkness. He could see nothing but the stars mirrored on the surface. And then a pale light illuminated his surroundings for tens of meters. Seth used fire manipulation to turn his hand into a torch. The soul fire easily overpowered the star light and became a new sun between the firmaments. He could see all kinds of broken rubbish floating. Some had a fairy or two clinging to them. Some were fairies themselves. "Hey, you little ones! Swim to the flame! If you still have the power to—" The last part he whispered. Some of those he saw started moving towards him. Others seemed to barely react. Instead of waiting, Seth started paddling around with his raft, holding one of his hands in the air, meandering around on his raft, collecting all the fairies he could find. Many were barely awake, others barely alive. Seth spread the black cloth on a corner of the raft, so the fairies could lie down and dry themselves. He also collected those who did not move anymore and put them into his inventory. Maybe they would want to bury them or something. When he could not see any more, Seth extinguished the fire. He had probably looked for almost 2 hours now, and he had no idea how long they had been adrift here. He did not want to think about it, but those he did not find might have already ended up in a fish. The fairies sat or laid on the black cloth. Some used the corners for cover and warmth. They did not talk. Most of them were asleep now. Those away stared into the distance. It really reminded Seth of the scene in a movie after a ship accident. Seth's heart sank, and he felt sorry, watching their small broken and shivering figures. "Human, thank you for saving Finn and her friends." A quiet squeaking voice came from his side. It was the first fairy that had clung to his raft. It had recovered and watched Seth collecting her brethren and decided to speak now. Her eyes sparkled with gratefulness. Seth got the raft back on course and had a conversation with Finn. A very one-sided conversation, as a flood of word bubbled out of her. The fairies had found this exit of the pathworks that led to the plains a few weeks ago and decided to settle here, as the grassland was great to grow their preferred flowers. Originally, they kept in contact, but soon contact was lost. So, they put together a search party. Fairies were bad with water. Really bad, as you can see. The exit of the pathworks was now submerged. When they exited, they were thrown into rapid water, as the water rushed into the portal. Someone had managed to close it early, and the water calmed down. They could swim to the surface at this point. "Oh no! What about home?" she said in panic, as if this was Finn's first time thinking of it. It was probably her first chance to think of other things than survival. Seth looked at his map. "We will soon reach Starda if it is still there. I bet the church there can help you." Then nodded her small head with new hope. When the night sky started to become brighter, they closed in on Starda. 33. Simon of the Lake. Starda. The morning sun glimpsed over the horizon. Its rays painted beautiful moving patterns on the cobblestone streets of Starda as it fell through the water. The water level had suddenly fallen a lot faster than Simon had anticipated, and the dome above the city was peeking through the water surface. The few villagers that had stayed during this rainy season could see an underwater world outside the bubble that covered the city. All kinds of fascinating weird fish flying over their heads, like birds. Some even visited Starda for this view. Others had returned to the Empire for the time being, as they could not do their jobs. The old priest was checking and adjusting the barrier. With this much water pressure gone this fast, the barrier might have blown up if he had not kept an eye on the magic's output. Simon actually enjoyed this season. The blurry sun shining through the water was something quite extraordinary, and sweetened the boring work of barrier maintenance. But on this great morning a big piece of driftwood blocked the light of the morning sun. Seth's rinky-dink little nutshell was floating above the village and had lodged onto the dome. The fairies, even Finn, had finally fallen asleep, and he was barely able to stay awake. When the map told him that they had reached their destination, Seth could only see a shallow platform breaking the water surface. Looking over the edge of the raft, he understood that it was the tip of a giant hemisphere that covered the village below them. He could see the streets and houses from above like a bird. A medieval town existing on the bottom of a lake was something different from seeing a modern city flooded by water. It was a lot more magical. "Ha! I was right," Seth celebrated in a tired voice. That Santa Claus priest did have a way to counter this disaster. "But how do we get in?" This was the big question. Seth was perplexed as the raft went aground on the dome with a thunk and lodged itself there. Well, at least they did not have to worry about drifting away now that they were stuck. It was as Seth thought about a way to get into the barrier or get someone's attention that he followed an age-old human instinct. Knock on the glass of an aquarium. He was startled when he almost lost balance and fell off the raft. His knuckle passed the energy membrane like a soap bubble. The situation had instantly changed. Seth's raft was not stuck on solid ground. It was a platform reaching over the precipice of a more than 10 m deep cavern. You could tell him whatever you wanted about attributes and supernatural systems. He did not want to take such a fall. Heights were just not his thing. It's not about the danger, it is a matter of principle. Seth looked back and forth between the limp fairies and the abyss in front of him. They were not fit to fly down there with their own power. He frowned hard, but sighed in the end. The young man saw only one option. He had to climb down there and get help. Poking the little fin with his finger, he woke her up. "Then we are here. Can you look after your friends? I will climb down there and ask for help." Seth had told Finn about Starta during the night. She was happy that they were traveling to a village of the Krona Empire. She had told him a lot about the Pathworks, and as followers of the Church of the System, Finn described the Empire's people as one of the friendly factions that used the Pathworks. As such, they had friendly relationships with most races, the fairies being one of them. Seth took out 2 ropes. He would use one to climb down and prepared the other so he could tie a basket to it and pull it up like an elevator for the fairies. Even if the church did not help him, he could just buy a basket with the stuff in his inventory. Simon stood flabbergasted on the control panel of the barrier and stared to the top of the dome. From the driftwood that had blocked his sun, a rope fell to the ground. And another? Following the ropes was the lean figure of a wild-looking man peeking over the edge of the driftwood. His scraggly beard looked unkempt, and the mix of dark cloth and plates he wore looked scratched up and a little dirty. The priest rushed to the town square below it. The guy clumsily and slowly climbed down one of the ropes. Simon felt a slight discomfort when he reached the mostly empty square. Had the man just used observation on him? With pain and misery, Seth climbed down the rope. It was one thing to climb up. It was another when he had to go down. He used observation to remember the priest's name and felt it used on himself soon after. "Hey, Simon! I am back." The youth greeted Simon awkwardly. Simon was not polite and also used observation on the man in front of him. Seth? He could see nothing but general things like name, level, and age. Even so, he was several tens of levels higher than the young man. "What? This is supposed to be that boy?" Simon thought, astounded about the changes. Seth had been tall to begin with, but the last time he saw him, he looked pale and thin, almost sickly. He was still pale, with a light sunburn maybe. The biggest change was his build. His shoulders seemed wider, and he looked quite muscular under the armor. What did he do in those weeks? Simon? Hey, priest! Seth waved his hand in front of the old man's face to wake him from his stupor. Oh! Yes! Seth! Hello! The priest reacted awkwardly. Seth did not mind their weird greeting and started to explain the situation to the rotund priest then and there. Simon proved once again that he was a really friendly old man and immediately agreed to help and take care of the fairies. He would make sure to help them return home as soon as possible. When Seth explained to Simon how he wanted to get the fairies down, the other shook his head with a smile and stopped Seth. He called two priests who started chanting and gesturing. The next thing he saw was the raft gently entering the bubble and floating to the ground. Simon's and the other priest's face fell when they saw the condition the fairies were in. Unconscious, hypothermic, some with bleeding injuries, broken wings and limbs. In daylight, they looked even worse than during the night. Seth felt depressed upon witnessing their suffering. A warm hand landed on Seth's shoulder. Simon gave him a kind smile. You look like you had some rough time. My people will take care of them for now. How about you come with me to the church? The world changes after a warm bath. What do you think about a set of clean clothes and a healthy meal? After that we can talk. I have a nice tea and fresh cookies in my office. Cookies. 34. The choice. Simon was right. It was a bliss to finally be able to take a warm bath after so long. The moment his body submerged in the warm, soapy water, his fatigue was lifted. Seth actually fell asleep, but after a short nap, he was woken by the call of a maid who had brought a fresh set of simple clothing. The outfit fit the commoner style of the empire he had seen in town, but was very comfy to wear. What waited for him when he left the bath was a table filled with food. Soup, bread, fruits, desserts, various kinds of meat dishes, noodles, rice, and sauces. Seth and the priest did not talk during the scrumptious meal. Quite the contrary. While Seth did not have such an excessive feast for a long time, and had reason to shovel food and drink into his belly without a single word, Simon did the same. The rotund priest was vacuuming food into himself, like a person close to starvation. The young man and old priest fought a merciless battle of supremacy on the dinner table, one trying to decimate food faster than the other. The outcome of this battle would stay inconclusive, as both adversaries collapsed under the constant supply of food the demonic maids brought to the table. In their last moment, they finally bonded over the realization that they were not each other's enemy. Both had been fighting an uphill battle against the dark forces of the church, the maids. This gluttonous beast-cough priest was already bad enough. Now we have another person with a black hole for a stomach. The maids lamented mischievously, looking at their victims, who lay collapsed in a food coma on the ground. They woke up at roughly the same time. Both had recovered from the bout of overwhelming satiety and were ready for round two. So tea? Simon asked the young man with a roguish smile. And cookies? Seth demanded. Both stood up and waddled off to the priest's office. Both grunting like old men, they sat down on opposite sides of the desk. Once they each had a cup of steaming tea and a plate of cookies was settled on the desk between them, Seth told Simon his story. Seth obviously omitted some parts about his class, but he described it as a variation of a blacksmith class. It was easier than coming up with some bullshit lie. He had also started to trust the priest and his church a little more after listening to Finn's monologue. The past weeks had been very eventful, and Seth had majorly calmed down compared to the first time he had come to Starda, when he was just someone driven like a fugitive. He became clearer about his situation and more confident in his class and himself. The revelations he had about his class, as the level and number of skills grew, and the near-death experiences he collected showed him a direction. The apocalypse was dangerous, but had many opportunities for the strong and prepared. The world was in a constant change, and would just grow more dangerous in the future, while his skill already started to stagnate. It lacked what he needed the most right now: knowledge. He could not grow fast enough to harvest the fortunes. If he stayed alone in this world, it would soon overwhelm him. So he made a decision. "Say, Simon, could I use the Pathworks to travel to Krona Empire?" he asked when their conversation paused for a while. Seth's idea was simple. To grow his skills, he not only needed rare materials. He needed more knowledge about enchantments, weapon patterns, and materials. Earth was changing right now. He would not be able to find what he needed here. Seth was sure he could find what he needed easier if he could enter an already developed magical world with a stable society. And once he had all the basics down, he could go wherever he wanted. Simon raised his eyebrows about Seth's sudden request. Maybe. If you remember, outsiders are not allowed to help you too much unless you join their faction. Yes, I remember. Why the sudden change of mind? Simon asked. He still remembered that Seth had seemed quite opposed to joining a faction before. Well, things happened. I had a long talk with a fairy that would not shut up. And the fact that your god probably had some fun at my cost may have convinced me that you are not just talking nonsense. Ho? God pranked you. That means he likes you, the priest said, smiling. It was not often their god took his time to spend special attention on someone. Just to be clear, I want to join if I have to take order from anyone. And I want to disclose my skills willingly and dash. Seth stopped mid-sentence when the old man in front of him suddenly started cackling like a hyena. He would just not stop. His eyes even started tearing up. It was Seth's turn to lift an eyebrow. Ha. So that was what you were worried about. Sorry to be laughing about your worries, but it is a hilarious idea from my perspective. God would punish us if we interfered that much with an Orihuma. I am glad it was something this simple. Wiping away a tear, the old priest bowed down to rummage around in his desk drawer. In the end, he put a form in front of Seth. Here. This is a simple contract to become a lay follower of the System Church. With this, you can use the Pathworks at any System Church for a small fee, and you can stay within the territory of the Krona Empire and any other faction that acknowledge the church. Great, right? Seth was a little wary. This went way too easy. Sounds great, yes. What is the catch? A catch? The old man's eyes glinted. Let me be honest. The church will not actively help you. Even if we help you, it won't be for free. You will be barred from joining any other faction in the Pathworks or other worlds. This is a lot less than other factions will offer you, but their catch will be expectation in you. The church, on the other hand, will guarantee your identity and want to care about whatever you do, as long as you don't break any laws. We offer you the freedom you want in exchange of denying you free help. This speech might have sounded cruel for some people, but it was great news for Seth. He did not need help, and was afraid of others meddling in his affairs. But why do we offer this weird deal? Don't look at me like that. It is written on your face. It is simple. It is part of our doctrine. Taking you in and making others unable to interfere is defending our God's interests. Freedom is struggle. Struggle is fun to watch. Simon shrugged his shoulders. Just sign here. The sooner you sign, the faster we can talk about where you wish to travel. Simon smirked. He was sure it was an offer Seth could not refuse. Seth kept staring at the paper and reading the translation of what was written. It was true. Everything Simon had said was written in the document. He lightheartedly signed the contract. Simon smiled. He was sure the young man had made the right decision. They kept talking a long time, even till deep into the night, about Seth's rough goals and the territories that could be reached from their current position. Seth also tried to get some secrets out of the old priest, but the other stayed mute about anything that would spoil Seth about his future. It was late when they finished talking, and a maid brought Seth to a guest room. Wait. Can you bring me to the room the fairies are staying? Seth suddenly asked the maid. The maid pondered for a moment. Yes, I think that's okay, she said and turned around. She gestured Seth to follow her and brought him to a room the same size as his. On the big bed sat a lot of tiny figures with cast-down faces. Their wounds had been treated for the most part. Some still had bandages and splints. They all turned their head toward the door in unison when it opened. Hello? Seth said awkwardly, not knowing what else to say. Hello, Seth. Did Seth come to meet Finn? The only overloaded ball of energy among them shot at him like a bullet. Her overexcited behavior really made him smile, despite the heavy task he was burdened with right now. Yes and no, Finn. Actually, there is something I wanted to tell you. All of you. With this, all the unfocused stares of the fair folk landed on him. I am sorry if I am a little late with this, but that night I collected your dead too. Of course, I don't know your practices, and maybe I did something wrong, but it did not seem right to leave them there for the fish and birds to. Maybe you want to dash. Seth stuttered and spoke really fast to get this rather uncomfortable task over with. He was interrupted by an older-looking fairy suddenly rushing up to him and grabbing his collar. Did you say you collected them? An unprecedented light was filling its black eyes. Yes. Seth nodded, a little stumped. It was not just the fairy before him. Even the others on the bed had a tiny glimmer in their eyes. What a fortune! Are they in your inventory? Can you please take them out? The elder fairy's voice. Seth did not really know what was going on, but he came before the crowd on the bed, and one by one put almost 40 fairy bodies on the bed in front of him. It was almost as many as there were survivors. Each body brought a gasp or tears from among the crowd. Some more, some less, but the fairies always seemed glad to see them, more than sad over their death. You are probably confused now, Seth, right? On his shoulder sat Finn. Her extreme energy and high pitch has subsided. She seemed almost mature as she looked down at her people with tiny smile and little teary eyes. Maybe I will tell you in the future, she added cheekily and flew away. Seth saw that the fairies were occupied with their own matter and used the chance to leave for his own room. 35. Denied. Was it disloyal to leave his home world just because it became a hot mess of near-death experiences? Maybe a little. However, Seth decided that staying was not an option right now. Seth had not lied a lot about his class, so it was relatively easy to talk with the old priest Simon about a fitting destination. It would take 2 or 3 days to prepare the passage, since they were also working on one to send the fairies back home. He felt a lot better after settling their matter. With a calm conscience, Seth spent almost the entire first day in bed. The tension and the emergency had kept him awake for an entire night, and the nap in the bath and the food had helped, but had not been enough. So, his body took the chance and demanded its due sleep. He had only left the bed for food and the call of nature, and so he started his second day of his stay and started refreshed and with a good mood. One of the priests had informed him that his passage would be ready the next day. Seth planned to settle his preparations by then. He had talked with Simon about stuff like the currency of the Empire. Maybe because everything is governed by an RPG-like system, the currency followed the typical trend. Factions following the system church had gold, silver, and bronze coins. 100 bronze coins were 1 silver, and 100 silver were 1 gold. These coins were made with a unique skill of a class called Minter. The coins would not take up inventory space, but turn into a money display, just like in games. The first thing he wanted to do was to get rid of all the weapons that were clogging up his inventory, which meant selling them. Seth arrived at Claude's, the blacksmith's, shop early in the morning. The streets were almost empty, otherwise people would have seen a tall, muscular youth standing around and looking up every few steps, looking up at the water above amazed Seth every time, watching all kinds of fish and stuff swim past like in a reverse aquarium was fascinating. He could not really appreciate the view during his arrival, for obvious reasons. Entering the small blacksmith's shop, his eyes wandered over the display. This time, it was Seth's turn to see small flaws and mistakes in the weapons of his fellow blacksmith. He could only interpret the information he got from Blacksmith's eyes. Seth was far from having enough experience to see flaws in Claude's works. The practical forging skill and execution was still better than Seth's. If anything, he could only guess that their ratings were lower, because of the material and equipment used. Everything was at most medium iron, and Seth guessed that this was the reason he had gotten medium iron, as a recipe once smelting had reached the required level. It had been in his material catalog ever since then. Seth felt the gaze of the old blacksmith on him. "Oh? Young man, you have changed quite a bit since we last met," he admired as his eyes roamed across Seth's body and armor. "Ha ha, yeah," Seth said, discomforted by the old man's wandering eyes. "I stayed in seclusion to train my skill. Until I almost drowned, that is," he joked. "Oh my God! The young people these days! Not only talent, but even diligence. I heard about your spectacular arrival with a boatload of fairies. But we can talk about your adventures later, if you want." The shop owner cackled. "Come here. Let this old man see how much your skills have grown." Claude waved his hand for Seth to come closer to the counter. He smiled amiably at Seth. Claude had always been a forging enthusiast and chose to be a blacksmith, despite not really having the talents. Still, he was not bitter about his choice, and appreciated every new young talent of his trade he met. Since laying eyes on that billhook, he looked forward to Seth overtaking him in the future. Unhesitatingly, Seth stepped forth and took out one of the swords he made for practice from his inventory. He had done these a lot, since he had chosen the sword as one of his weapon. It was a fantasy staple after all. Of course, it was one without a soul or properties. It was still an uncommon rated weapon, though. The young man put an unadorned long sword on the table in front of Claude. With a rough look, the experienced blacksmith could see that it was a very traditional and functional form, unlike the more modern trends the youths nowadays chose. What started as a look of appreciation upon seeing the traditional design soon became a look of shock. Future? What future? This young man had almost overtaken him in the present. The weapon he had shown him during their first meeting had already been very promising, but it still had many hammer marks and gouges back then. This simple sword was almost flawless. One really had to nitpick to complain about this weapon. The practical skills were already remarkably close to his own. Seth's skills had tremendously increased in the brief time since their first meeting. To top it off, the material really boosted the performance. Claude was almost jealous. All he was given as the smith of a startup village was medium iron. He had no chance to get his hand on steel. This weapon was better than most of the things in his shop. "My young friend, your growth is truly monstrous. I would not dare to find fault with your works." Claude laughed happily. He really looked forward to Seth's future. If they became friends, maybe he could see truly legendary pieces then? "Anyways, you are probably not here just to bask in this old man's praise. What can I do for you? I have been talking with Simon, and I joined the church as a lay follower. I will leave this world soon to grow my skills. So I was going to get some funds and wanted to sell the weapons I made. Would you be willing to buy them?" Claude was a little surprised, but asked the young man to show him his wares. Seth continued to pour out weapons from his inventory onto the counter. To save space, he had chosen to make less different weapons and more of one kind, so he could stack them. He had maces, warhammers, and other blunt weapons made of medium iron. Swords, axes, daggers, and other bladed weapons made of medium steel. Tens of weapons per kind. The old man stumbled upon seeing half an armory pouring onto his counter. He looked at Seth perplexed and blushed with an awkward expression. Watching such an old man go through a plethora of different expressions was interesting. Seth. You see, look, His eyes shifted around, thinking about what to say. Take a look around my shop, he sighed. Most your weapons are easily better than mine. And you have more than me. I can buy your items. I do not have the money to pay you a fair price. I am sorry, Seth, but I can help you with this. Seth was flabbergasted. Then he facepalmed hard. Why did he not think of this? No matter how much the system made the world look like a game, people would not have infinite money to just buy his stuff. Claude noticed the young man's reaction and calmed down. Seth seemed to be more embarrassed than himself. Didn't you say that you talked to Simon? Did you not mention this? He gestured at the heap of weapons. Seth was a little abashed by this question. I'm all why I have told him I had so many weapons to sell. The old smith immediately caught on. The priest could not have guessed the magnitude of this business, and Seth avoided spilling the beans. He sighed with a smile. Seth, the operation of this village is too small to buy this many weapons of this quality. You really have to talk to Simon about this. He explained that even in the Empire no shop would buy that number of weapons. Only a noble or the military would buy weapons in bulk. It would be hard for Seth to get such a connection, but Claude told him that the System Church could act as a mediator in this case, as they were majorly involved in interdimensional trade. It explained why a church had so many clerks and counters. So, this was how they made their money, Seth mumbled. All Claude could do was appraise his weapons for him, so he could ask for the right price. Oh yeah, could you tell me what this is worth? Seth mentioned and took out an ingot of electrum the size of a credit card. Seth just called it electrum because it sounded cool. He had mixed the silver and gold bars he had made to save inventory space. It was not a recipe in the smelting menu. Seth had found that he could use fire manipulation to take control of the flame of the furnace. It took a lot of energy, but if the alloy was not worth as much as the pure metals, he could split them again. It was very similar to free creation. It just did not give extra experience. It was the first time he found the system was a little inadequate. He could not split an alloy with the furnace menu. He could choose either gold or silver, but if you had a metal alloy and chose one of the components as the final product, smelting would register all other components as impurities and burn them away. A gold bar? Claude grabbed the golden ingot and bit into a corner. Where did you get this? He asked, baffled. Oh, here and there. Seth gave a non-committal answer. All right. Let me check the purity. He continued and rummaged around behind his counter. What appeared in his hands was a device that looked like a digital letter scale without a display. It was about the size of a palm and had a runic magic circle inscribed on it. Curiously, Seth leaned in closer to see what Claude was doing. He put the gold bar in the middle of the scale and then touched the corners of the device. The circle lit up, the metal started glowing, and the next thing was a window popping up above the device. It was similar to the system windows. It indicated the elements and their ratio in the bar in per mil. The bar was 789 parts gold and 211 parts silver. Claude sighed when he saw the window. That is shame. I'm sorry, Seth, but this gold does not seem very pure. Seth gave the old blacksmith a puzzled look. What do you mean? It is almost 80% gold. Isn't that quite good? Claude shook his head. Of course, I didn't say it is worthless. But no matter who will buy it, he will not pay for the silver parts. You need to find someone with at least professional level smelting to split alloys like this. And the work of someone like that would cost more than the silver is worth, you see? It is a shame for the silver. Seth's jaw dropped to the floor. So, it was not just the blacksmith's skill. Smelting became fire manipulation after the rank up to adept. Since he could split alloys with it, although barely, he had once again jumped almost an entire rank. And since the ability grew without needing an exorbitant amount of material to smelt, he got it to this level a lot cheaper. 36. Touring the town. Oh yeah, Claude. Do you know a place where I can dismantle monsters in town? I have a lot of snake I need to take care of. The old blacksmith once again got the chance to give Seth a puzzled look, just for a different reason. What level are you now, Seth? He asked to make sure. 13. Why? Then you should be able to do it. You should be able to dismantle monster corpses using the inventory, given you have enough space. Do you have something small with you? Then I can show you. The next moment, the over 4-meter-long corpse of a baby Titanoboa flopped on the shop's floor. You know, I just want to ask where you got this. For my own peace of mind. The old man crouched down and touched the body. He whispered, "Loot all," and the skin of the snake vanished. Like this you can store all the crafting materials you know of. It's a lot faster, but some of the material will be lost, compared to physically dismantling. He explained and took out the finished material and showed him that it had turned into an evenly cut sheet of snake leather. Titanoboa snake leather, crafting material. Common, the flexible and sturdy skin of an infant Titanoboa. Very suitable for sturdy clothes and light armor. Now you try, the man encouraged Seth. He took out another snake, and it easily worked for him, too. And a tan piece of snake leather appeared in his inventory. If you have a lot of material to loot, I recommend this method. But when you ever come across something truly rare, you should try to find a professional hunter to dismantle it. Even a small piece of skin could be worth its weight in gold in such cases. This made Seth decide to look for a professional hunter for the juvenile. Although its leather was not rare, it was uncommon, and Seth would appreciate more material to grind his skills. Running his hands along the smooth piece of leather, Claude suddenly said, "Say, how much of this snake leather do you have? I can buy your weapons, but this snake leather seems quite good." Seth took a few minutes to clean out the 2 stacks of baby boas. Now he had 2 stacks of snake leather and 2 stacks of naked snake bodies. Seth sold 50 snake leather to Claude and finally made his first otherworldly money. The blacksmith had paid him 2 gold, which meant the leather was roughly 4 silver per piece. Simon had explained the rough worth of money to him. 3 gold was enough for a commoner to live comfortably for a month. Seth did not doubt Claude's price and happily left the blacksmith's shop. For your information, just one of the medium iron maces went for 2 gold already. Weapons made of steel were even more expensive. Of course, it was the quality that made the price. This was all he had planned for the day, so he was free for now. He thought about returning to the church and talk to Simon, but the town was really empty right now. It was a good chance to explore the fantasy setting and shops. The tailor was the first to pick his interest. Since he would soon travel to a different world, maybe he should try to adjust. Seth entered the shop filled with a range of different clothes. The counter was manned by a bored-looking elderly woman dozing off. The door hitting a bell startled her. Her chin slipped off the hand it was resting on and almost hit the counter. He had been to 3 shops, and all of them were run by elderly people. Were the jobs in these frontier villages like a retirement or something? Not that it affected him, he just felt curious. The lady caught her fall and straightened herself, trying to play off her little plunder. "Hello! How may I help you?" She gave him a trained smile. Her voice was smooth and melodic despite her age. She gave a nice old granny vibe. He had an easy time describing his situation to her, that he would travel to a province of the empire, and he needed comfortable, sturdy clothes for travel. She listened attentively. "Oh, yes. We can help with that. If you may come over here so I can get your measurements." "Measurements? I am leaving tomorrow, Dash." "No worries. I will just slightly adjust 3 sets of ready-made clothes for you. It won't take long at all. You can pay when you come to pick them up." "3? But I dash." "Yes, 3. Dante tried to tell me one is enough. You can't possibly plan to travel with just one set of clothing, do you? She shot down his objections. With this, she took him to the measurement booth in the back. Her movements when measuring him had been really experienced and fast. He doubted his earlier guess about retirement. Maybe they focused on the most experienced people? 15 minutes later, he was already back on the streets. She had sent him off with a, "Your clothes will be ready tomorrow morning. Make sure to pick them up before you leave." Back outside, Seth was still a little puzzled about what happened. His stomach reminded him of his next sequence of actions. The meal yesterday showed him that he did not need to fear the food of the other world. It seemed quite delicious, at least the high end. Let us see how the restaurants would do. Seth had to search a little, but found an eatery in the end. Compared to the rest of town, it was almost buzzing with business. He took this as a sign of quality. It was very much like you would imagine a medieval tavern, but from movies. There was spacious room with many wooden tables for guests to sit on. It was around noon, and the bright sunlight fell in through big windows onto the smooth, well-made furniture. The room looked clean, and the air felt fresh. Seth had not expected it to be this enjoyable. He was able to order a full table of food and wine for just 5 silver. This was his subjective view. 5 silver was already pricey for the normal populace. The food was simple, but tasted very good. Not as good as the meal he had yesterday, but definitely better than anything he had cooked for himself in the past weeks. Seth would not suffer if food like this was a staple in the other world. His belly was full, his needs fulfilled. Seth returned to the church. There was still the talk about the weapons, and maybe the priest knew a hunter who could dismantle the snake for him. On his way back, he came across the general store again. Maybe he could get rid of the 3 stacks of raw snake here? He would much rather have something preserved he could eat right away, instead of having to cook it. And he should get medical supplies. He would make sure to have at least first aid stuff in his inventory from now on. "Oh, if it isn't the Orihuma, how's you been doing?" The shopkeep greeted him. He seemed friendlier than last time. The man noticed his bewilderment. "I heard you helped some fairies. Really nice little things. Never hurt anyone. It's good you saved them." "Oh, okay," Seth smiled. "Well, I wanted to ask whether you would buy something like this," and slapped one of the naked snake bodies on the counter. The clerk was baffled upon seeing a snake this big. He inspected the body for a while. "Do you have more of this? I am willing to give you 20 bronze for the meat and another 10 for the innards. Our apothecary should be able to use it for medicine." The shopkeep was stunned when Seth told him he had several hundred, but he said not no. He explained why the meat of low-level beasts was not awfully expensive, so he did not mind stocking up on it. In the end, Seth sold the normal snakes for 20, and the boas for 30 bronze each, making about 80 silver in total. Obviously, the skins were the most precious parts of the snakes, but Seth did not say no to the meat money. After their deal was done, Seth asked the shopkeep for the location of the apothecary. He bet he could stock up on medicinal supplies there. Maybe they even had real health potions and mana potions. Something like that would have been really cool. The apothecary was located a little off the main street. That was why Seth had not seen his shop before. It was a small building with a small shop window and staff of Aesculapius on its sign. The youngest shopkeeper he had met so far looked up as Seth entered the pharmacy. The man was in his late 20s or early 30s and looked quite dapper. "Hello, what can I do for you?" he asked in a friendly baritone. Seth gave the pharmacy a once-over. All kind of little potion bottles were stored in cabinets, and the whole wall behind the man was filled with drawers. "Oh yeah, I'm looking for medicinal supplies for traveling. Say, you don't have health potions or something like that, right?" Seth's eyes were fixed on the shelves with all kinds of colorful bottles. The pharmacist squinted his eyes, but did not use observe as far as Seth felt. Are you an Orihuma maybe? To ask for something like health potions in a frontier village. He smiled. He explained that health potions were a high-quality product that needed rare ingredients and a high skill level. Those were normally not available in these startup villages. He offered Seth a first aid kit, which comprised things like bandages, rubbing alcohol, and salves. It was all contained in a nondescript bag that reduced the needed inventory space to 1. The description of the bag was literally, "First aid kit." He felt a lot calmer with this in his inventory. Now, it was time to return to the church for 37, a new journey. Nobody stopped him when Seth just waltzed into the head priest's office, only to find it empty. It would have been different if he was a normal person, but he was an Orihuma that had joined the church, so most people treated him with leniency. After asking around a little, he found Simon in another wing with the fairies. "Seth!" the little Finn screamed when he opened the door. She flew up and started circling Seth like an euphoric fly. Seth greeted her back with a smile, and she sat down on his shoulder. Simon was in dialogue with one of the fairies when Seth entered. It looked a little older and taller than Finn. T was the one that had talked to him so euphorically the other day. The priest signaled to Seth that he would be done soon, so Seth left with Finn still on his shoulder. "Hey Seth, I heard you will be leaving soon too?" Finn suddenly asked. "Are you also going home?" No, I am leaving home." Seth smiled melancholic. "A little like you guys." Suddenly Finn pouted. "We are not little. You are just fat. Way too fat. Fat human." She pounded his chest with her tiny fists. Seth started laughing, and the light shadow on his heart vanished again. He caught Finn in his hollow hand and explained the misunderstanding to the huffy fairy. "Seth, what are you guys doing?" the priest asked, looking back and forth between the young man and the pouting fairy on his palm. "Oh, nothing." Seth brushed the matter aside. Finn felt a little embarrassed about being seen quarreling like a little child by Simon and rushed past him, back to the other fairies with a beet-red face. Seth smiled sheepishly at the priest's quizzical look. "I came back to talk to you about something. Do you have time now?" The two went back to Simon's office. Once they were seated and supplied with tea and cookies, Seth asked about his weapon trade. "You mean to say that you don't have some weapons, as you mentioned before, but a whole weapon shop worth? Show me," the old priest asked with a perplexed look. Seth fidgeted a little awkwardly. After all, it was his fault for keeping secrets, and now he had to come back to ask for help. Mace by mace and sword by saber, the priest's face fell in shock until his jaw figuratively hit the ground. Finally, a big pile of weapons filled half the office. Seth kept the more unique weapons, like the ones he tested Soul Infusion on and the Plumata. It took Simon a few minutes to find his speech again. Seth had not thought about how ridiculous the amount of weapons was when he made them. He only realized it when he tried selling them to Claude. Simon finally cleared his throat and got his bearing back. "I fathom Claude told you to come to me? How much did he say would this all be worth?" 7-738 gold would be a fair price, he said. The priest blinked, and Seth avoided his gaze abashed. Simon pondered and started nodding. He took out a small white piece of marble, the size of a shogi piece. He chanted something onto the stone and gave it to Seth. "Here, take this. We don't have that much money here. This is a promissory stone over 650 gold. The difference will be our margin as a retailer, if that okay with you. You can exchange it for money at any bank in the Krona Empire. When you put it in your inventory, you can see its worth." Curiously, Seth took the small stone. It was smooth and cool to the touch. When he put it in his inventory, it said, "Promissory stone, System Church, 650 gold. Yeah, that is okay. So it's like a credit card?" I thought you can just put your money into the system interface? Oh yes, but it's inconvenient to handle hundreds of coins, right? Especially in this kind dash. He gestured at Seth's culmination of grinding. Of transaction. I advise you to make an account when you cash the money in. Transferring money through the system bank makes many things easier. It was something Simon had not talked about yet. So Seth kept inquiring. It reminded him of the crystal card system he knew from some novels. When you had an account with the bank, you got a universal promissory stone, which could be used to directly transfer money between accounts and get cash from the bank. It was even more versatile than a credit card. And as all transactions worked through the system, there was no need to be afraid of scams from that side. This made Seth realize again that the priest did not tell him everything, even after joining their faction on the surface. He could not expect any thorough guides from this man and needed to explore by himself. Again, Seth had talked for a long time with the priest and night fell soon. Tomorrow the church would open the pathworks, and he would travel to another world. He laid in bed nervously. His eyes were fixed on the pale starlight falling in through the water above, painting patterns on the town outside. Seth went through things he had to do and his preparations, to make sure he had not forgotten anything. His inventory was settled, and he would get 3 sets of clothes tomorrow. Also the other half of jewelry he had not melted down. It was in his backpack. Looking for a jeweler to sell them to was also a thing. He had tried to store the whole backpack, but it did not work the same way the first aid kit had worked for some reason. Maybe he could ask the tailor tomorrow? Last, but not least, he had a huge chunk of money. It should be able to solve most things. The highest priority was gaining knowledge, to grow his own skill, but also to find out more about the system. There were so many things he had only come to know because he spent some time in Starda. He had even kept an eye open for a book shop in town, but had not found one. Another thing he planned to do over there. Amidst his worries and plans, Seth finally fell asleep. The morning reminded him of the alarm clock he had smashed right when everything started. Or rather, its lack of it. Seth had overslept. The nervousness and worries had kept him awake for too long. Now he belatedly rushed out of the church, without any breakfast, to get his clothes in time. The elder lady gave him a professional smile as he rushed into the shop, his clothes in disarray and hairs in a mess. On the counter were 3 sets of clean and sturdy traveling clothes in the simple style of the Empire. He paid 40 silver for the 3 sets and almost left in a hurry. He asked her in a rush about the bag of the first aid kit. She saw he was in a hurry and gave him the short explanation. It worked because the bag was made by a tailor using the system's skills. These bags were not expensive at all, and she gave him one as a gift. He shoved his backpack into the bag and was able to store it in his inventory. Now, without any visible baggage, he thanked the tailor lady and ran off. He still came by Claude's shop and took the time to say goodbye. He even said farewell to the old man from the general store. Even so, it was just because he was in front of his store as Seth sprinted past him. Seth's stamina had tremendously improved thanks to the system, but he was still completely out of breath when he finally reached the church again. He had another hour before they could open the pathworks for him, so he used this time to get ready. He ate a small breakfast, followed by a reinvigorating bath. There was another first for him today, shaving with a real razor. A knife one, not the electrical ones. Seth was really afraid to cut himself at the start. But the blade actually registered as a miscellaneous item and not a weapon. Its damage values were too low to cut through his physical defense. Even when he slipped with the knife, it did not cut his skin. Freshly shaven and clean, wearing a form-fitting set of traveler's clothes, Seth looked quite dapper. He wore a comfortable shirt and dark brown trousers, plus the high boots given to him by the church. Covering these was a long dark tunic in a brown to wine red hue, fastened by a broad belt, where he could attach his sword to. On top of this came a hooded cloak made of oilskin against rain. All in all, he looked a lot like the characters in some fantasy movies, or someone from a Renaissance festival. They had a big difference to modern clothes, a very high durability for simple cloth. Where his modern shirts and jackets had somewhere between 5 and 30, these clothes easily broke through 100 points in durability. Seth was sure they would hold up for a long time. He opened the big and heavy doors of a room he had not been allowed in before. It was the first and only room that looked like a place of worship. The circular room had the size of a gym, and the ceiling was a high dome shape. The walls were covered in all kinds of iconic reliefs and decoration. It was illuminated by a huge number of candles and candle stands. The floor was completely occupied by a tremendously complex magic circle, which consisted of gold-colored inlays in the polished hardwood floor on the rim and black marble towards the center. Wrapped in his new attire, Seth entered this big room in the center of the church where he saw Simon, the fairies, and a bunch of priests already waiting. Seth would be leaving first, since his destination within the Empire was easier to connect to. The priests started chanting and gesturing similar to sorcerers after he arrived, and an ink-black portal formed in the air, like a hole in space. As he wanted to leave, Seth spotted Finn among the fairies. They locked eyes, whereupon she avoided hers with a blush. The way they had parted yesterday made the situation a little weird. Still, Seth walked over to the group of fairies. They had not known each other for long, but Seth had taken quite a liking to the little blabbermouth Finn and wanted to say goodbye to her especially before he left. Finn looked up to him. She could hardly ignore the giant that stepped in front of her nose. "Goodbye, little Finn." He could not help but tease her. This made the fairy promptly pout and look away again. There totally was no human in front of her. No! With a wry smile, Seth turned around and nodded to Simon as a farewell. It was time for a new journey. 38. New Horizons. "Wait! Big fat human! I want to go with Seth!" The squeaky shout echoed across the room as Seth was about to step into the portal. Simon had a difficult expression on his face. Minutes earlier, a hushed conversation in high voices as a lot of fairies tried to reason with one of theirs. "You can do that? Yeah. Now that leader and vice leader are gone, you have to lead us. You saved us. You are a hero. You have to come back with us." The older-looking fairy came forward and grabbed the person in question's shoulder. "Finn, are you sure?" His voice was calm, and the steady grip of his hand transferred warmth and strength to her. "You would be heralded as a hero when you come back. You could leave the Corps and live an easy life. Do you really wish to go with him? He is our benefactor. He even brought back our dead. The least we can do is try to help him. Seth is an Orihuma. He has never seen a different world and may need our support. You are all hurt and weakened. That's why I will go with him. When you get back, the leader and vice leader will recover, so you will be fine," then reassured her companions. Among her people, she seemed much more mature and serious. The older fairy nodded and gave her a pat on both shoulders. "I see. Your decision is firm." After this, the other fairies also calmed down. She was right. They owed their life to this human. All they could do at the moment was to engrave it into their memories. Present time. The group of fairies stayed silent when Finn rushed over towards the young human and the portal. The priest's expression told them that their worries might have been more justified than they had anticipated. "Seth, please let Finn come with you." Finn flew in front of his face and requested. A new window popped up for him. Ding! Fairy Finn send you a party invite. Y/N. It was the new party function. Would he have been able to see this if he had not unlocked it yet? Seth did not have to ponder long about the decision. He clicked yes. He found Finn quite adorable, and teasing her was fun. And he had almost gone insane in the weeks he had spent forging. It had shown him that even he was hard-pressed without social interaction for a long time. There had been times he would have liked some company. Ding! Choose which information you wish to disclose in the party menu. Next, he saw his status, and he could choose which parts of his status Finn would be able to see and which he wanted to hide. As much as he came to like her, he only knew her for a few days. He hid everything about his class and skills. He saw no problem in showing his attributes, name, race, or level. He confirmed and... Ding! You have entered a party with Finn Belsmiter Dash. Ding! You have formed a party with fair folk and gained the other's full trust. Luck +1. Ding! While in a party with fair folk, your luck will temporarily increase by 10. Two little windows appeared in the upper corner of his view, which showed his and Finn's health and mana. A typical party interface from MMOs. Another window popped up. It was Finn's full status. Name, Finn Belsmiter. Title, Fruit of the Fair Folk. Level, 47. EXP, 45%. Race, Fairy. Sex, Female. Age, 204. Class, Battle Cleric Unique. Affiliation, Fair Folk. Health, 1000 of 1000. Mana, 820. Strength, 117. Dexterity, 10. Agility, 90. Intelligence, 45. Willpower, 35. Endurance, 70. Personality, 55. Luck, 47. So much for her cute act. What is with this class? And this status? And most of all, that title. Not just that, he could also see her skills. Finn had a mix of melee combat skills, which focused on hand-to-hand combat like a monk, and support skills consisting of prayer and nature ballads. This small little fairy could most like punch the living daylights out of him, whenever she felt like it. One thing was clear, the chance of her becoming a burden was very small. If Seth did not take care, he might become the damsel in distress that needed saving. On the other side, Finn's eyes sparkled, despite not even seeing his class or skills. Just his attributes, level, and title seemed to have mesmerized her. This all took long to describe, but only took mere moments in real time. Just enough time for Simon to collect his thoughts. Ah, Seth! About entering the portal, I have to dash. Hurry! Okay, we won't cost you any more time. Seth calmed the old man down and stepped into the gate, then following right behind him, giving the priest a stank eyes. She guessed what the priest had wanted to say. Simon was at a loss as he stared blankly at the gate. Traveling over the pathworks felt similar to dipping into ice-cold water without the chill. The heart throbbed, the stomach turned, and an instinctive state of primal panic washed over him. As fast as the feeling came, it was also gone when he left the weird pitch-black in-between world on the other side of the gate. And there was the feeling again. The heart throbbed, the stomach dropped, and a primal panic flooded his brain as his foot stepped on air, and Seth fell over into a free fall. The infant stage of a scream was already growing in his throat as... Ding! Skill, Calm Reaction Passive, LV6 has become Calm Reaction Passive, LV7. It got Merciless Kill by Calm Reaction leveling up, followed by a thump as his 3-meter fall ended face first in a sand dune, upon which his now calm mind decided on the only logical sequence of actions. He took a deep breath and... Fuck! These fucking pieces of dash! Seth roared and cursed up a storm of colorful insults while spitting sand like a sand dragon. All trust was lost, all friendship was gone. Simon would eat his fist when he met him again. Finn had naturally started flying with her wings, and was now watching Seth spitting sand and flailing around on the ground, trying to stand up and get the sand out of all the nooks and crannies it was stuck in. Before him laid a vast landscape of sand dunes, a desert. Behind him grew a huge mountain range into the sky. He was supposed to be sent to a city called or close to a dwarven kingdom on the Namian continent. Seth had planned travel around and find, or buy ores, and items to increase his catalogs. And they had thrown him into a goddamn desert. What stopped him from cursing for another half an hour was the high-pitched laughter above him. Then the brutish fairy was amused by Seth's plethora of vocabulary, and could not help but enjoy the show. Noticing the heavy-breathing man, looking up to her with a twitching eye, she decided to calm him down. "Don't worry too much. Finn is with you," she boasted and struck her flat chest. "This is a normal thing the church does to Orihuma. It is the price of your travel. They will put in a random deviation. We are definitely somewhat close to our destination. Whether getting there is a struggle or a walk in the park is a matter of luck." Seth was still pissed as his eyes laid on a new world, where the sun slowly sank towards a new horizon. 39. Dinner and desert. Starda. "Simon," the aged fairy spoke to the priest. "You did that thing where you let luck decide on where exactly the people land, right?" he asked. Simon looked as if he was caught doing something. "How you treat Orihuma that joined you is the church's business. I don't care whether you call it a price or divine intervention. If something happens to Finn or Seth, and we don't hear from them in the next few weeks," he made a dramatic pause, "we, the fair folk, will ask the church for an explanation. Got it? So you better make sure to tell your people over there to look out for them." And this was what Finn had counted on. With her accompanying Seth, she could help him run away from her duties, and the fair folk would have a much better leverage when talking to the church in this matter. Namian Desert. It took Seth a while to really calm down. He watched the sun touch the desert horizon and turn the landscape into an ocean of crimson red light. Seth sighed and let go of his grieving. "Oh well, let us eat," he said, and took out a canned soup he could heat up by wrapping his hand in a thin layer of flames. You used this that night too. Is Seth a fire mage?" Finn gasped and ogled the pale blue flame. Seth looked up from his soup and smiled. "Not really, but maybe a little," he said without stopping to eat. After his belly was filled, he felt a lot more relaxed. The sun had vanished and the desert was filled with twilight. The cool breeze of the desert's dawn felt good on his skin. "All right, you said we are probably not far off from Ora, right? But how would we get there?" Then scratched her head, clueless of what to do. "True, it is not like any of us has a map or the map skill," she monologued, thinking of a solution. Map. Seth had used the break and started to try and forget its existence. It seemed he would have to keep relying on it. So, he told Finn about it begrudgingly. "You have the map skill? That is great. What level do you have it on?" she asked enthusiastically. But her face fell when he told her LV2. "Do you maybe have some SP to level it up? It should be really helpful to us on LV4. It was Seth's turn to scratch his head. Getting mapped to LV4 cost 5 SP. Was it really worth it? Finn nodded like a bobblehead. "On LV3 you get height map and biomes, even of regions you have not been to. And on LV4 you get closed towns and water sources. Most people I know who have mapped get it at least to LV4. It is really helpful at this point," she kept blabbering on. Her ability to monologue was impeccable. Seth shrugged his shoulders. He still had 7 skill points and had no plans for other skills right now. At least Finn assured him that it was worth it. Ding! Skill. Map LV2 has become Map LV3. Ding! Skill. Map LV3 has become Map LV4. It was exactly as the little fairy had described. He opened the map window, could see the rough makeup of a small continent with a big mountain range extending from the northeastern tip to a desert on the southeastern coast. The landmass resembled the map Seth had seen back in Starda, so they were at least in the right world. His position was shown at the northern border of the desert, west of the mountains with grassland in between them. Several towns were shown at the foot of the mountain range. In their vicinity was only one town situated close to a river that started in the desert and flowed all the way down to the ocean. He found Aura on the eastern side of the mountains. We would have to cross the mountains to get to Aura. I don't think I have enough supplies for that. The closest town is through the desert. They decided to travel toward the city located at the river and restock on food. Maybe they could find a place in a caravan or something to travel to Aura. Money was not a problem. He regretted selling his snakes a little. Well, in the worst case, he would have to loot the juvenile. Then he would have a ton of meat, but he rather traveled a few days more than to do that. Then we should go now. It is better to use the cool night and rest during the day. Finn called out. The night was the darkest right after the sun left, but soon a moon rose to the sky, and then another. 2 moons floated across the sky, one excessively big and pale violet, the other much smaller with a green tint. The desert was illuminated in a mix of greenish-blue light, creating a truly otherworldly scene. Beside Seth fluttered the tiny figure of Finn, who had cast a light spell and lit up their surroundings. Seth had donned his armor and sword just in case something crawled through the desert. He imagined all kinds of creatures that could be hidden in the sands of a foreign world. Giant sandworms, gigantic scorpions, snakes. Nothing of that. The desert was covered in a dim twilight and absolute silence. A drowning silence. Say, Finn! Seth attempted to strike up a conversation, but the little fairy did not react. When he looked at her, he saw that her mouth was incessantly moving, but no word was to be heard. Then he noticed it. There was no sound at all, no wind, no crunching of sand below his feet. Why did he not notice earlier? He saw the sand moving beyond the shine off the fairy's light. No! No! No, 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 no! He kept chanting with his eyes ripped wide open as an old foe rose from the sand. Not tentacles! He screamed and pulled out his sword that was suddenly covered in soul fire. Bathed in the light of the burning blade were black smooth tentacles, shining like polished metal. Finn stopped mid-sentence and looked baffled at the emerged nightmare. Desert Kraken, corrupted, LV-25. Status, corrupted, starving. Kraken? Wait! Seth looked around, at the black limbs that had surrounded them as they emerged from the sand until they were as thick as Seth's waist. He forgot about attacking and hurriedly tried to get out. As big as they were not very agile. As the tentacles closed in to catch them, Seth slashed off one's tip and jumped through the gap. Looking back, he could only watch on with a horrified expression as a giant beak emerged from the ground and the appendages closed around Finn. Everything in complete silence. He did not know what happened to the fairy, but he decided to use this chance. Burning had been added to the Kraken's status, and its HP were falling slowly. Soon the bleeding status was added, though he had no idea where it came from. Seth did not care. He was hellbent on making sure this creepy crawly would regret its very existence. The burning sword kept slashing at the tentacles as tried to untangle and go for Seth. Each slash grew the pale flames that shed their light into the dark desert. All its appendages were burning and grasping for Seth, who kept barely evading the more agile tips. Suddenly everything stopped moving and an ear-shattering, brain-piercing screech broke the silent night. Already suffering a major headache from fire manipulation, Seth could only kneel down and cover his ears. Following the scream was a mushing and crunching sound that made him want to puke. Ding! Desert Kraken LV-25 has been killed. You have earned experience. The Kraken's black bulbous head emerged from the sand, and with the ripping sound of gushing entrails a ball of light emerged from its body. Blood-covered and with a mighty roar, it asserted its dominance over the desert. Finn, The fairy brute had ripped and teared her way through the Kraken's inner workings and into freedom. Holy shit! Seth elaborately and adequately commented this sight. A bloodthirsty roaring fairy floating over the burning corpse of a giant octopus. It would have been the perfect cover for a metal album. 40. Blood and Sand. In a complete blood rage, the tiny figure kept punching the giant body like a jackhammer, spreading blood and gore over the desert sand. What battle cleric? She was a berserker. Seth decided to silently take some safety distance until the little whirlwind had come back to its senses. In the end, the little fairy was huffing and puffing and drenched in blood. She had calmed down considerably and flew to where Seth was spectating her. Special time with the tentacle monster. Seth really had not seen enough hentai to see this one coming. "You done?" was his only comment when she reached him. She nodded with a refreshed smile and squeezed some blackish thick blood out of her hair. The dead kraken smelled terrible, and so did the little fairy. Seth could not help but frown. No matter how desperate they got, he would never eat this thing. He swore in his heart and overcame his disgust to touch one of the half-burned tentacles to loot the beast. He felt the slimy, robust skin for a moment before it appeared and a few neat leather sheets in his inventory. What was left behind were sickening dark gray tendrils of meat still oozing the viscous purplish blood. The headache was killing him, and this sight did not make it better. Kraken leather, crafting material, common, sturdy leather of a corrupted desert kraken. Good for robust leather armor or boots. "Let us leave," he said, and left with a fast pace, but the stench seemed to follow him. Oh right, Finn was following him. "Say, TH, you wouldn't have water for me?" "Pialiasi?" she asked it pitifully. She looked and smelled truly miserable. Wasting water was a crime in the desert, but this smell was worse. Seth could feel his sanity decreasing the longer he smelled it. "Okay, come here," Finn landed. Seth took out one of his water bottles and started dousing the fairy. She hurriedly started to wash and scrape away the nauseating blood. She still smelled terrible, but it was a lot better now. If he had deodorant with him, he would have showered her in it. And so, they continued their journey, Finn following several meters behind Seth. The two traveled through the night, and stopped at the big rock formation Seth had found with auto map. When the first rays of the morning sun bathed the sky in a pink hue. Finn claimed that fairies did not need much sleep, so she stood guard. She confidently told Seth to sleep a few hours. Unexpectedly, the heat did not bother the blacksmith with his fire resistance as much as Finn anticipated. He easily slept a full 8 hours, all the way past noon. Then, on the other hand, started overheating with her tiny body in the boiling air. The little fairy was close to fainting when Seth finally woke up and found her panting and sweating on the ground. She was not able to respond, but tenaciously stayed awake. "What a good guard you are! Sleep now," he said, and picked up the smelly little fairy. He folded a piece of cloth and laid her onto it. She immediately fell asleep. Seth did not doubt her ability, but penetrating the innards of a giant sea sand monster probably took a toll on her. The following hours were uneventful. After a satisfying meal, came the boredom of looking at the unchanging sand fields, his biggest enemy. The hot and dry air felt comfortable on Seth's skin, and this gave him an idea. Didn't he everything in the desert normally hide during the day's heat? So this should be the safest time, right? Seth felt a little bad that he still avoided the little fairy because of the smell, despite how hard she had worked. He wrapped her in the piece of black cloth and put her into the inner pocket of his cloak. Seth had put away his armor while resting and wore his travel clothes now. As long as he kept his hood up, the sun could not hurt him. With the sleeping fairy stored away, Seth fell into a comfortable pace and started jogging through the desert. It reminded him a lot of his first journey. It was a little harder to run on sand, but his stats had grown, so it made no difference to him. Seth did not know whether his assumption was right or not, but he did not meet a single monster. "Pwah!" Seth heard a tiny voice exclaim and felt something struggling in his pocket, then finally managed to unwrap herself and her deep red head out of his pocket. "You? Seth! I've been nearly suffocated in there," she shouted with tears in her eyes. He didn't buy into her cute act. She still smelled of the blood of the monster she'd brutally slaughtered in front of his eyes. "Why are we moving? Waff!" she asked and gagged as hot desert air and sand, but most importantly her own smell, suddenly filled her lungs. He explained his ingenious idea to move during the day, since the heat was no problem, as long as he was shielded from the sun, then could rest in his inner pocket during the heat of the day and take over guard when Seth got tired. He had actually thought that it would be quite cool to have her on his shoulder, but she still smelled like rotten fish, and she would not last long in this sun. Seth estimated the heat to easily reach boiling temperature when the sun stood high. The fairy would be cooked if she stayed outside. It was a boring journey of several days. Fortunately, he had map, otherwise he would have been hopelessly lost. They met some desert snakes and scorpions the size of cats, but nothing like the kraken in their first night. It made Seth suspicious whether it was really random, or the system's god had thrown him there on purpose. Either way, he could not change it now. The beasts they came across were not a big deal for Seth, but they also only gave a pitiful amount of experience. The kraken had actually gotten him 80% of the way to LV-14, despite not being the one killing it in the end. Finn had explained that party settings to him. A party could freely choose how the experience of a jointly killed mob was distributed. As the party leader, she had set it to 80:20, so Seth got 80% of the experience of mobs they killed together. Since Finn's level was a lot higher than his, this was actually in his favor in case they killed stronger monsters, like the kraken. On the third day, the desert started to change. The dunes grew flatter, and spots of dry dirt peeked out among the sand. Even the temperature steadily lowered little by little. Ruins started to litter the landscape, like the dried-up bones of an ancient civilization. They only appeared on the map after he used AutoMap. It was a lot different from Deltan. When Seth had arrived in Deltan, it had become a partly destroyed modern ghost city with all life sucked out of it. These were ruins like you would see them in archaeological documentaries, built by the bare hand of many people in hard labor. Even in pieces, it still radiated the life and history that had seeped into them during their golden times. They induced a foreign fascination that modern buildings simply lacked. Sanded smooth by the desert winds, they still defied time, and stood like the desiccated skeleton of gigantic beast in the middle of nowhere. Eyes stared with the outlines of building and shallow broken walls, and the further they went, the more was left of the former glory. Sand covered what was once paved roads and intricate mosaic floors. Barely discernible reliefs still covered the ruins of once luxurious facades. "How big must this city have been in its heyday?" Seth mumbled, mesmerized. His fingers wandered over the shallow reliefs of people and beasts, and he stopped from time to time to take a closer look. Even Finn had left his pocket to stare amazed at the scenery. "Maybe 100,000? Maybe a little more or less," she whispered unwittingly, which brought her a weird look from Seth. Before they knew it, they had completely entered the ruined city. The sand on the streets was almost gone, and the facades on the side had retained much of their glory. "Hey, look!" Finn suddenly shouted and pointed at the inner yard of a building. There stood a structure that completely differed in style and material from the surrounding ruins. It looked a lot more like the architecture he had witnessed in Strata. The sign dangling above the broken door showed a compass rose and just read, "Guild." "It's a branch office of the Adventurers Guild." 41. Guild and Dungeons. "Are you serious? An Adventurers Guild? Isn't this a little too much like a game?" Seth shouted out, then looked at the young man having an emotional outbreak with a puzzled look. "What does the guild have to do with games? It is a renowned organization which manages the entrance to dungeons, not some gambling den. Seth pinched the bridge of his nose trying to process what Finn told him. It was pretty much exactly like in novels and fiction. The Adventurer Guild was an institution of the system, similar to the System Church. They specialized in the organization of dungeons and people who would enter them, adventurers. And like the church which followed the god of the system, the guild followed a different god, the god of dungeons. Legend had it that in a time immemorial, both hit it off with each other and became best buddies during a summit of the gods. They had a drinking contest and subsequently fell into a drunken stupor. Of course, nobody could confirm this, so it stayed a legend. The fact stayed that the two gods had a synergistic relationship. Wherever the system opened the pathworks, dungeons appeared. They would grow in suitable places and had no high requirements, which means they could grow literally anywhere. The dungeons would spawn monsters from other dimensions and pose a challenge to members of the system, or a terrible catastrophe if it was world without system. The monsters would gain strength and break out to attack the surroundings, if they were not regulated or closed in time. Wait! Does this mean there will be dungeons on Earth too? Seth interrupted Finn's monologue. Naturally, and the guild will follow them. Don't worry. Thanks to the system, nobody really dies in a dungeon, as long as there is no dungeon break. She calmed his worries, then kept going, saying that nobody died within a dungeon. Players would only lose a chunk of experience and maybe items. They would resurrect in the closest guild branch if they were registered. And in a world where no system existed but dungeons, those people were down on their luck. And that's why the guild always follows the dungeons, and there is absolutely no need to worry. She smiled, satisfied with her own profound knowledge. There was no way around it anymore. Seth had understood everything so far, and could not come up any more questions, and Finn started sweating, trying to come up with any more information to convey. Both could no longer avoid the big elephant in the room. 1. There was a guild branch here, so there should be a dungeon too. Right, and most importantly too. 2. Why did the branch look so empty and run down? And why in God's name was the whole place in front of it stained as if covered in dried blood? The guild was a grand and robust stone building. Town hall or guild hall would be the first thoughts that came to mind when seeing it. But the windows were broken and the shutters were crooked, some barely held by a last pitiful hinge. The stairs leading to the big entrance were covered in what could be dried blood with marks all over the place in front. It was unclear whether it had flowed out of the building, or something had dragged bloody corpses into it. One could imagine the entrance once sported a majestic pair of double-winged wooden doors. Now it was just a yawning, dark void, only shadows being visible past the entrance. Finn was nervous, and even more disturbed than Seth by this sight. You have to know that the guild was a combat-specialized organization. Even the staff would be able to deal with a crisis, to a certain extent. Something that had managed to devastate such a place gave the fairy goosebumps. The place looks old. The blood has long dried, it's almost black. Should we go in? Finn nearly lost her soul when Seth nonchalantly suggested to enter this scene of gore. Seth, on the other hand, felt that he had seen worse. You could say, any terrible thing he came across in his world was more disturbing than some old blood. He squinted and looked at her. He had even seen a blood-covered fairy berserker turn a kraken into mincemeat. Leaving the baffled fairy behind, Seth strode forth to take a look inside. An unmanned guild office could hold all kinds of treasure and information. Don't you think he just wanted to loot the place now? It was also important to find out what caused this. If something like this was still within these ruins, it would be better to find out what it was before they met it face to face. Then followed him reluctantly. She was surprisingly meek when it came to scary stuff. Flakes of dark crimson dust came loose as he climbed the stairs. The inside of the guild was not as dark as it looked from the outside. Sun fell in through the broken windows, and the air was heavy with dust particles, sparkling in the light rays. The hardwood floors were caked in a layer of old dried blood. The air smelled stale, not like blood at all. Tables and furniture were smashed, deep scratches covered the floors and wooden counters. There was a bar, but it was completely smashed and littered with glass shards. No piles of bones. No desiccated corpses or parts of them. He had even expected a nest of bones or something, but nothing. Whatever caused this bloodbath had brought away all signs of it, except the blood. Time to loot. Seth jumped over the guild counter and started rummaging the drawers with practiced hands. Hey! Stop that! Shouldn't we first find out what happened? Then interrupted him indignantly. Seth rolled his eyes, pulled out a stack of papers, and waved it in front of her. When his eyes wandered over the documents, he understood one thing. He could not read it. The signs on the buildings were easily understandable. The spoken word was understandable, but the writings here weren't. But he did not lose hope. It was time for Finn, the multi-use fairy, to show her skills. Seth could only facepalm when the fairy started reading the documents like a fourth grader. She was not a resident of the Empire herself. He could probably count himself lucky she was even able to decipher the meaning. Most of the stacks were different quests. Like in most novels, the guild did not just regulate the dungeons, but was also a hub to find workforce for different tasks, from mercenary work to hunting and other miscellaneous stuff. They only got 2 pieces of information from this. These ruins were called Isekai, which now also appeared as a label on his map. And there were 2 dungeons in these ruins. One had grown in an actual dungeon under a mansion they regarded as the house of the governor or noble, or maybe the king of this city. The other was located in a big structure in the middle of the city they called a temple. According to Finn, all the quests were processed up to one certain date and then completely stopped. From the state of the guild, it must have been years since then. I guess we wouldn't find anything more important down here. They had investigated most of the drawers, but found nothing useful except some silver and bronze coins. Maybe in the offices upstairs? I am sure at least the office of the guild master should have something important, the fairy suggested. So, they started to systematically search the other rooms of the building. Some were meeting rooms, others personal offices. The papers they found there were of no help. Some contracts reaffirmed the period of when this branch had stopped operating, but they found nothing about why. The most interesting for Seth was the personal living space of the guild staff. He found some spare weapons and armor there that gave off a faint light in the dark. His blacksmith's eyes showed him basic options, so they were probably enchanted. The options were nothing extraordinary. Slight decreases or increases in damage or defense, or tiny buffs on attributes. He would look further into it later. Now was not the time. Finally, they reached the office of the guild master. It was the highest floor, right below the roof. It had a big desk in the middle, and a window looking out onto the ruins. It was remarkably similar to Simon's office. It also had these walls of books and miscellaneous stuff stored on shelves. As the items of a guild master and former adventurer, these were a lot more interesting to Seth than the kitsch the priest collected. With his blacksmith's eyes, he found a bunch of interesting crafting material on the shelves. Aside from several common and uncommon minerals he could not really use, there were 3 tiny lumps of dark silver dirt that turned out to be mithril or crafting material. Rare, stronger than steel, and with a high compatibility with magic, mithril is one of the most sought-after and versatile metals. Another very interesting thing he found was a tooth. Drake tooth, crafting material. Uncommon. The tooth of a young drake. As the tooth of a dragon race, it has inherent penetrative force that can easily pierce steel and stronger armors. As he was looking over the shelves for a second time, to make sure he had not missed any goodies, he heard a gasp behind him. Finn had done detective work, while Seth was distracted. There were logbooks of the guild master stored in the shelves, but the last one was missing. After looking around, she had found some blood sprinkles on the dirt-caked carpet that covered most of the floor. They had followed the trail that abruptly ended in front of a bookshelf. Obvious signs of a secret door. So, she started pulling out books left and right. The ferry had just taken a break. She gasped when suddenly a part of the shelf in front of her swung open. Did Seth do something? Behind the shelf was a small cabinet. A desk, a chair, writing utensils, a safe, and a desiccated corpse. The skeleton's face only covered in dried-up skin, and a long beard was frozen in an expression of fear and pain. It desperately pressed a big book to its chest. The clothes it wore had been drenched in blood, which had also spilled on the floor and the book. This was probably the guild master. He had a big wound in his stomach. He must have fled up here to hide and bled out in his hideout. The book he held in his last moments was the missing log about the latest guild operation, 42. Guild log. The book was half filled with the personal logs of the guild master, with the last written pages in the middle smeared with blood. Try starting a few pages before the last ones, Seth suggested the obvious. 23rd day of Snowfire year, 564, name me a calendar. Guild operations are nominal. Our request for the deployment of an A-rank party and a high-level scribe for the further exploration of the ancient temple has been granted. Monster activities of the temple ruins are becoming abnormally high, especially on the lower floors. Once we find the dungeon core, I will request the guild for permission to close this dungeon. The artifacts and materials warrant the risk taken by the adventurers to cull the hordes. 30th day of Snowfire year, 564, name me a calendar. Guild operations are nominal. The A-rank party, Crypt Raiders, specialized in the exploration of old ruins and tombs have arrived. They will start their dive into the dungeon tomorrow. Reports of temple guardians and tomb priests from the lower floors appearing on the shallow levels have come in. Something is happening on the lower floors. The next few entries were short and without much content. Dungeon dives have been paused until the return of the A-rank party. 8th day of Green Ice year, 564, name me a calendar. Guild operations are partly paused. It has been over a week now, and there are no signs of the Crypt Raiders' return. They have also not respawned. I will send a scout party to look for them. The mansion dungeon shows signs of change, too. The creatures in the depths seem to get stronger and started roaming all floors unconditionally. 2 parties have already been vanquished and taken huge losses. 12th day of Green Ice year, 564, name me a calendar. Guild operations are on lockdown. 3 parties have not returned from the mansion dungeon. I have decided to stop all regular operations. I will ask for the permission to close the mansion dungeon. No sign from the scout party sent into the ancient temple, either. At this point, I hold no hope for Crypt Raiders' return. 13th day of Green Ice year, 564, name me a calendar. Guild operations are on lockdown. After reporting the uncommon events, permission to shut down the mansion dungeon was granted. I have sent our strongest B-rank party, Dune Hawks, to destroy the mansion's dungeon core. No signs of activity from the ancient temple. Should I send another scout party? 20th day of Green Ice year, 564, name me a calendar. The Dune Hawks party did not return. Scouts report that the mansion dungeon has ceased activity. I am sending a rescue party in to look for them. The second scout party I sent to the ancient temple have fortunately returned. Their reports are unsettling. They met beasts from the lower floors right after entering. The beasts had the unknown status, corrupted, and showed heightened aggression and increase in overall stats. The D-rank party fled the scene without exploring any further. Ancient temple might be close to a dungeon break. 21th day of Green Ice year, 564, name me a calendar. I convened with the headquarters in Zyke. We will pack up and evacuate the ruins tomorrow. The guild will send several high-rank parties to subjugate the temple and shut down the ruins once and for all. This is the last entry of Guild Master Kano Mead of the Ivysaur branch. It was the last formal entry on the blood-smeared page in the middle of the book. Until here everything was written in a fine and orderly handwriting. Even Seth could see this. The next lines were messily spread over the opposing page, ugly, and written in a hurry. Finn had a tough time deciphering the scribbles. To whoever may find this book, I pray you can read these lines in time and be fortunate enough to leave with your life. Take this book and leave these cursed ruins as fast as your feet may carry you. Please bring this book to the headquarters in Zyke and report your findings. The code of the safe behind me is 234,548. May the funds be your reward of this quest. Ding! A quest has been triggered. Quest: Guild Master's Last Request. Difficulty: D. You have encountered the remnants of the Ivysaur Guild branch and found the Guild Master's last request. Take the guild log with you and bring it to the guild branch in Zyke to make the fate of Ivysaur known. Requirement: bring the book to Zyke and give it to the current guild master. Rewards: contents of the guild master's safe, upfront payment, experience. Do you accept the quest? Seth talked about it with Finn. They did not see any problem with the quest, since Zyke was revealed to be their destination from the start. The label had appeared on the town they were aiming for after reading the name in the journal. They accepted the quest readily. But the guild master's note did not end here, so Finn kept reading after the short interruption by the system. What followed was a report on what happened here. This is Kano Mead, Guild Master. The Ivysaur branch has been wiped out. We had planned to evacuate tomorrow, but it was too late. They came right after nightfall. It was an ambush in absolute silence. The guild staff hurriedly prepared and confronted them in front of the guild when we heard the screams of the adventurers across the ruins. We were barely able to see our attackers in the shadows. They resembled the creatures of the ancient temple, but only in shape. They were so strong and so fast. They merged into the darkness of the night, with their skin looking as if they were bathed in tar. Creatures that resembled those we knew already gave us a hard time. Then came abominations we never saw before. I only saw my subordinates die randomly in the flickering light of torches and magic lanterns, as if the night itself cut them to pieces. I am writing this after escaping with my life like a coward and hiding like a rat in my personal cabinet. I was wounded by a giant claw piercing my abdomen. I can hear their scuttling on the floors below, the crunching as they feast on my colleagues. I do not think I will ever leave my hiding spot again. If these lines reach any of the guild's higher-ups, even if they are not helpful, please take them as a warning. Do not underestimate this place. Do not come here at night. They fear the light so travel by day. Seth and Finn looked at each other and suddenly rushed to the window. It was already evening, and the sky was colored in the red hue of dusk. They swore in unison. There was no time to leave the ruins before night fell. Maybe we can hide? The guild master was eaten in his cabinet, Ben suggested. Yeah, but that was in a night where everything here was oozing with blood, right? If anything out there can smell us, especially you, we are done for in this little room. Seth's argument made sense to the smelly little fairy, so they decided to leave after looting the safe. The safe contained a few bags of coins totaling to 150 gold, 210 silver, and 500 copper. There were also 2 promissory stones over 50 gold, and a tiny red gem, blood garnet, crafting material. Rare, a crimson red gemstone created within the body of dragon-type monsters. A good conduit for magic, especially fire and strengthening magic. Another rare crafting material? He was in this world for less than a week and already found a bunch of good stuff. Having looted the place and stored away the book, they left the guild. Seth's keen gamer instincts told him that they had only one chance to survive. Cheese it. It was time to prepare some things. 43. Cheese for everyone. Once the hateful sun vanished behind the horizon and left the world in darkness, they left the depths of their lair. They had been the guardian of the temple and servants of the gods in a time immemorial. Their realm had been great, and their influence reached far across the continent. They had sacrificed their lives and the vitality of their domain to seal an age-old evil below the foundation of their deity. Here they had found their final resting place as honorable heroes of their people. In luxurious crypts they had been entombed for their great deed. Their people had to leave their now inhospitable lands afterwards. For millennia they had rested in the peaceful embrace of death, until a new power found its way into the old halls of the already forgotten temple. "Rise!" it had told them, and breathed new power in their mummified remnants. And thus they rose again. Despite their new master, their task had never changed. Protect the temple, keep the seal shut. The power grew the temple. More floors and more layers spread, more traps and more forces. And the room of the seal kept sinking deeper, and the guard followed to protect it. Unknowing beasts and adventurers came, and their corpses changed to become the guardians towards the surface. Intruders came. They were weak in the beginning, but knew what they were doing. And even if they died, they would come back stronger and better prepared. The guardians were slain too, but the cruel new master resurrected them again and again to fulfill their duty. They could not let those ignorant heathens lay hand on the depths of the temple. They might break the seal, making their sacrifice worthless. The intruders grew in strength, and the seal grew weak with age. More of the true guardians swept to the upper floors to hold the ground. It was all for naught in the end. A group of intruders unlike any that had come before easily destroyed their ranks and broke through into the core of the ruins. Impossible to be reasoned with, the intruders and the master fought, and in their stupid squabble damaged the old seal. Their biggest worries had come true. The ancient seal that had grown vulnerable from age and the lack of their deity's power finally gave in. The terrifying power of the old evil seeped out of the cracks and took root in the foolish minds of the adversaries. Following this, the evil spread throughout the dungeon and took hold of those that had once defeated it, making them its servant. "More!" it demanded. Its highest goal was to spread, and they could only oblige and watch in horror as their bodies turned. New strength flooded their bodies as dried and old bones were soaked in a power as dark as ink. Trapped in their own bodies, they could only watch themselves be subservient to their old enemy. Every time their body killed, their victim would also turn into a corrupted servant. None of them vanished and came back later like it had been before. From then on, every night they were compelled to leave the dungeon and wander through the ruins of their once glorious home, searching for more beings to corrupt. They started with the base and camps of the intruders, who had caused all this. One of their holy beasts had fought valiantly and tried to lower the numbers of infected, but died in the hands of the people that once worshipped it. Later came another group of intruders. They were stronger than the ordinary ones, but still fell under their overwhelming numbers and the holy beast that had joined their ranks. Tonight smelled like fresh life. Somebody had wandered into these old ruins and unknowingly had disturbed it as stale air. Melancholy grasped his heart at the thought that his mindless body would again slaughter an innocent soul to add among their ranks. The strongest scent came from the old base of the intruders, so him and the others rushed there like bloodhounds in absolute silence. Were the newcomers staying there? Why was there a hint of themselves among the newcomers' odor? Stink. Clink, clink. He slowed down. Every step suddenly made the noise of metal hitting stone. Some of those beside him lost their balance and fell, which caused even more tinkling. He lowered his gaze to his foot that had been pierced by a sharp iron tip. Looking around, the familiar ground and fallen comrades were riddled with caltrops. They did minor damage to them, but still disrupted the movement and slowed them down. Who had? Looking around further, the ground was littered with wooden scraps. They all sniffed and followed the human scent into an alley a little further away. They looked up in unison. Up there on one of the highest walls still standing in the vicinity stood a human figure, with the two moons as a backdrop. Even though it was not the sun, the moonlight of the two moons was bright enough to force them to avert their eyes. Up here on the wall stood Seth, ready to stall for time until the sun would rise again. The crowd he saw below him was actually quite terrifying. Not much more than dried leathery skin tightly wrapped around undead bones. It reminded him of air-dried mummies he had seen pictures of on the internet and TV. Their eyes glowed in a red sheen, and their teeth were sharpened to tips. They wore no weapons, as their fingernails had grown to vicious claws. Ancient rags saved Seth an unpleasant view by barely covering their most important parts. Other than that, the description of the guild master was right. Their bodies were pitch black, so dark the details vanished in the twilight and shadows below the moons. Temple Guardian LV. Their level was too high for Seth's observation. There was no way he could get rid of this horde. It came all down to buying time. Their reaction when looking at the moon reinforced his confidence in their strategy. Thunk. Ding. Critical hit. Thanks to the effect of Vengeful Hunter Bow. You have hit target's right eye. A flaming arrow hit the eye of one of the squinting mummies. It stood there for a moment before falling to the ground, screaming and writhing in pain. The ones around it scattered away to evade the brightly burning flame. Its health bar appeared, but it did not take much damage from the arrow. A small flame lit up the silhouette on and the wall. He heard the sound of an arrow being released and lost sight in his right eye. Normally this would have been nothing. Their bodies had become hardened and sturdy when the corruption seeped in and they were unable to feel pain. Then why? Why did the light of this fire burn his skin? Why did it feel as if the fire that entered his empty skull had pierced into his soul? Just what was this pain? The first reason he had taken the high ground. It was easy to hit targets bound to the ground. Second reason, they would have a hard time getting up. Suddenly several mummies nimbly like ninjas wall-jumped between the facades on both sides of the alley to get up to him. Some lost grip thanks to the caltrops stuck in their hands and feet. Seth managed to shoot two down, who fell to the ground twitching and crying in pain like the first one. But finally, one reached him, only to suddenly be hit by a fairy-sized projectile. The force made the mummy instantly vanish from Seth's field of view as it shot off into the distance. Second reason, they would have a hard time getting up here. Watching the effect of the fire convinced Seth that it was even more effective than anticipated. Despite not doing much damage, it had a great crowd control effect. Being hindered in climbing, the creatures finally felt bothered by the caltrops stuck in their appendages. They tried pulling them out, while dodging the flaming arrows and the searing light that came with them. But the rough barbs Seth had forged on the tips of the caltrops gave them a hard time, and ripping them out with force even caused some permanent damage, which severely affected their movement. Seth sneered as he started to specifically aim for the impeded enemies. Thin was not relaxing during this time. She took it upon herself to intercept any mummies attempting to climb the walls. The opponent's levels were in the later 30 seconds, but showed a lot higher stats than the level suggested. It fit the descriptions in the log. Thin had no problem intercepting them, as long as she was not entangled into a fight with these monsters. It took a while for the undead to back off from Seth's wall. Even so, the fire and arrows did not much damage. They inherently feared the light and pain they brought. A pain they had never known. On the wall, Seth still had 1.5 stack of arrows left. Arrows were a pain to make, so he had stocked up on regular ones in starter. It was when he took a small breather, a dark projectile suddenly shot past Seth's cheek and almost made him fall off his wall in surprise. Another managed to hit him in the side, and he crouched down on the wall, coughing blood. It felt like a gut punch that crushed his internal organs. His health instantly plummeted to the lower 800s. "Who?" he muttered. Among the crowd that had taken some distance from the alley littered with burning arrows, new opponents had appeared. Compared to the almost naked guardians, they wore wide and flowing robes riddled with holes and dirt. Temple Priests LV. A caster class. Like an affirmation, another volley of black projectiles were fired at him. They were not very fast, but almost invisible in the night. The injured Seth was barely able to evade them by the skin of his teeth. It was a harmonic song that alleviated his suffering. Then the battle priest had finally come to his aid. The leaving pain left a gap to be filled with wrath. What they can, Seth could do too. But better, he pulled out another secret weapon, and in the next moment a spiked ball of flames came down among the crowds of dried-up corpses. It was actually just a piece of wood from the guild branch he had studded with spikes and set on fire. Similar to the caltrops, the spike would stuck to the undead when Seth hit them correctly. And even if he did not, they would become flaming caltrops among the horde of undead and force them to scatter. Seth knew from the log that he had no chance to fight these things in an open battle, so he had thought up a number of simple ways to spread fire and chaos among them. Watching the scrambling undead, of which some had tuned into torches after being hit by the flaming caltrops, made Seth unwittingly laugh. So what if they were super strong and super high level? They will all burn. Burn! Ding! Title: Arsonist is ranked up to Arsonist LV2. You take pleasure in the despair of your victims burning in the flames. Ding! Skill: Fire Affinity LV8 has become Fire Affinity LV9. The abrupt system notification interrupted his little power trip. Instead of reveling in the glory of his strategies working, Seth restarted firing arrows aiming for the priests. 44. The Holy Beast. So far, the strategy was working. When the crowd split up because of the fire, Thin was also able to interrupt the priests. As a caster class, their defenses were much lower, so the fairy could finally deal some heavy damage among the opponents. The burning status had also started to show its worth as a DOT, damage over time. Most of the temple guardians were missing 1/4 to 1/3 of their health bar. Still, their numbers kept increasing, and the hurt ones were swapped out. Seth had spent about 1/3 of his flaming caltrops and had a stack of arrows left. Looking at the position of the moon, it should be about midnight. They had already made it half the way. Ding! Critical hit. Thanks to the effect of Vengeful Hunter Bow, you have hit target's left eye. And then something happened he had never anticipated. One of the guardians with more than half its health remaining suddenly keeled over after he hit it with an arrow. Again! His remaining left eye was gone, too. He was blinded, and the searing fire once again entered his skull with its soul-piercing pain. I can't no longer endure. Was he losing consciousness? After being trapped in this body for half an eternity, was he finally? Ding! You have killed Temple Guardian LD38. You have earned experience. Ding! Skill: Weapon Mastery, Adept, LV3 has become Weapon Mastery, Adept, LV4. Ding! You have leveled up. You are now LV14. Ding! You have leveled up. You are now LV15. Ding! Inventory has been extended. Ding! New class skill has been unlocked. Check your skill window. Ding! You have completed the quest the next level 2. You have earned new system rights. Ding! You have received follow-up quest the next level 3 dash. Ding! You have leveled up. You are now LV16. Ding! You have leveled up. You are now LV17. Seth's jaw fell open as a flood of energy rushed into his body and dissipated once he reached LV17. Not just his, Finn's jaw dropped too. And even the mummies surrounding the fallen one were baffled to see one of their own leave just like that. They had really managed to kill one. The horde reacted ferocious and started to charge at him again. The fresh additions ignored the fires on the ground and attempted to wall jump to reach Seth once again, then had to work hard to stop them. They held out for another hour, and when Seth decided that it was time to change location, the situation suddenly changed completely. All mummies retreated respectfully and lined up to build an alley. What came through this alley was the incarnation of an eldritch horror. The creature was easily 15 meters long, armored with ink-black chitin plates covered in tumorous growths. Its body was carried along by hundreds of pairs of sharp insect legs. The front stood upright like an upper body with its head held high like a royal. It looked like the mix of a centipede and a scarab, with the scarab being the head with a neck shield and the body of a centipede. Not fitting to either of the parts were the two pairs of arms ending in long scythes, not unlike those of a mantis, that sprouted from the upper body. The three pairs of eyes along the scarab-shaped head focused on Seth with an intense gaze. "This is your end, young human. It is regrettable, but you shall find the end of your journey at my hands. Give up." An old soothing voice echoed in his head. An aura of absolute dominance spread from the creature and culled any type of hope in their hearts. Still, Seth used observation. #LYB*T. Holy beast? Sure, it resembled some of the carvings he had seen in the city. But was this really something they had worshipped here? He could barely even see the name of this thing. Maybe it really was the end. This thing just seemed so strong. Even Finn had retreated in fear and landed on his shoulder. "What should we do?" she whispered into his ear. Even the fairy was unable to see the level or full name of the beast. Seth looked at the night sky, desperately thinking about his options. Thunk! An arrow burning brightly with a pale blue flame bounced off the thick chitin armor of the holy beast. Struggle was his answer. "You are not even the field boss. Like hell, I'm going to give up. Come at me, if you dare." He scowled with rude gesture involving his middle fingers. He then continued peppering the quietly standing undead with arrows. He even used one of his most precious resources to provoke the beast. He chucked a Molotov cocktail at the beast, setting it and the surroundings ablaze. The minions screamed, but the boss took no damage at all. "You have asked for this, human," the voice said, now slightly disgruntled. It had wanted to give them a merciful death, but was rejected. The giant centipede rushed along the alley, made a swerve, and started vertically running up the wall. "I did not expect that, but it's all or nothing now," Seth mumbled nervously. He waited for the right timing. When the beast had climbed the wall about halfway up, he decided it was time. Seth summoned a big anvil, probably bigger than himself. It made the wall they stood on look thin, and Seth had to use all his power to slowly tilt it over the edge. The sturdy wall, that had probably withstood millennia, showed signs of crumbling under the pure weight of this anvil as it slowly slid off the edge, rapidly gaining speed after being released into the air and left to the forces of gravity. The anvil shot towards the enemy. It was already too late. The beast could not evade anymore when it finally understood what Seth had thrown at it. On the other hand, it was not too worried. It was just an anvil, what could possibly? Thump! The whole alley quaked and debris fell off the ruins in the surrounding as the anvil smashed into the ground. Not just the ground. Impaled by its horn and pinned below it in a massive crater lay the holy beast. It was not dead. It wriggled and struggled trying to free itself, but it was solidly nailed to the ground, like an insect in a collector's showcase. Anvil of Tartarus, crafting station. This is an anvil of Hephaestos that was used to measure the distances of heaven and Tartarus. It fell 9 days from heaven to earth, and 9 days from earth to Tartarus. It did not break. Aura of Hephaestos, 25% increase in stats and production speed. Aura of Gaia, 10% increase in durability. Aura of Tartarus, 50% increase of soul properties. Spirit Smithy LV4 had unlocked with LV15, and the level up changed his trusty anvil into a giant beast of steel, compared to before. How dare you, human! This kind of disrespect! You will pay! It screeched and hissed, but was firmly stuck there. The beast ran it on and on, but Seth could see that its HP had barely taken a hit. The beast was accounted for, but seeing their holy beast be humiliated like this made the mummies furious. They entered the enraged status and started mindlessly charging. Time for Plan B. Let us go, Seth told Finn and climbed down from the house. Another 2 Molotov cocktails found their way to the ground, freeing some space for him to land. Time for the final secret weapon, the plumata. Seth set the rope that was attached to the oversized throwing darts on fire and chucked them into the horde. Even in their rage, they instinctively evaded the flame and separated, forming a corridor for Seth's escape. Their destination was the guild branch. The mummies soon got back on their track and easily caught up to the low-level, low-agility blacksmith, who was cautiously evading his own traps. That was until the low-agility blacksmith used his last remaining flaming caltrops and in molotovs to set the scattered wooden scrap doused in alcohol ablaze, turning the whole place in front of the guild hall into a sea of fire. Once again, the undead backed off. What will we do now? The wood scraps 1T burn long. It's still a few ho are you undressing? The panicking fairy screamed and covered her eyes. Her face became red like a tomato. You will be flying high up. That should be a safe zone. I, on the other hand, will stay here and take a cozy fire bath for the last few hours before dawn, he explained as he stored all his clothes and equipment into his inventory so they would not burn. Seth was in the guild master office looking down at the sea of flames, wearing nothing but his birthday suit. He stood there until the flames outside weakened. He then started systematically setting fire to the guild hall, from the offices to the staff quarter, all the way from the top down to the ransacked entrance hall with its dismantled floor, missing counters, and smashed-up bar. Let us hope this lasts till morning, Seth mumbled as his sore body plopped down in the middle of the flames. 45. A little break. Hidden in the flames of the burning guild branch, Seth had finally some time to take a breather. He massaged his sore body, that had been hit by a few more dark projectiles during their escape. He was lucky that it hit the plate armor this time and not the cloth. Big dark bruise came to light after he had unequipped the dented steel plates. Seth had finally time to really check his status. Name, Seth Smith. Affiliation, System Church. Title, faster than a thought. Level, 17. EXP, 57%. Race, Orihuma. Sex, male. Age, 23. Class, Spirit Blacksmith Unique. Affiliation, none. Health, 730/1000. Mana, 170/224, 220 plus 4. Strength, 45. Dexterity, 45. Agility, 30. Intelligence, 17 plus 5. Willpower, 35. Endurance, 45. Personality, 12. Luck, 18 plus 10. Free AP, Attribute points 39. Free SP, Skill points 3. Defense. Physical, 250, 120 plus 50 plus 80, ENDX 3. Magical, 100, 60 plus 25 plus 15, WLX 2. Fire resistance, 100%, 50% plus 90%. Skill window. Blacksmith, Apprentice, LV7, 40%. Enchantment, Beginner, LV1. Goldsmith, Beginner, LV1. Blacksmith's Eyes LV3. Blueprint, Apprentice LV2. Soul Infusion LV2. Spirit Smithy LV4. Spirit Capture LV3. Weapon Mastery, Adept LV4, 98%. Calm Reaction, Passive LV7. Fear Resistance LV7. Fire Affinity LV9. Fire Manipulation LV6. Map LV4. Observation LV2. Concealment LV4. His health bar had taken quite a hit, but at least he had no negative statuses. Seth's eyes wandered over his attributes and then to his skill window. Level 15 had brought a lot of changes. In his time of need, his instincts made him bet on the Spirit Smithy and leveled it up. The changes that came with it was the Anvil of Tartarus, and fitting with the new goldsmith that had been added. Jeweler's Table, Crafting Station locked. A workstation to create fine and small pieces of work, fitted with all the tools needed to make accessories and cut gems. Dexterity trial needed to unlock. Seth had no idea what the dexterity trial was, but that could come later. Fire Affinity was closing in on LV10. Would it also rank up then? Fire Manipulation had also leveled up during the fight unbeknownst to him. When he wanted to use Goldsmith to see what it did, he actually found a small arrow beside the skill in the skill window. Most skills had this little arrow. Had this always been there? When he thought about clicking it, and small tooltip opened with the caption, Perks. Perks? Below this caption in the small window beside Goldsmith it stated, Accessory Catalog. When Seth tried actually using the skill, it really opened a window called Accessory Catalog, filled with basic and common blueprints of necklaces, rings, bracelets, and other jewelry he could make at a goldsmith's table. Were these the new system, right? A perk list? He checked the Spirit Smithy, and the perk list mentioned all the crafting stations that were added or had changed with the level up and option to summon separate stations. It saved Seth the time to find out the changes by trial and error. Looking through his skill window, not all skills had perks mentioned in the tooltip. Seth was the last person who would complain about quality of life changes to the system, but like the party option, this was just a nice to have. All the system rights until now did not really change a lot. Lastly, his attention fell onto the quests. Unspectacularly, the quest the next level 3 just stated to reach level 20. Until now, he unlocked new skills and rights every 5 levels. Would this keep going? The sight of the meager 3 SP he still had left now made him almost regret putting so many skill points into map. As the skill number increased, they seemed more precious the higher his level climbed. After some deliberation, he decided to put the remaining 3 into Blacksmith SI and get it to level 4 too. Seth actually had a sneaking suspicion after the Spirit Smithy's crafting stations were not improved past rare material. And he was right. Blacksmith SI's did not grow to be able to appraise whatever rating came past rare. It got other perks instead. Perk list unexpectedly showed its worth. Perks added were: gain the blueprint of common items during appraisal. Disassemble items up to rare to gain the blueprint. It reminded him of the scan in enchantment. So now he could also gain blueprints on his own. The last change he noticed on accident was that his inventory had stopped growing in both directions. This time he had only gained 5 new slots, bringing the overall number to 30 instead of 36. So even the system had a limit when it came to free inventory space. After checking the changes of his status, he stared out from the fire surrounding him. Seth could only make out the red glimmer of their eyes in the darkness beyond the fire's shine. He looked around the room he sat in. The fire had spread evenly across every surface of the building. The wood in this world was sturdier than he expected. It burned slow, and Seth estimated it would take another 15 minutes before he had to start dodging falling debris. Should he distribute his attribute points now? He frowned at the 39 AP. This made it hard to distribute them, so he got even numbers. Seth stayed with his original method of distribution and focused on STR, DX, followed by END and WIL. He added 10 to strength and dexterity, and 5 to endurance and willpower. As he pondered what to do with the remaining 9, he looked outside at the evil eyes that waited for their chance to rip him apart. He put the remaining 9 into agility. If something goes wrong, it is better to run faster, I think. The impact after confirming the distribution was instantaneous. Compared to before, he was not surprised and overwhelmed this time. The increase, compared to his previous numbers, was not too big, so he had a better chance to discern what was happening to his body. His muscles bulged up because of the strength, and then condensed because of agility and endurance, he guessed. His headache also had lessened and his hands seemed nimbler and more delicate, despite being covered with light calluses. A shocking thought came to his mind. If he were only increased strength and dexterity, would he end up looking like a buff uncle with the hands of fair lady? The sound of crumpling ceilings and yielding beams brought him back to reality. The guild hall was starting to break down, and Seth had no choice but to leave the building. Just the time inside the guild had bought him almost an hour. He was sure that if he kept staying close to the flames and inside their light, he could weasel his way out a stall until dawn. He did not expect that he would start dodging outside too. Once he left the building covered in dense light, the temple priests restarted their barrage of dark projectiles. Even so, they tremendously weakened the closer they came to light. Seth had no leeway to be hit. He was naked as can be, and could not don his armor, as it might be damaged in the fire. Then, flying high up above the spectacle, covered her eyes with a beet-red face. But following the old heroic rule which stated, "Peeking is not looking," she still watched through the gap of her fingers. For several hours she watched the well-built but naked young man jump and dodge around with a great bonfire as a backdrop. Seth prayed for the morning to come. He could hear the high-pitched giggles in the air above, and swore he would get his revenge someday. Finally, the shower of projectiles stopped and the undead fled, as the first rays of light peeked over the edges of the ruins. Seth had survived. 46. Last words. The sun had finally returned to its rightful place, and so did Seth's clothes. "Seth, are you okay?" Then was Ally worried. The little fairy asserted. "Don't he give me that? I heard you laugh up there," he said while fixing his traveling clothes. "But it has not fit as fault." Seth jumped around naked like a deviant. She pouted sulky and turned away, so the young man couldn't see her blush. "I did this for survival." Seth defended his actions. Ding. Title: Survivalist Deviant gained. Survival is nudism. Nudism is survival. You need 5% less food and water when naked in the wilderness. "Oh, shut up," Seth said, annoyed, and then spent some time to explain to Finn that he had not meant her. Seth, with Finn on his shoulder, stepped out on the street covered in burned wreckage. All enemies were gone. Even the one corpse had vanished. Not everyone vanished. They heard the scraping and scratching of hundreds of legs in the alleyway. The holy beast was still stuck under the anvil, or was it? This was not the same beast as last night. The black tar-like color had vanished together with the disgusting cancerous growths hat had covered its outer shell. The beast stuck in the alley had a pure white chitinous exoskeleton reminiscent of porcelain with golden rims. Its underbelly was dark silver, and the scarab-like head sparkled in bright gold. Had the sun restored its original appearance? This looked a lot more like a holy beast. Still weird to worship this, but reasonable. "Human, you are back?" the harmonious voice said. It sounded a lot more friendly, and seemed to hide a hint of amusement. Wisdom and peace vibrated in its voice as it continued. "Do not worry. I will follow my destined fate soon. Not that the curse is gone. If not for it moving this body, I would have died a long time ago. I still hoped you would come before it happened. I waited for you." "Me?" Seth asked warily. It was still stuck under his anvil. What would it do? Cast a curse before finally dying. Yes! You? It affirmed as its body started crumbling like ashes, and a pure white spirit was left to stand before Seth. I wanted to thank you before I leave. Take this.